the best part of the trip. This is the trip, the best part.
Before I forget, you two broads, great job yesterday. I've only listened to a little bit of it, but it sounded like I'm talking about the Golden Girls watch along these two did, and you got it up very fast. It's a long one too for Golden Girls.
I didn't have anything to edit.
2 hours. It's always great when you can go straight through.
Yeah.
David and I did our last Seinfeld was right. All I did was cut 2 seconds off the front.
Yeah, and we ended up like at 3 hours and 10 minutes or something. Yeah.
You two sounded like one of Sarah's infamous sleepover parties she'd have in her middle school, elementary school days in the late 80s, I guess to early 90s, where there's a lot of Cool Ranch Doritos and mini...
In 87? No.
Mini Reese's and probably Little Caesar's pizza on the way you guys would just read, and it's you and your little friends, and you're watching wrestling at midnight and Nightmare on Elm Street, the television series, and you're eviscerating the men in your school. That's what I picture.
No, would you like to know the truth?
I that is the truth. Don't destroy it for me.
The last sleepover I had was in 1987. We watched Golden Girls. We watched Dirty Dancing. And we got takeout pizzas from the pizza peddler in Almsville, Oregon. There I doxed myself. So you're completely wrong. This weird fantasy you have about my childhood is so weird. I don't know why you want it to be a certain way. It wasn't. It was very boring.
I don't believe it. That's what you attended sleepovers, right? I mean, that's not.
No, I went to one, and the father creeped me out, so I was kind of turned off to them.
The pizza peddler, that's creepy in itself. Is it Roman Polanski on that?
Yeah, they had good pizzas for the time.
I feel like Sarah and I have turned the Golden Girls watch along into like an HGTV show because we're just criticizing the house.
Yeah. But it's a good, it's a different tone than the other ones. You know,
the Seinfeld watch-alongs, I feel like, is just therapy for both of us to come to terms with our perception of New York City.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And
it's fun. It's fun because there's nothing you can't equate. It's almost too much to talk about with that show,
right?
Which is why we're still only doing one episode per 3 hours. Hello to A. Smith. Kylo Sierra Alpha, Kathy Scott. Welcome, Kathy. I'm just trying to find that overhauling episode. I'm trying to find the full copy of it. I just found my clips. I have like 16. If anyone looking to get rid of hard drives, external hard drives, I'm your man. I'll take anything you got. I just run out. I save everything.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking it's on like the 5th hard drive ago, like saved on a. Yeah, you know how you do. Have you ever done a search on your computer for like a specific file?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My computer's so vast that I have to do that. Like I'll have to put, like today I put Polanski, Depp, and everything comes up. Like, you know.
A nerdy project that I've been putting off is like going through all of my hard drives to create a spreadsheet of what's on them. If to give you some indication that I'm not having sex regularly, that is one of the projects that I'm trying to do.
Is it alphabetized?
No, I mean it's by the recentness of a project, or the recentness of when I created the file or downloaded the file or whatever it is.
Greetings, Autobot. Seattle is being invaded by the Swifties this weekend. Traffic is a bitch. Mm-hmm. I heard something with Adam Silver that the Seattle Sonics are a go to come back.
Oh, he told you?
No, I just saw a press conference with him or something. It was. Do you realize it's been 15 years Since the
Mm-hmm.
Thunder went to Oklahoma, since David Stern and his partner stole the Sonics from Seattle, went to Oakland. It's been 50. Could you believe it's taken? The Browns came back to Cleveland much quicker than that, right?
Yes.
When they
Just a
got
few years.
stolen. How bad is that, right? You get stolen. The Browns move to Baltimore and they go on to win 2 Super Bowls
Yeah, whatever.
in the Browns infrastructure. Like, it's the same people, the same players, and then it's like an expansion, but yet I mean, that must suck for the people in Cleveland. They
Mhm.
must hate you. Must
I don't
hate
know.
the Ravens like beyond the Steelers. Forget Pittsburgh. You must hate the Ravens much more. I would, and over the Bengals.
I'm not in Cleveland. I don't pretend to be. I just hate Lamar Jackson. Not hate. That's a very strong word. But yeah, just because he's Lamar Jackson.
You
And
do.
I want that franchise to fail in every way.
You do pretend to be from Cleveland. We've caught you several times on here pretending to be from Cleveland.
Okay.
I used to pretend to be from Pittsburgh when I was a kid, and Portland, and I pulled it off.
Why do you think I'm a guest on the podcast? I'm here to keep Sarah honest about her Cleveland.
You have to fact check her on her Cleveland.
Exactly.
I bet her 2 ideas: Cleveland on the ocean and Detroit on the ocean.
That she claims she never told you.
Rud's Ghost, how are you? Rude's Ghost, hey, Winos, beautiful summer day for the cocktails and deep dive into the fabulous world of Jay. I have yet to drink alcohol during this show. It's too much when you spinning all these plates and multitasking. I can't imagine adding tipsy. I wouldn't say drunk, but any kind of. I need all my equilibrium and faculties, as Adam West would say.
That could be interesting to do, like a Howard Stern Vegas show, tipsy broadcast of the Deppening.
We have teased that on Gunk so many times,
right,
and not come through with it. Autobot has a great point here about Cool Ranch Doritos. He says they don't hold up. They taste better in the 80s. They don't really hold. Is that what he's saying there? They tasted better in the 80s.
Tasted better in the 80s, yeah.
I agree.
Did they
I
actually
had them,
exist in the 80s? That flavor?
Yeah, they did.
Oh,
late
okay.
80s, I think. And they kind of there's a strong competition for the original, but there seems to be like the third brand of Doritos can't seem to break the market. It comes and goes. It's almost like the Mountain Dews that never, stick. For whatever reason, that third Dorito or that fourth Dorito can't seem to stay on in the market.
The mini bags of Cool Ranch Doritos I've bought recently, it's like all of the seasoning has affected like 3 of the chips in the bag, and the rest of them are just like plain tortilla chips. So it's like the seasoning like sinks to the bottom of the bag. It's not.
Good point. Sarah Hooper wants to come over for a sleepover to this day.
He's already here.
He's already here. You and him in that boat. I shudder to think, going from Shirley to actually he would go from, I'm guessing, Patchogue to Davis Park is Hooper's from Patchogue to Davis Park is where Hooper drives. He can't wait to have his first coffee break. Hooper doesn't drink anymore. One time I paid $7 for a bag of ice at Davis Park. And from that point on, that was the origin. I'll never do that again. I'll always have a total ice autonomy for the rest of my life.
Right.
You know what they do? Because they got you, meaning you have to use their shit. Their ATM fees are like $7. Like they have this one deli, and you have to buy their shit and you have no options. You can't go back. To Long Island
they got you over a barrel.
Yeah. It's like going to a casino.
Okay, I didn't tell you my story. I went to ye old Walmart this morning at 6 a.m., done by 6:10. And on the way home, I heard a Diana Ross song called Pieces of Ice.
How does it go? Sing it for us.
I have no idea.
I don't even know if I know that song.
I've never heard of that song.
Maybe that'll be my intro coming on.
I thought about making a really dumb tribute to you using that song at some point.
That sounds like a song.
It's a good birthday video for him.
Sounds like a song a rapper would sample, like a Biggie or someone, and you don't know where it came from. He got it from his mom's like vinyl collection. And you're like, what? Like that song "Hypnotize" has the riff from that. Who's the saxophonist? The trumpet player that did that song that "Hypnotize" is based on. It's
I know what
one
you're talking
riff.
about.
And
I
Burnt
don't know the
Higgins?
name.
No. Jesus Christ, what is his name?
Oh God, I'm blanking too.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to put you in that. But or someone just blatantly rips the song off and then changes
It's not Miles
2 words.
Davis, is it?
No, it's not Miles Davis.
Okay.
It was in late 70s. It was like a Studio 50. It's like the end of the night at Studio 54 when everyone's slow dancing or trying to hook up with who they're leaving with, and they're ending the night with
Yeah.
it.
Oh my God.
Somebody knows it. I used to have this on the. It was okay. So he's on the North Shore. I'm sorry. So talk at Port Jefferson. So he boats to Connecticut, Sarah. That's the route where you go to Connecticut. He's talking about how you Casey Armstrong lives right there, and you take the ferry to Connecticut from Long Island to avoid traffic. Once upon a time, I don't know if anyone knows this, there was supposed to be a bridge, and the Syosset residents shot it down. They
Oh, there we go. Pieces of ice.
Yeah.
Very Olivia Newton-John.
It's horrible.
Yeah. I love the guitar and pop music.
It's probably Slash in '83. Okay. Come on, hurry up, lady. Okay, that's enough.
Yeah.
Okay, that's enough. I apologize, everybody.
I never heard that song,
It's horrible. It's not good at all.
and I'm obsessed with all that whole genre. What channel were you listening to?
It was YouTube. 80s on 8.
Okay,
It's from
so
83.
so it's an MTV DJ, right? That does that on Sirius.
Yeah, I guess. Probably Alan Hunter.
See, I've listened to that a lot, and it seems like those DJs are very bored with the big hits, and they play obscure stuff that was like in the top 50, but like 48. They're like really sick of playing the song, like Madonna, and so they'll go in and they'll just to amuse themselves, thinking no one's listening, and they'll play obscure stuff like that.
A non Voices Carry Till Tuesday song they'll play.
Oh wow, you know that song?
Yeah.
I absolutely love that song, and
I love Amy
Till
Mann.
Tuesday.
I love Amy Mann in the '90s, and so I discovered the lineage of she had Till Tuesday and everything.
There's a 21 Jump Street episode in season 3 that uses Till Tuesday.
Okay. There's a there's a great episode of Portlandia where Fred and Carrie are, they're just normal middle-class citizens in Portland, and they realize one day that their housekeeper is Amy Mann. And just they're talking to her like, yeah, I guess the music industry is really bad, and they're trying to show off to her like, hey Amy, you know who we hate? Suzanne Vega. Like they're trying to like kiss up to her.
She's in many a soundtrack. The Magnolia soundtrack, right?
Yeah.
That was a huge hit while it was. That was one of the bigger soundtracks, and I didn't realize that was the same person.
Yeah.
I love Voices Carry. It's a great song. She's
It
so
is.
underrated. That the band is underrated. She almost, as a solo artist, she was almost. I feel like if Lori Allison were a singer, Sarah, that's how she would sound. Depp's first wife.
Yeah, that's a good.
She possesses the spirit of like her and the Pretenders and all those bands with the strong woman badass lead singer.
Right.
Chrissy Hynde is from your neck of the woods, David.
That's right. Yeah.
I feel like she wrote that My City Was Gone for you. Have you ever analyzed the lyrics to that song?
I need to. I'll do that for like a special Patreon feature or something.
I've never officially analyzed it, but I'm going to go on an educated guess to say that she moved to LA to make it big in the music industry, and then visited her precious Ohio
Yeah.
and then found out that the entire city had changed and probably businesses went under, and it depressingly wasn't the city that she left. That's my
I
without.
have that experience I mean, there was when I was growing up in the suburb that I grew up in, on one corner there was this beautiful twin movie theater from the 60s, like it still had the awning from the 1950s and 60s. And the first year I was in Los Angeles, they tore it down to put up a McDonald's. And so because I don't go back that often, I go back maybe twice a year. That McDonald's has been there for 16 years, but it's still to me the new McDonald's. Like,
Yeah.
it's still
No doubt about it.
right.
No doubt. That's not that long ago for McDonald's. I can vividly remember when the McDonald's in Oakdale on Sunrise Highway opened, and we would ride our bikes to it in like late elementary school, middle school, and even into. It was like such a McDonald's is such a huge. The closest one to us at the time was like in East Patchogue, I think.
Yeah.
So it was crazy. It was just not, and it was close enough where we just decided to adventure to. It was fast food was. We so lived for it that we did it to Burger King too, going towards Blue Point
Right.
on Montauk Highway. That was Isabeau 8394 writes, I hate when the Ravens play the Browns. I remember when the Colts escaped in the middle of the night that was terrible. Yeah, they went to Indianapolis. They went from Baltimore. It's a reverse kind of thing. So the Baltimore Colts left Baltimore to go to Indianapolis, and they had no football team until the Ravens came back. It's a weird flip. That whole thing. Every time I see the Ravens and they do something successful, I think that should be the Browns. That's the Browns Super Bowls. That's
it is the Browns.
And
just look at it that way.
What the hell's going to Autobot says, I believe the city is the same deal as the Browns in Cleveland. Seattle retained the rights to use the Sonics again. Yes. It's Las Vegas and Seattle, and I think there was a third team. Vancouver. They wanted another one in Canada. Maybe, I think one twin is in Port Washington, the other twin is in Port Jefferson. That's such a ride. If you don't know Long Island, complete. Thank you. Yes, Autobot. That's Herb Alpert.
Oh,
Rise.
okay.
The name of the song is Rise, and Notorious B.I.G. uses this little sample. I mean, it's 10 seconds.
Yeah. Right.
And he takes this little thing. It's like it's unlike the rest of the song. It doesn't even fit in the song. And he takes that, and it becomes the entire backdrop of musical for Hypnotize. It's crazy. It's so bizarre. And all I can think of when I go through B.I.G.'s music is that he got into his mom's vinyl collection and just started sampling shit from it.
Okay. That's probably true. Yeah.
Baltimore Orioles are #1 in the AL. Yeah, now that's Elaine Bennis's team, Isabeau. I can take anything back to that. That's Elaine. We talked about that. She's supposed to be from Monica Yates. Shapiro is from Baltimore, and that's her fate. And there's a couple Seinfeld episodes where Elaine shows her Oreos or her Orioles. I'm sorry, double stuffed.
Shows her Oreos.
That's what I forgot. So at the sleepover, right? Double stuffed Oreos was a staple.
I don't think you had them at that point.
Yes, they were out. Yes, they were.
Oh, okay. You know everything about.
No,
food.
I vividly remember when that came. They were out by then.
Oh, jeez. Why do you remember that?
Because your sleepovers are. There's going to be like Netflix documentaries on them.
Okay. Can I get the business out of the way,
yes,
sir?
Yeah.
Okay. We are Winos, $100 away from our goal this month. We have this show and one more show this month, God willing. If you can, please donate via Super Chat, Super Sticker, or Super Thanks. If you happen to get to this video after the live is over, you can still hit that Super Thanks option to donate. You can also join us over on patreon.com/WinoForever, where we are currently, oh my God, rewatching
reviewing
Golden
all
Girls.
of television.
All of television from the 90s. Golden Girls.
Parker Lewis Can't Lose is what we're going to do soon.
No, we're not. 90210. Seinfeld. What else are we doing?
Golden Girls.
21 Jump Street. My God, how did I forget?
Is the flagship.
Yes. And we have a lot of fun over there, and we can do whatever we want, basically.
And we would like you to sit in as you see fit. Something has to be in your bailiwick out of those shows.
Yeah, just email us at thedeppening@gmail.com, and we'll get back to you with instructions if you need it. $2, that's the tier. You can always pledge more. But $2 is all we ask.
Welcome, Babe Lewis. He writes, "Yo ho ho, a Deppening life. Yo ho ho, a Deppening life for me."
I have
Thank
to interrupt you again. Philly, 29.
Thank you, Philly. Good to see you
Oh,
again.
nice. Thank
Philly's he's such a how do I put this, modest mensch that he wouldn't even write anything when he does this. Like, he generously donates, and he doesn't even need you to he doesn't even ask a question. And he's certainly, whether you did or not, will certainly answer your question. But for whatever reason, he doesn't even need it.
And God bless you, Philly.
I would say Autobot. I don't know. I would put a team. Vancouver is a bigger city than it was when they first started, and it's close to you, by the way, in Seattle. So it's where 21 Jump Street was filmed. So there's got to be a way. How about the Vancouver chapels after Jump Street? We got to figure some kind of Vancouver Jump Streets. How about the Vancouver Jump Streets? How about
There you
that?
go.
I'd rather hit the Vancouver Evergreens.
That's
there
good.
you go.
And
Can I ask a stupid question?
Yes.
Why is the show called 21 Jump Street?
Tell him, Sarah.
Isn't that the address of the chapel? You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the expert.
Okay.
It's the actual
I
address,
missed that
and
detail.
initially it was called Jump Street Chapel.
Got it. Okay.
And they changed the name because it sounded hipper for Fox to Jump Street. And so the chapel lies on 21 Jump Street.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. I should have known
That's okay.
that.
That's a great. It's a question they rarely, because they changed the name, so they rarely answer it. I can bring anything back to Depp. Sarah's sleepover party. What was it's hitting me now, and we're going to bring up, I think, this guy later, the director of Secret Window, David Koepp. What was he ingesting throughout Secret Window, Sarah?
You have to remind me. I'm sorry.
In full Kurt Cobain mode.
You have to remind me.
Doritos.
Okay, yes.
And Mountain Dew.
Yes, okay. Sorry.
That had to be a product placement. And I wasn't hip to product placement at that time for some reason, and I don't know why. But he is eating Doritos, and I think all Depp fans sort of buying Doritos and Mountain Dew. I was already eating both all the time, but I mean, his character in that eats. It's a Stephen King novel, by the way, based on Doritos, and I don't know if it's in that's a Depp touch. He's like, what, I think my character would be one of these guys would just, he doesn't eat like regular meals. He just has, like Doritos or something, or Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew was like something really when I was in Florida, everybody drank from. I think I did hear him say that, and maybe it's Melvin. Hi, Melvin. Melvin says, "Arms useless knowledge. I don't consider this useless." Street continues. According to Wikipedia, Melvin is the ultimate David, you've seen Melvin's research prowess. It's crazy.
We depend on it.
I
Absolutely.
think we got to bring him in almost like he disappears. He did the Irish exit, and God, are we so happy to have him back. I truly missed him. Like, there's some people that come and go, and you kind of like, what do they call it? Ghosting, the kids say, or whatever.
Yeah.
And you miss him, and time goes on. You're like, I think about Melvin all the time in these things. He was so instrumental to a lot of what we did. He's just one of these great commenters, with always productive. I'm not using. He's a great guy. I'm not for the selfish reasons. Oh, he's going to research for us. That's the only reason. He's just a wit, and he's funny, and he's everything right about chats and comments. Sarah, arms useless knowledge. Double stuff. Wikipedia says Oreos is introduced in 1974. I would have, Melvin, if I had to ballpark that at the earliest, I would have said 87, 88. I can't believe that goes back to 1974. It's crazy.
I would love a package of them right now. I would eat it during the show.
Yeah.
Do you think G Canada has some kind of like Canadian bat signal? Like, if you just bring Canada up anywhere on the internet, he's alerted, or he has like a Canadian alert. And now all we do is bring Vancouver. He wasn't in the chat. We said Vancouver, and there he is.
He was in the chat. You just ignored him.
Montreal should be a destination. Yeah, it should be G Canada. I just think they need a team in the Pacific time zone. I think they need a Canadian team. I think you have to balance Toronto with Vancouver, because they need another team in the Pacific time zone.
That would be so funny if G Canada set his Google alerts to Canada and his phone is just ringing like he has wind chimes in his pocket.
He's so proud of his country, and we're so proud
Should
of
be.
G Canada for being proud. I know, I agree. We're so proud of G Canada for being proud of his country.
He's the G of Canada.
Thank you, Sue Monster.
Thank you, Sue.
I had something to play for Sue Monster. What was do you remember the title of the show we did? God, I got so much shit saved.
The
was it Jennifer
Janko Alan
Grey?
Arkin, or Jennifer Grey, yeah.
Okay, this is I got it right here. I'm sorry, I got it right here. This is Sue Monster. Her submission. We promised we would play this for the Beautiful Day contest.
Ready.
Coming up.
Okay. Oh, yes.
I think this is one of the few ones I actually listened to. All right, here we go.
Listen to David. David's listening to, but he's really listening to his own piano in the background.
Yeah, I'm sitting here like I'm about to accept an Oscar, like with my fingers like to my face, like just.
Well, it's like you're Herb Alpert and she's Notorious B.I.G. sampling your music, right?
I guess.
I mean, this is. She goes, no, please, no. It's really funny, Sue Monster. She has nothing to be embarrassed about.
Everyone did so well in that contest.
This was a contest with that people were making their own music to this cornball song by Ryan Houston. David was the first one to do it. He did this Danny Elfman masterpiece, and then everybody else did their versions of it. This is Sue Monster.
That's all I hear when I hear the original.
You kid? I think that's exactly why she did it that way, because that's all she hears.
Right. It turns into the Charlie Brown teacher.
Her lyrics have the same depth as the original.
That's why I think that's why she did it that way. I can't speak
perfect.
for her, but I think that's why she did it that way.
Sue Monster.
Wow.
Better lyricist than King Norris, Sue Monster. That's what I'll say.
Exactly. Listen, Sue.
Nicest people in our entire community.
Oh my God, I love her.
None.
I love.
David, what's the move you do where you take the hands on the piano and you to end it?
Oh, that's just.
Was there a term for that?
Well, when you drag your thumb up, when you drag your thumb down the piano and try to hit all the keys really rapidly, it's called a glissando.
Sarah, please write that down so I don't forget.
Gliss.
We got to arpeggiate our glissandos.
Yeah.
Good God! You see, you got to learn something on this show once in 3 hours plus.
My music theory corner segment of the Today Show that is the Deppening.
Glissando. How do you spell that?
Glissando. Glissando.
If you're doubting this man's musical prowess, you're pulling out arpeggiate and glissando. I mean, it's just glissando seems like a Cleveland Italian mobster who's on witness relocation. Or something from New York.
Well, and what's funny is most musical terms that classical musicians see are Italian words. So they all sound, like, characters in The Sopranos that had a 2-episode arc.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. Hey, we had to relocate Glissando to Cleveland on witness protection over there. Gave him a new identity, new home, new family, the whole fucking 9.
2 for 5.
Angelia, and thank you so much. That is so kind of you.
Oh wow, thank you.
Danish.
That's what Danish. That's
Danish currency, I believe.
To quote Richard Marx, who I didn't even realize was married to Daisy Fuentes. Speaking of MTV, Sarah.
Yeah, poor Daisy Fuentes. I've had the unfortunate privilege of speaking with Richard Marx, and it wasn't fun.
Can you recap that phone call for everybody?
Yes, the name comes in.
I'm not sure what happened. I'm still not.
And it's an actual name. It's his real name. So it comes up on the screen, right? So I'm like, oh God, could it be? Because I knew I was in like the quote unquote VIP queue. So the tood I got, just the uppityness that I was getting immediately, I got the sense he wanted me to acknowledge who he was,
Right.
and I refused to through the entire 10 minutes. So the rest of it I don't remember, but that's what stood out to me.
What year is this?
Early 2000s.
Oh, he's way antiquated at this point.
Yeah, but
Like,
I knew who he was.
I know, but still, that's a lot of time has gone by. No one's thinking about Richard. In fact, wasn't he the producer of one of those dandy fairy bands? Was it In Sync or
No, I don't think so.
Backstreet Boy? I'm telling you, I've heard that. I swear to
He may have
God.
had like a co-writing credit. I don't know. They didn't write the music.
Angelia, where are you running to now? Oh, Angelia. How many times do you think she's gotten that over her life? Someone singing that Richard Marx song.
One time.
Sarah, you're like a sitcom wise ass. Every time I
Mhm.
watch Golden Girls, I think that is a young B. Arthur.
I could
Great.
only hope, and I wish.
Where do you want to go to now? Speaking of where you want to go to now, there's Johnny Bye Bye. Love to see Lily Rose double stuffed. I'll take a oh my God, Johnny.
This is a family show, goddammit.
Yeah, family show covering Roman Polanski. I was going to say that. Punch to the whole family. Roman Polanski, the animated series. Speaking of that background, Sarah, is that downtown Salem you got there?
No, that would be Portland, dear.
Okay, that's Portland with the Eiffel
Yes, that would be Portland.
Rude's Ghost as the melody kicks in. I see Jean Skirt's cartwheel on 17 Squabble Lane. Glissando. God, Sarah, you did write it down. Please tell me. Do not let me forget this because I don't have my trusty pad in front of me. I usually jot stuff down. Like I have arpeggiate written down. Like
I'm going to text it to you right now.
I have taken
Okay.
detailed notes over everything you have said.
I don't believe you for a second.
Like I always do.
I don't believe you for 1 second, Sarah.
You shouldn't.
I don't believe a word of that.
Hilaria.
Hilaria, I want to have 5 more kids with you.
They just fall out at this stage.
Create my own Orlando Magic team.
You're a weird dude.
I want to. You're the one who wants to shave Alec Baldwin's chest.
I've never said that in my life. You must have had a dream.
The best day in my life is when I walked into a Target in East Setauket and saw Men's Nair, and I thought my prayers are answered. Who's hairier, Sarah? A Dutch Mantel or Alec Baldwin?
I'm gonna say Alec Baldwin.
No, Dutch Mantel is crazy. Did you see that back of his?
Ugh.
That's Sasquatch shit. Dutch Mantel is a wrestler that Kathy Scott might have worked with in the Mid-South wrestling, and I didn't realize this. I was watching an old him against Butch Reed, Hacksaw Butch Reed, and he is a virtual. He makes Robin Williams look like David Hyde Pierce. This guy. George Steele is very hairy, and Ed Wood, co-star of Ed Wood, Autobot. Good catch. Being that David is here, speaking of soundtracks, speaking of composers, David's major competition, and hopefully this knocks this guy off and David jumps in his grave. Danny Elfman. Somehow this story got by me, and he's been accused of sexual harassment / misconduct.
Oh God, it's Opie.
Yeah, look at this, David. I want you to analyze everything about him. I know you think about him all the time, and what you know, and kind of what this is from a few days ago. Danny Elfman accused of sexual harassment female composer. He agreed to pay $830,000. Danny Elfman is in the Tim Burton movies. What does he have to do with Depp? Yes, he's in many, many Depp movies. They are friends. Another creep in Depp's orbit, supposedly here.
He's also friends with Marilyn Manson. They did a reimagining of The Nightmare Before Christmas. I think in Marilyn Manson kind of put his spin on Danny Elfman's music for Nightmare Before Christmas. There's an interview with the two of them from maybe 10, 12 years ago.
And Elfman had to pretend he liked it.
Yeah, right. Well, he probably does like it. I mean, you know.
Well, he can't say, "Oh, this sucks." He can't say, like, when someone, like, when another famous person makes something,
Right.
like, "Oh, this is terrible." You gotta
Right.
pretend you like it. $830,000 settlement. Tell me if you know who this young
Did they?
composer. Now
Yeah.
she's
Do they
direct
name her?
competition for you. Yeah, they do. Nomi Abadi,
I do not
Delabate.
know her.
Okay. See if you can look her up
Yeah.
and see kind of what you'd know. Nomi Delabate, prolific film and television composer. He does The Simpsons too, by the way. I always forget about that.
Yeah.
Known for creating the Simpsons theme song and music behind the Nightmare Before Christmas, Men in Black, Spider-Man, one the Raimi movies. By the way, the screenplay for the first Spider-Man is also David Koepp, who directed Mordecai and Secret Window, Sarah. Mort Rainey was Depp's character in Secret Window. And most recently, Netflix's Wednesday. That's Tim Burton, kind of Addams Family. I think he's a producer, but he doesn't, I don't know what his role in it, but he's got his name's on it. He just cashes the check. Is being sued for breach of contract for failing to make settlement. I didn't know any of this, Debbie. Did you know this story?
This is the first time hearing about this. It's funny. I had breakfast this morning with a friend who played in his Coachella show, and you had texted me by this point that you were going to bring him up, so I sort of asked her some questions about playing for him. I've met him briefly too, and he's a weirdo. But continue, you know.
That's interesting because I just had brunch with Hans Zimmer and just came back from is being sued for breach of contract for failing to make settlement payments due to allegations of sexual harassment. Imagine like you're him and you're obviously really wealthy, but you're on a payment plan for sexual harassment.
Honestly.
You would think you just want to get it out of the way instead of every time you have to be reminded of it with and he's trying to make it go away, it seems like.
One residual check from the Simpsons theme song could pay for that whole thing.
That's a great point. What do you think he gets just from the Simpsons?
So I know he said in an interview recently that it covers his health insurance every year because of when he did it. Like it was through some contract that I'm sorry, I'm just blathering, but
no, it's fine.
But the Simpsons theme song, apart from the TV show, when the show was a bigger deal, was used everywhere in the video games, and it's used at both Universal parks. There's a Simpsons land, so his music is being used all the time. You know,
that's at the California. Or is it at both coasts?
It's in both coasts. Yeah, there's a Simpsons land.
Was it there when you went, Sarah, to Disneyland?
No.
Okay. That sounds cool, actually. That sounds like it's probably really cool.
It's pretty cool. I mean, you know, if you're a fan of the show, like you can go to the different like Moe's Tavern or the Quickie Mart or something.
No, that sounds really cool. I'm not a huge I'm a novice. I'm like I'm a moderate. If Benjamin's a 10 with the Simpsons, I'm a 4
right
or 5. I've seen a lot of episodes. I just don't watch it religiously.
The first 10 years are the only thing worth seeing, in my opinion, but the first 10 of 34 seasons are the but
and it'd be no Simpsons without 21 Jump Street.
Exactly. Yeah. Because it started on Tracy Ullman too.
Yes, it did. Good catch. That's right. It was a short sketch in the end of the Tracy Ullman show on Fox.
Right. But even Nightmare Before Christmas, I think, is another one that when Disneyland or Disney World switches over to their Halloween or Christmas, I mean, think about it. He did a movie where they could commercialize it for 2 major holidays, you know?
Yeah.
So it's
Great
just
point.
always, it's in vogue. It's a movie that's in vogue for like 3 months. It's not just a Christmas movie and it's not just a Halloween movie. And
these are massive hits. I mean, Men in Black is huge. People don't realize how much money the Men in Black series made.
Mm-hmm.
And it was entities, it did animated series and probably video games. And
so I have 2 Danny Elfman stories. They're not even stories. They're just like my closeness to. I worked for an orchestra that we did a Danny Elfman concert each season for like 3 years. And so he came to 2 of them. And one of them, he was being honored with a little, you know, statuette that I could have paid to make up for him, you know, like I could have gone to a trophy store and had it made. So it wasn't a big deal for him, but he left the statuette behind, and so I took it.
You find it. Here's your bowling trophy.
Right. So I have it. It's in my possession because he took it, and the executive director told me, like, do you want it? Like, we're not going to send it to it. You know, he doesn't care, clearly. And then
What a dick.
it was he was very strange. I went to his studio once to pick up. We were doing music he wrote for Dick Tracy.
Yeah, I remember that.
So I went to his studio to pick up the printed music from his assistant, and I didn't see him there, but it's one of these weird, like, it looks like a rundown like storefront building in East Hollywood, which is kind of a shithole. But it has no identifying features on it. Looks like an abandoned storefront, and it's his studio, you know, and that's just to kind of, obviously that's the smart way to do it, because you don't want to tip people off. Like, there's millions of dollars of recording gear in this building, you know.
That's what Trent Reznor did when he had his studio in LA in 2004. That's where it was like a warehouse we had to go to.
Right. So I've been to a studio. I met him briefly at one of the concerts, but I was in a group of people that were saying, you know, hello to him. It was like a receiving line. So he I have friends who've played for him at Coachella, and he is his you know, because he thinks he's a rock star, or he is trying to be a rock star now, where he will literally strip down to just shorts. Like, he'll take his shirt off and like, and he's he almost sounds like a Howard type, where he's like obsessed with calories and not eating enough.
Yeah,
so
it looks
that
anorexic.
Right. But at that age, it just hangs, you know. It's not.
Yeah,
You're
it
not
doesn't
gonna get
look
the
good.
muscle
Like,
tone.
anorexia does not look good post, I don't know, 50, 45. It just, you're right. You need some. It just doesn't. Some people look better heavier, and he's one of them. I don't think he looks good either way, but.
Right. But the lyrics to his songs are super demonic. Like, it really is like satanic. I mean, like, it's not even clever, you know. It's just like, I think it's literally saying, like, you know, we're gonna fuck everyone over, and Satan, and, you know, like, it's just super bizarre. So he's
pushing 70. Do you think you want to go down the satanic hot topic blackface road, pushing 70? Maybe you should have done that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
340.
Right. And Oingo Boingo was such a different endeavor, you know. It's such a different type of pop music.
I forgot about that.
So I don't know if he if that's something that I wonder if meeting Tim Burton kind of brought that out in him, you know, that he has this kind of fetish for.
He's trying to evolve into what Burton thinks is a character, almost like he's.
Like this ironic, macabre, Halloween obsessed kind of aesthetic. Yeah.
Also, too, what they say about they've been talking about the actor strike and the writer's strike, that all the CEOs get all the money. And I'm going to play a clip of this guy, Barry Diller, who is like one of the studio heads. He greenlit 21 Jump Street back in the day for Fox, working with Stephen Cannell. He had a great point. He goes, his counter to it was, he goes, if I were to look at the other, I'm going to play it too. If I was going to look at the other side, I would say, well, the highest paid actors make more than the CEOs do. Mm-hmm. So the top 20 actors make more money than the collective CEOs of these studios in a year. So the Tom Cruises, the Will Smiths, the Depps, well, that's inequality like that. So he said, my rule would be to siphon their off to, but I would go with where I'm going with this is the composers are way more imbalanced than anything in Hollywood. They're not strike like you. It's like Danny Elfman, Hans Zimmer, and then they get all, and you deserve one. So you don't have a union, you deserve one. You look, anyone who watches movies, look at this. You see the same three composers all the time. It's crazy.
Well, and the schedules are unrealistic, where you have to I mean, I'm frustrated by film composers that, and some of the biggest names you have aren't really writing the scores. They have a team of ghostwriters doing it, which
Oh,
they
really? So it says Danny Elfman, but it's actually people imitating Danny Elfman, so he puts his name on it.
Yeah, I don't know if he's. It's kind of hard to talk about because
All right, don't worry
it's like
about it. Don't worry about it. I'll
a
read
best-
on to this.
Yeah, I'll tell you
go on.
privately.
That's okay. That's okay. I get it. You're giving us enough as it is. I will be blackballing Danny Elfman and Hans Zimmer from the business after this, by the way. Elfman, new investigation. Rolling Stone claims Elfman sexually harassed Nomi Delabate, a Grammy-nominated pianist and composer. So she's like 35 years younger than he is. In 2015, 2016. And by the way, so Hooper writes, he's still married to freaking Bridget Fonda, right? Who we haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah, and I think he is related by blood to Jenna Elfman. I think they're cousins, maybe.
Is he a Scientologist?
No.
Oh, I thought I heard Danny Elfman was too. Maybe
I mean, if he might be, I have not heard that about him.
I'm not gonna. Maybe I'm just conflating her name with his. I thought I heard he was too, but I'm not gonna even.
Oh, they're related through marriage. So wait a minute.
Don't worry about it. I'll read on as you look it up. I'll read on.
Sure.
Elfman denies these claims, of course. Delabate is now suing Elfman for breach of contract for failing to make all settle. I'm seeing this a lot too, where people just agree to like a plea bargain down, and then they don't fulfill. Like, oh, I'm not gonna follow through with the payments. You're not gonna call me on it. Make all the settlement payments in a new legal document that have been reviewed by Variety. Rolling Stone uncovers a police report that filed with the LAPD in November of 2017, in which she alleges that Elfman exposed himself, and it's like a Louis C.K. kind of deal. So if you have red hair, you have to expose yourself to your red pubes. If the carpet matches the drapes, and masturbated in front of her multiple times. It's just like Louis C.K. I can't believe they don't bring him up there. Rolling Stone states that the police report categorized the allegations as indecent. See, this show is fun for the whole family. Even this story is very kid-friendly. Elfman denies all accusations of improper behavior in a statement to Rolling Stone, stating that he did not expose himself or masturbate in front of the body. He described the relationship as platonic, and the publication reports and claims that Abadi had attempted to pursue Elfman romantically and retaliated against him after he spurned her advances.
I mean, wouldn't you?
Yes, of course.
I pursue him romantically.
Sorry, ladies, he's taken. All right, look at this picture right here. Sorry, ladies, he's taken.
Hot. I have a fetish for clown hair.
What is he going for with it? I think you're right, David. He's like a parody of himself. He's trying to be a Burton character with Manson influence.
Right.
And what is that? What is that fetish where you got to whip it out and jerk it in front of people just because you enjoy like the shocked look on their face? It's so. Ugh.
I know it's so. Yeah, it's so transgressive and awful. Yeah.
Transgressive.
Aggressive. Yeah.
I thought you made up a coin a new. Transgressive is good, and I think we should run with that.
That is a good parody of the word transgressive. It's gross that you did that.
In Rolling Stone's article, Elfman also is alleged to have coerced Abadi into a nude photo shoot. Now that's pretty specific. When I see stuff like that, I think it's true. Like I'm like,
yeah.
If you know what I mean, like that seems like that happened. I could say, but to answer your question, I think that a lot of people, he's so top of his industry and famous.
Yeah.
A-list of Hollywood or what he does, that he thinks he can get away with anything. And that just, that empowerment has been going on. And now they're being called on it in the Me Too movement. But there was a time when he thought he was so untouchable that you could, no pun intended, that he could do that. And
and he is one of the few people in the field that is known in general pop culture. It's him, Zimmer, John Williams, and then anyone else who's like a boomer film composer. You may know their music, but you don't know their name.
Those are the big three, without a doubt.
Right.
And again, their music is so essential to what, like John Williams and Superman and the Star Wars. It's just like, it's a huge part of, as important as anything almost.
Right. But like, for example, Do you know the name Alan Silvestri? Do you know that name?
Yeah, I've seen it. I don't
Okay.
know him specifically, but I've seen
Right.
it.
So he did the Back to the Future theme, and he did Forrest Gump, and he did, so his music, but he's not like a household name because he's not trying to be some kind of artist that's in quote in front of the camera,
This next one. So he also accused Rolling Stone of presenting a body with a glass of what a body claims Elfman said was semen.
Oh,
Oh God, I'm gonna
Variety
throw up.
reviewed a photo of the glass in question from an email that Elfman allegedly sent a body with a caption in part, "To pique your imagination." A representative for Elfman told Rolling Stone that he never claimed it was semen and categorized the email as a provocative tagline that was meant to be a joke. That's the thing now to get out of this stuff is you're joking all the time. I could see she's
don't
sort of
joke with people that you work with.
That's hilarious. That's
Especially
hilarious.
someone of the opposite sex
Yeah.
who will be
Again-
considered, easily considered a victim of yours.
Yeah.
It's a knee slapper for the whole family. Share that with the family. I mean, that's just it's the joke that keeps on joking. It never gets old. Telling the publication that the substance was actually moisturizing cream
Oh,
from Cetaphil. Cetaphil.
Cetaphil, I use that.
Is it Cetaphil or Cetaphil?
It's Cetaphil, I think. Good stuff. It works.
How do I respond to accusations so serious that being an innocent is not a valid defense? It is excruciating to consider that a 50-year career may be destroyed in one news cycle as a result of vicious and wholly false allegations about sexual misconduct, Elfman told Rolling Stone. Miss Abadi's allegations are simply not true. I allowed someone to get close to me without knowing that I was her childhood crush. And who's not? Right? Who is he not a childhood crush of?
She had a crush on Jack Skellington, not him.
Look at this, ladies. How could this guy not be? He's just like Tom Hansen in Jump Street circa 1988. I mean,
I'm going to frolic through his jowls and his neck skin.
He appears in the Rodney Dangerfield movie Back to School, right? Like Oingo Boingo
I didn't know that.
in the movie. So you can see him on screen in 1985. And, he looks younger and more like but he still is scary looking to me. Like he's just a scary individual.
If you guys see anything in the comments, I'm not looking. I'm reading this from a bigger screen, so I'm not looking at what you're looking at.
Okay.
If you see anything, then I should stop. I'm still going. How do I? Okay, childhood crush, and that her intention was to break up my marriage and replace my wife, who is Bridget Fonda.
Yeah.
At the time, right?
I think so.
You'd think she'd come up in this, but she doesn't. When this person realized that I wanted distance from her, she made it clear that I would pay for rejecting her. I allowed an ill-advised friendship to have far-reaching consequences. In that era, and judgment is entirely my fault. Danny taking ownership. I have done nothing indecent or wrong, and my lawyers stand ready to prove. He's probably got some legal team, I bet.
Oh yeah,
some badass. He does with voluminous evidence that these accusations are false. This is the last I will say on this is very similar to Louis C.K. Like it's,
I don't, there's something about the nature of a settlement that just never looks good.
It's an admission of guilt.
I don't know if it's like this absolutely did not happen, but I don't want to waste the time in my life to fight it. So I'll just throw money at it.
Yeah.
But it's just never going to come off that way,
Well, even during the Depp Heard trial, even Doug Stanhope goes, look, Johnny, I know the real story. I know you're, in the right here or whatever. And I have you back because he said, he's the only one that said this. He's the only one we said it in a different way. And when I thought about what he said, Doug Stanhope said, just don't even go through it. Just settle. He goes, the stank from this trial is never going to leave you. It's not worth the time. It's just let it go. And he's like, we all know the truth. And he's so right, because was anybody turned? The public opinion was in Depp's favor the entire time. Like before you even go through with it, like this stuff, you just leak. So it was complete waste. Because the stank of Fairfax is never going. You can't, despite how voluminous, as Variety says, his career is. No one's ever going to look at him again in the same way without thinking of that trial. You can't.
Right.
Now I have the ability to, but that's like the sycophants. I'm talking about the 1 percentile who've been a fan of his since. But there's the layperson, even fans of his. You're always thinking of, you can't bring his name up anymore and not induce Fairfax.
Yeah.
And that
I
was
also,
the biggest fear I had.
yeah, and I also think we're getting to a point in popular culture where if you're not famous and you don't work in show business, like my rule is everybody is a creepy asshole until proven not
Otherwise,
to be.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not the other way around.
Yeah. And when you can, even like when you were saying about like this, it's an admission of, settling is an admission that I did it. You just don't want it to drag on longer, and you thrive. And like an NDA is an admission of guilt.
Right.
And I say this like during all the Trump stuff that's going on now with, his big thing is delay. I say, if you, obviously, if you have any shred of innocence or non-culpability, you'll say, I can't wait to prove my innocence. I'm not delaying anything. Let's get this shit over with now. I'm on now. I'm not delaying anything. Let's get it on. I can't wait to prove that I'm right. A delay to me is a total admission of guilt, because you're hoping something happens. You're hoping there's some loophole. You're hoping if you're innocent, you can't wait to battle it out in court.
Right.
Which is kind of what Depp did.
Yeah.
He sort of like couldn't wait to get in the ring.
I remember, is there like from one of the voice memo recordings he took of him and Amber talking, like he's really cogently saying like, I can't wait to go to trial with you or something like.
Yeah.
There's some definitive.
Both. Yeah. There's another audio of him saying, Amber, do you really want to battle this out in court? Do you really want to go to? So he's trying to talk her out because he knows how this is gonna meander and settle. It's both.
Okay.
It was the last phone call. He says, "I'll see you in court."
Yeah.
At the very end.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
A spokesman for Elfman told Rolling Stone Elfman's about his limited interactions, which did not involve sexual contact, were fully consensual now. So it just keeps they go, okay, well, it was they're going to keep like caving into, oh, well, he did do this and he did do that. His spokesperson also told the publication that the settlement was a reaction to the Me Too movement. When faced with threats from the other party to go public with untruths and the height of the Me Too movement, Elfman faced the impossible choice between settling and continuing his career and earning a living for his family. When someone like who's like a multi-millionaire says earning a living, you don't get to use that phrase, earning a living.
It's like Howard refusing to retire because it might all go away.
Yeah. People, my mother is $40,000 a year. Assisted living bills.
One broadcast could pay for like a year of her health care, right?
10 minutes.
Did Mr. Elfman admit he sent that email with the photo?
Read on. Danny, it seems like he's, without saying it, he did admit it. Danny chose his family over Danny. How many kids does he have? I don't even. It seems
too many.
It is disappointing, but sadly not surprising, that his baseless narrative would be reviewed now that the payments have stopped. Accusations alone should not and do not equate guilt. Danny will defend himself and clear his name with the volume of evidence and the other party's own words. Her words speak for themselves. An attorney for a body, Jeff Anderson, at the firm of Anderson and Associates, disputes Elfman's version of the events. It says Elfman said that his relationship with Nomi, a body, was platonic and consensual. His account is as bizarre as his conduct towards her was years ago. It was not platonic, it was bizarre. A body who did not speak to Rolling Stone for the investigation had entered into a non-disclosure agreement with Elfman. See, that's an admission of guilt. Anytime an NDA comes, you cannot talk about this because I'm embarrassed about every step of the way of this.
Right.
To me, an NDA is a total admission of guilt. Anytime you're told to sign one of those, the person has 1,000 things to hide. I always think that.
I don't think he has kids. It says, his Wikipedia says he's married to Bridget Fonda. They got married in 2003, and it doesn't list any children.
That would be
think he has
great.
kids. Yeah.
The judge goes, Mr. Elfman, you don't have, less than amount, you don't have any kids. I don't
Well,
even
also, I love that. Like, I need to provide for my family. My actress wife,
Yeah,
whose
what
mother
family?
is one of the most famous actresses in the entire
Right.
world. My
Peter Fonda.
grandfather,
Yes,
my
yes.
grandfather Henry Fonda was like one of the founding Hollywood actors. You know,
Nepo baby personified.
right.
Rolling
It's like the
Stone's
Gwyneth
report
Paltrow.
says that a body signed a non-disclosure agreement, feeling that she had no choice. A friend of a body who spoke to the publication said she felt her career would be over if Elfman was a creep. And she's right. I'm sorry to say that's still unfortunately how this industry works. A body filed a complaint against Elfman on Wednesday morning at the LA Superior Courthouse for breach of contract for not paying the full amount of her settlement in court documents, which have been obtained by Variety now. Go ahead,
Well,
David.
I love that this only came out because he's just late on payments.
Yeah.
It's not even that it's like the settlement stuff was private until he fell behind in payments. Like, what
And
a
now it
stupid.
forced his hand to try
Right.
to defend himself badly. A body's legal team writes that the parties agreed to resolve an underlying dispute in July 2018, which included Elfman making 4 payments over the course of 5 years, totaling $830,000. What do you think he gets, David, for a movie? Elfman. Say
He's
Spider-Man 1.
back in those days, I mean, he might have been getting 1 to 4 million.
Okay. And that's now would be 4 at the minimum.
Well, I mean, he's a big enough deal that he probably will always get this. I think there are composers who are of his generation that they were, because there was just so much, they were burning cash in the 90s, that they would get $1 million for a score for a major movie. But now maybe it's like 500, 600,000. I mean, there's just, the money is going to other places, and I don't know. But Elfman is enough of a big deal that I think that's the other thing too, is he's continued to work where many of his contemporaries have sort of slowed down because they're getting into their late 60s and maybe they just didn't reheat the hopper of director relationships.
Right.
And I think that much like the Gen X producers who wanted to work with Beth Stern because they were fans of Howard as teenagers.
Yes.
I think there's a lot of teenagers in positions of power today that want Danny Elfman because they're, they have wet dreams about Nightmare Before Christmas. So
no doubt about it. No question. Some of the settlement funds would be made to charitable organizations and not directly to a body, the docs allege. The complaint does not mention the cause of settlement being for a body's allegations, but Rolling Stone reports, based on multiple sources and documents, that the dispute refers to claims of sexual misconduct. A source close to a body confirms to Variety that the underlying allegations concern sexual harassment. You don't pay $830,000 for a non-consequential issue, this individual tells Variety. A spokesman for Elfman tells Variety a statement, well, we can't comment on a lawsuit that we haven't received. The fact is, it's made its way to the media before the defendant further shows it is another stunt in years-long campaign to demand money from Mr. Elfman and his family. The allegations are baseless. They love saying family over and over again. Elfman's spokesperson also provided Variety with numerous documents, including screenshots of text messages and emails from a body as reinforcing evidence. It's amazing now in court. Like, it's so much technology and this whole metadata thing. And God, what did you do back in the day when there was no texts to exchange and there was no, it's so different now. All of it is like technology-based evidence. And you just sort of go, what did something like this happen back in the day when you couldn't produce this kind of evidence? It's like what we say about Seinfeld, like cell phones changed the whole game in every single scene.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Rolling Stone spoke to numerous friends about a body who corroborated with her allegations, and the report states that a body's friends recall her excitement when she met Elfman in 2015, and she was hoping he'd take on her as a mentee and be a launch pad for her career. The report continues, Abadi visited Elfman's recording studio several times over the year where Abadi's misconduct claims were alleged to have taken place. I'm sure it did. Abadi's police report states that Elfman's demeanor turned from ostensibly friendly to inappropriate within the first year, Rolling Stone writes. The publication also reports that Abadi claimed in her police report that Elfman would answer the door here we go, of this recording studio in a bathrobe with no clothes underneath, explaining, hey, this is the way I like to work. Abadi claimed in her police report now again, it's very specific.
Yeah,
it's very Abadi claimed that Elfman allegedly insisted that the masturbating would help with his creativity.
He's backed up.
I could see him saying that. You know how like you're trying to go to sleep after rubbing one out.
I don't need to know what you gentlemen do. I don't.
That's a male cliche. I hate men. Friends of Abadi told the publication that Elfman would invite her into the sauna. Who is a sauna? And David, do you have a sauna in your recording studio? I mean, watch Beautiful Day. Would you have a sauna in the background?
No. I mean, there's no air conditioning that reaches my room, so it's like a sauna. But
which is his spokesperson denied. She looked at him as a mentor, a friend of Abadi told Rolling Stone, adding that she did not realize at the time that Elfman was absolutely crossing a barrier. Another friend tells Rolling Stone he said he wanted to show her his authentic self. Apparently that's
what you call it.
Being naked a lot. Abadi is an outspoken activist and has spoken to the media in the past about corruption and toxicity across the music industry, stating that the Me Too movement has skipped over the world of composing now, but she has alleged Elfman as a perpetrator. This is the first time Elfman has been named in a connection with her allegations. Earlier this year, Abadi joined a group of sexual misconduct survivors at a press conference during the Grammys. I wonder, wow, did you ever see that? I wonder how that went.
I didn't. Yeah.
I was at the meeting. Yes, it was very informative.
To urge the music industry to stop enabling the culture of harassment. Abadi is the founder of the Female Composer Safety League. Jesus Christ! I mean, that's. I bet you Mira is going to join that, right? Let's Black Canary and Mira, an organization dedicated to the empowerment of women, working in coordination with the Justice League of America and in the business. She has said that she is committed to exposing toxic and abusive conditions that go unchecked in composing studios and to stop Black Manta, Cheetah, and Grob the Gorilla.
Can I just say, film music is appalling now, just from the perspective of everything is a studio. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Everything is a sweatshop. And I think that I came here because all I wanted to do was write music. I don't need any help writing the music. I may need help obviously I need musicians to come play it. I need a recording engineer to record it, but there is these abusive environments set up by many composers to complete 55 minutes of full orchestra music for Madagascar 7 in 72 hours.
Right.
And people are working 80-hour work weeks. And as I said, there's no guild or union to protect these people. I think
you guys have it much worse than any writer or the Actors Guild. You have a way bigger case. Like, this is something to get behind. You have a much stronger case.
So I think that there's a certain group of composers that they didn't want to spend the time training to be able to write as one person, and they just wanted to be like an impresario and farm out all the writing that needed to be done, but that they would get the credit. But they've torn the term composer limb from limb, where they're basically just a producer. And if they're credited as having produced the score, I would be fine with that, but that is not what composing music is. So I really, I've avoided working for these people, even though it's, quote, a faster track maybe to getting pulled from those sweatshops to be considered as someone who can do a movie on your own. I don't want to have anything to do with it, because I think it's also very easy to get trapped there, and they stop you from being able to succeed at some point,
Yeah.
Because they're threatened by you or something. So
Jones Rooney goes, just like Howard, his former bandmates, some of them were having to drive over to drive over to make ends meet and play weekly gigs as a reunion band without Elfman, of course. Elfman's guitarist
Yeah.
arranges and orchestrates all his music.
Yeah, Steve
Is that true?
Bartek, who I've also met. Yeah.
Oh, my Steve Bartek over here. I don't even know that name.
Yeah, he was in Oingo Boingo, and he I think he's a drummer actually.
Oh, okay.
Or no, they're right. He's a guitarist. But and you know who else was an orchestrator for Elfman early on was Shirley Walker.
Oh wow, she's
That's why
in
she
all
got
the Warner Brothers animated series.
that's why she got the Batman animated series, because I think Elfman wasn't going to do it. He had taken off as a movie composer, but they needed someone to do the TV show.
Well, that's funny because that makes a lot of sense because Elfman's name's not shown in the credits for Batman the animated series, but it's his
It's his
score
theme,
from
right.
from the Burton movie. They used
And she just adapted it into new material.
I didn't realize that. Thank you for that. I didn't. I mean, I knew his name wasn't in the credits, and I never thought, well, why isn't his name in it? It's just her. Yeah, it's Shirley Walker.
She worked on there's that early slew of like he did Batman, Darkman, and Dick Tracy, and she worked on all of them.
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know she was on Dick Tracy.
Yeah.
David thinks G. Canada thinks she should become a Scientologist in order to enhance her career. It's not people have done worse. That is a move people do. He's not going to do it, but that's a move people do.
No, I'm so afraid of what would happen if I walked into a recruiting office. I'm so afraid of being kidnapped or
I would have my miscabages about that too, W.
Your miscavige misgivings. Right?
Isn't it? It's so close to that word. You just rearrange the lettering. Why would you stick around after the first time you did it? Who goes back for seconds? Well, in that industry, it's so rarefied. She's got the power over her. I could see her coming back for more and just being like, oh, I don't know, I can't quit now. I don't know. She's so much younger than him too, like ridiculously younger, 35 years younger. Johnny Bye-Bye, we're getting to the point. This is funny. We're all women now should be implanted with body cameras when they are born. That's funny. Yeah. That's going to be a new thing now. You're going to have like, GoPro, like mini GoPros, and women run around with those. He looks younger in 1985. G. Canada goes, he looks younger in 1985.
I know. Sorry, that was a stupid comment. Yeah, Captain Obvious over here.
Ben 4810 goes, oh, come on. It's just a provocative tagline. It's meant to be a joke. Works every time. Get out of jail free card. Trouble line.
Look, I know I killed him, but it was a joke. I can't.
Let me back to the article here. Elfman has been one of the most influential, powerful composers in the film scoring world since the 1980s, having composed 100 film scores throughout his 4-decade career. Elfman is known for his long association with Tim Burton, of course, on films like Batman, Beetlejuice, Edward Scissorhands, and the Netflix series Wednesday, which has been campaigning for Emmys now. Elfman is responsible for music in a number of other superhero movies, including Marvel's Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. Oscar-winning films include Good Will Hunting and Blockbuster. I forgot he was in Good Will Hunting.
Mm-hmm.
God, I forgot about that. Blockbuster franchises like Men in Black and 50 Shades of Grey. He is most famous. God, it's insane. His
filmography is insane. Yeah.
He's most famous as a performer for his voice work as Jack Skellington in the songs of Nightmare Before Christmas, for which he composed. As a musician, Elfman got his start in the rock realm as a frontman for the group Oingo Boingo, which he returned to releasing his own albums in 2021's Big Mess, which is followed by high-profile concerts, mixing his rock and orchestral work at Coachella. I wonder, Sarah, if Depp's kids opened for them in South Florida at some point when they were touring. Sounds like something to ask Lori Allison.
Yeah. Oh, maybe.
And he knew Elfman before either one of them were famous.
Yeah, Elfman's Los Angeles native. I think he grew up in Santa Monica. So
what would he be doing in South Florida? Yeah,
but maybe. I mean, if they were touring.
But when he got to L.A. following Lori Allison, would they possibly have opened for them then?
It might. That might be. That was like the height of their relevance. Oingo Boingo was probably like 82 to 85. I would say
that's perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. I bet you they did.
Yeah.
Let's say they did. And Emmy and Grammy. Elfman was honored with Disney Legend Award, and in 2022 with the Society of Composers. You know this one, Debbie? Society of Composers and Lyricists Lifetime Achievement Award.
Yes,
Who
I know
else
all the
has
nerds
that?
who go to that. Yeah.
Do you go to that?
No, I never go.
The accusations stand to tarnish a legendary career for the Oscar-nominated Elfman. He's never won an Oscar. He's only been
No,
nominated.
he's been nominated 4 times for, I think 4 times for Good Will Hunting, Big Fish. He did the score to Milk with Sean Penn.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I think there's one other one, but I'm forgetting what it is.
Harvey Milk action figures.
Right.
Wait a minute. That's just like Depp, although one less. Depp has 3 Oscar nominations, and he should have been nominated. He should have won for Black Mass, and has zero Academy Awards.
Men in Black is his 4th nomination. So I think that was in the same year he was nominated for Good Will Hunting or they were a year apart. Sorry. Yeah.
But also to shine a light on the world of composing, a sector of the music industry that has scarcely been explored during the Me Too movement. Not only that, scarcely explored during the writers and actors strike as non-union, as deserving their benefits and their due. And a lot of times there are movies where the music is better than the goddamn movie and better than the goddamn writing.
And I will say that, as I've been here and been sort of disappointed with, just from a business practices point of view, the film music side of things is handled. It's made me want to do other things in addition to the composing, to just kind of air out my soul a little bit, because it is very cutthroat, and it is very unfair, and it is very much based on, can you sort of create a cult of personality around yourself to create the people who are talented to be your ghostwriter,
right,
and make them think that it's leading to something for them, so that it's been a fraught experience living out here, because I love what I do so much, but I'm surrounded by people that just do not feel the same way about it. They are just trying to profiteer. They're trying to do the least amount of. I don't understand why you would go into film scoring to, there's so many easier ways to make money and profiteer. I don't know why you would choose film scoring to do that. That seems like, be passionate about it and want to be trained.
That's my pet peeve amongst anything in entertainment or sports.
Right.
The NBA is going through this now, and Sarah's heard me rant about this. I mean, I could use it for any walk of life, any form of entertainment, but I'll just use it for basketball. In basketball, the NBA, it's unfortunately wrought with tall people who were forced to play basketball at a very young age, who never had a passion for the game. They got very good at it. They're 7 feet. What choice do you have? This gym teacher plucked you out of a line and said, you have to play basketball. You're tall. You have no choice. I was like, all right, I guess it's an instant, road to popularity. And maybe the guy had a natural proclivity for it and was able to get just good enough to make the NBA. And now you have a league full of maybe more than half of these guys who never really loved the game. They're just there for what the game can give them and not the love of the game. And now they'll sit out whenever you let them. They'll fake injuries, and they're there for the money and the lifestyle and not the game. And that's the biggest problem now this goes for anything. This goes for acting. I want to be, right? People move out there. I want to be famous. I want to be rich, but you don't have a particular passion for any of the arts. You don't have a passion for cinema or acting or writing or singing or comedy. You ask any comedian, because I can take you out of this comedy cellar right now and give you a sitcom. They'll take it in a second. They never loved, we talked about this on the Seinfeld thing.
Right.
They never loved stand-up. They want to be famous. There's a difference.
Yeah. And I think that there is a Hans Zimmer of costume design. There is a Hans Zimmer, every discipline in Hollywood has someone who is sort of dehumanizing that particular discipline, so that either they get all the jobs, or they're seen as valuable to the studio CEOs, because the studio CEO's job is to eliminate jobs, to make it as cheap as possible. So, there will always be those people who are not in favor of the art form. There is a way to balance the commerce with the art. I know people think there isn't, but there is. But there's also there's just a sort of cutthroat business side of it that I think you don't see in the actual final products of these movies that affects people's ability to get jobs and also know their place on this planet, where it's like, I don't need all the jobs in the world. Like,
Right.
that's unfair.
Hoarding, right? And that's the the have and the have-nots. It goes on in every walk of life.
Exactly.
Hollywood being one of them. I mean, it's amazing. Sometimes I see you see a guy who is a multi-millionaire. Like, do you really need, like, you see, like, actors doing voiceover. Billy West complained about this all the time. Did you ever
Right.
hear Billy West rant about Cameron
Yes, about
Diaz
need to
doing
be famous
yeah,
to be
yeah.
a voice actor now.
Yes,
Yeah.
and now it's like the talented people who are true voiceover artists who just do that, have no interest in being seen on camera, can't get the work because Cameron Diaz is doing Shrek. But you can
Right.
take a zillion talented female actresses to do that voice for 1/15 of what she's getting. You don't need, no one's seeing Shrek to see Cameron Diaz
Exactly.
because she's doing, no one. I dare you to find one person who saw Shrek because Cameron Diaz voiced it, and they could save tons of money on not casting her.
Totally. Yeah. And I said, I think we talked about this with even, the Harry Potter movies at the beginning. No one was seeing it for the kids. They weren't known quantities yet. So
Right.
they're seeing it for the art of the concept or the art of the filmmaking or whatever it is. And yeah, I have a lot of thoughts on just the merging of people who are actually passionate, who bothered to get trained in their artistic discipline, and how you bring that to commerce, and how you are not self-centered and hoarding things and, taking all the marbles, as Mr. Martling once said.
I remember, I talk about this on here all the time. Samuel Jackson was interviewed somewhere, and he does this all the time, and he was complaining rightfully about rappers getting cast in black lead roles. He's like, I worked in the theater since the 70s and years
Right.
and years with super talented black actors who can't get arrested on Broadway, and you're casting 50 Cent and DMX and this shit. And he's like, I can't stand it. I can't take it. These people work years and years on their craft. You're just throwing in LL Cool J, and it was great. I can't remember what it was. I think it was like a Charlie Rose type of interview kind of thing, where he went into, because he actually had a theater company. I think he ran a theater company like in the late 70s or something. And he saw all these really talented black thespians just not able to make a living. And he's watching rappers get casted over and over again. Johnny Bobby goes, Depp gets people to sign NDAs to just ask his bodyguards and Amber's family. His bodyguard stuff is, Sarah, you remember the story, right? With the guys where he's muling cocaine. They said endangerment, where their job literally was to get drugs for him and to transport him. If he had, there's a story that he had cocaine on his nose, and they had a picture of it, and that's it. So that was that. They supposedly, and I don't know what became of that. That he might have thrown money at them with two bodyguards. I think they're shown in transporting Lily Rose and Jack through the airport. I think those are the two guys. Remember that we played it on here once.
I remember that video.
Taking them through LAX. It was really bizarre. And they're going through security, and the buckets come out and the whole thing. And David is like Tony Soprano. I got in at the end. The good times are over. G Canada has a point about anything. I've worked in places where you ever start a job where you're hearing all these stories from people that work there that go, oh my God, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, we brought out kegs on Friday. We got to do this. We had more personal days. We had 3-hour lunches, and you got there and everything is like buttoned up now, and you have to hear the stories about the good old days when it was great.
I think about it this way. Like, John Williams started composing for film in 1960, the year before the studio system had collapsed. And that's also the year when the last time the writers' strike and SAG-AFTRA Writers Guild and SAG-AFTRA were striking at the same time, and television was a big threat to movies. And composers used to be under contract to studios from like 1930 to 1959. And you had a guaranteed job. You had all of your benefits through the movie studio. Every studio had their own orchestra that would show up as a 9-to-5 job. So you'd play, a movie score from 9 to 12, take a lunch break, then do a Tom and Jerry cartoon, then take another. I'm not kidding. Like
I know.
the
Tom and Jerry,
rosters
the underrated score.
Right.
I remember that.
And when the studio system collapsed and no one was under contract anymore, composers became this glorified freelance thing where now you got to hustle. You don't have, daddy movie mogul studio head getting you the jobs. And, John Williams was at that nexus point when he's like 34, 32, 34, where he really had to hustle in the 60s to meet as many filmmakers as he could to get a career going. I mean, Jaws is probably his first big movie. It was the 60th movie he did in his career, and he was 43 years old.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
So
you have encyclopedic knowledge of these guys.
Because it's even though times are very different, it's a similar situation where a new medium has sort of collapsed the business model that existed before. And now it's like, how do I reassess and try to understand where the direction of the kind of movies I want to be involved in, like, where are they going? Who's going to be producing them?
Yeah.
Will they be in theaters anymore? And how do I get involved?
Yeah. Definitely. The more you know, I mean, sometimes it can depress you because the more you know, the more knowledge you have, it eats your brain. But the more you know, the more names you could drop, the more direct. I mean, it should help.
Yeah.
It can't arming yourself with knowledge in that industry because it's a very, very tricky landscape. It's as G Canada says, sounds like David needs a union. What it takes, and it just hits me, you need Elfman, Williams, and Hans Zimmer to start that's who you need to get behind the union in order for it to pop.
And the problem is, like, the famous composers are like, I got mine. I got mine. I'm worth $100 million. I don't need to do shit.
And I went through it the hard way, and we didn't have a union, and we survived. And
right.
Me, and they have no relation of. It's almost like today the parents who are empathetic towards their kids who now are faced with buying a home. They're like,
right.
I bought a house for $12,000, a 2-story house in 1976. You can't do that shit anymore. Inflation, salaries have not risen with what real estate and rent has.
Right.
So you can't criticize someone for not owning a home because it's not the same situation it was.
Yeah. We got lucky after World War II and squandered it in like a generation and a half, So.
And so there's nothing worse. And I feel like it's a sociopath that has no empathy for the next generation, or it's just like they're a different set of problems. It can be easier in some ways. This doesn't seem like it's easier.
No,
it just doesn't.
It's not.
And it's amazing to me. Everybody, who thinks you're trying to, like, the writers and the actors are trying to get you to sympathize with them. Fuck them. The composers have it way worse. I didn't even realize that you didn't have a union.
And by the way, I sympathize with the 87% of SAG-AFTRA that is making $12,000 a year.
Yeah, that's what he's fighting for.
Right.
Johnny Bob goes, she was probably able to describe his wrinkly ass penis, so Elfman had to pay up. That's from the Epstein trial, right? Egg-shaped penis.
Oh.
You have what was described as an egg-shaped penis? Like the only time you ever hear Epstein talk is like in that. It's like there's literally like 2 sentences of him recorded in all that time.
Right.
Very, very difficult.
Listening to this filth coming out of his mouth.
Crazy Robin, welcome. She goes, for you guys, sure. You have to get in the car or roll all alone. It makes me hate part of the 80s. Thank you, my beloved David, says Crazy Robin.
Oh, thank you.
But Ben goes 4810. Female composer, safety league, social media is very amusing and very predictable. It's just kind of superhero feel, like the Birds of Prey. It's like I was on vacation in LA, says Autobot, and my hotel was next to the Scientology Center. I would walk by it, and I had an uneasy vibe.
You know what's interesting about the Celebrity Center? It's in a really hipster doofus part of Hollywood. So across the street is like these hip coffee shops, and I was there once where I was at one of the doofus douchebag coffee shops, and the Celebrity Center was having like a barbecue, and they were playing like "Rock You Like a Hurricane" really loudly, and just trying
I
to
can't
make
believe
it.
you even know that song. The Scorpions.
It was really cringy because they're trying to make it seem like, yeah, man, you should join up with Scientology. We're just doing like normal 4th of July
Rock You Like
barbecue
a
stuff.
Hurricane.
Yeah, right.
Oh, the Scorpion Scientologist?
I
Maybe. I don't know.
yeah,
Maybe.
could be.
That would be a funny one for you to recompose in David classical style.
Right.
Rock You Like
That's
that
the
would be
whole
really funny.
point of the Celebrity Center is they have a building where they can bring the celebrities, lock them in basically, and convince them this is really what Scientology is.
Right.
They don't take them to the daycare for the Sea Org where the babies are covered in fruit flies.
Yeah.
Sarah, didn't you tell me that one of the guy from Science, the defector, the male, Leah Remini, came down with cancer?
Oh, Mike Rinder has throat cancer.
And is it treatable?
If you watch, well, hold on. If you watch her show, he's the guy that's with her in every episode. He has the white hair. He used to be the spokesperson for Scientology, and he escaped. They think he's stage 4, so I don't know how curable it is, but they seem to believe they have the proper doctors to help him.
When I introduce Leah to the Sea Org, he loves saying the Sea Org.
And I did buy you his book for your birthday, and I'm sure you haven't even cracked it open yet.
Johnny Bye Bye sent me
No comment.
the digital right at the same time. I want Danny Elfman to sign my Scientology book. He goes, I'm not a Scientologist. Yes, you are.
Get Jenna.
You feel like you should be. I don't know why. Welcome, Ida Greenback. She's in the car listening. That's always amazing, the technology. I always forget. You actually could just turn YouTube on. How does satellite radio even survive that you could just... People don't realize that you could just listen to YouTube in your car.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I don't know why anyone would adhere to a radio schedule anymore.
I know. It's so antiquated. Speaking of Bruce Witkin, Kathy, I found a new unsealed transcripts of his full testimony, not the edited one that we saw in Fairfax. It's really, really interesting. It's really. I was even thinking about doing that here, where I was going to play Witkin, and Sarah was going to play Brett Hoff, or I think it was Ben Chu doing it. I just skimmed through it. There's a lot of stuff in there that wasn't in Fairfax. That obviously. I find that this Whitney Hurd's one is crazy, Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
The unsealed, the full transcript she had, not when she testified, the unsealed one. She goes.
She left early.
Yeah, very sad, very, very sad background. Makes me truly feel sorry for her.
I don't. She left the deposition early because she said she was feeling ill. So they were unsure because they weren't able to get a full deposition if she was even going to testify at the trial, because it wouldn't be fair to the plaintiff.
Hey, G. Cannon, what did Keanu Reeves do? So, yeah, Keanu Reeves is immense, Jamie. He's constantly doing stuff under the... He's... I've never heard anyone say a bad word about him. Constantly donating money, and he just doesn't... He's everything right about making it in Hollywood. Yeah. I've never heard a bad word about him.
Isn't Schwartz and Sandy's near the Celebrity Center?
What is that?
Isn't Schwartz and Sandy's near the Celebrity Center? That's Tom Sandoval's new restaurant.
Oh, yeah. Let me look that up.
Okay.
I'm curious.
Crazy Robin goes, me more, David. The true compassion has eroded. Sadly, don't lose your passion in town.
Oh,
Agreed.
I won't.
That is a true tragedy, and someone loses that because of
a long time ago.
Yeah. Unfulfilled potential does sadden me. I mean, it just, I don't know.
So Jamie goes, G Canada, right. I'm told the story. He was due, I think, Keanu Reeves, 20 million some kind of back end, and he told the movie to give it to the 20 stuntmen that did The Matrix and the others because they did all the hard. That's exactly right.
Oh, that's
Nice Canadian boy too, G Canada. Keanu is originally from. That's a great story. He's absolutely right. David, you gonna say something?
No, go ahead.
He's looking something up for me.
Yeah.
On to the next.
John, didn't you see Rango because Depp was in it? Yeah, I did, of course. Oh, you talk about voiceovers because that's him the whole time, and it's only him, and it's billed as it's a Gore Verbinski. But I'm crazy. I'm talking about the humanoids, Johnny Bye Bye. I'm talking about the lay people with voiceovers that go to see. No one is seeing flippin' Shrek because Cameron Diaz is in it. Depp and Rango is a way different thing. He's the whole movie, and I'm crazy. I'm a 0.0001 percentile that's going to see it. I'm talking about the lay people that make that movie a hit. And Rango didn't do anywhere near what Shrek did. And so with that Elfman story, in line with what we're talking about, I'm not hung up on continuity, but this is a good opportunity to play Barry Diller, who is a longtime Hollywood executive, giving the other side of the actors' strike. Now, Barry Diller, the way I know this guy's name is he is the executive who greenlit 21 Jump Street in the late 80s with Stephen Cannell and, of course, our Patrick Hasberg.
Sorry to Sarah. It's right across the street from the Celebrity Center. It's right in the stretch of places I was talking about. So,
well, it's a stop on my West Hollywood tour, Vanderpump Rules tour.
Yes.
So I guess I can stop by the Celebrity Center and see if I can join Scientology.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Barry Diller was on CBS's Face the Nation last weekend, which I'd seen on my YouTube feed, and I saw the Diller name immediately. I was like, the Jump Street thing, and it's the same. These guys gotta be. By the way, what was I looking at today? Somebody who's going to turn 80. It was great. Oh, Roman Polanski, who we're going to talk about later. You know, he's 90.
Yeah,
90.
I believe it. Yeah.
God damn. Born in 1933. So
yeah, because he did like Rosemary's Baby is like 1968, and he had already been directing in Europe before that. So yeah, he's old.
Barry Diller, I don't know if you can look his age up. He's here, and he I thought he was old when Jump Street got greenlit. He's still at it, commenting here, and he's still one of these executives that won't let it go.
Yeah,
he's commenting on he's 81. Okay, it makes sense.
Worth $4.1 billion.
Jesus, $4.1 billion.
Yeah.
So he's commenting on kind of both sides. He's like, this is what the executives are thinking, and this is what and he's, he's one of the few executives that are coming on here to talk about it. So let's see what he says.
Industry ground to a near complete halt last week when the union that represents actors, SAG-AFTRA, joined writers on the picket line. A disclosure, some CBS News staff are SAG-AFTRA members but work under a different
Make you feel good, David, and this is what the Deppening does. I think any given writer, and there's a very rarefied few that aren't replaceable, are far more replaceable than you are, and your talent.
Yeah, I mean,
and this isn't bragging. I'm saying this because what you do is a very specific skill set, and to put a button on this, Benji Bronk and Elisa Jordana are considered writers, and you know how stupid sometimes there are writing staffs that people just hire their friends. They have no business scribing anything, putting pen to paper, and being creative in any way, shape, or form. It is a bullshit industry that hires bullshit people. There's some very talented ones, but there are some, at the same time, there are some hacks that turn my stomach.
I think
your industry doesn't have that. It's far more.
I think if you are talented because you have to understand that like composing music for film is a different thing than composing for yourself or for just a commission for an orchestra or something like that. It's a different skill set entirely. And I would say the same is true of writing for television is a different skill set than writing a novel, right? Directing a film is a different skill set than directing a stage play. So the talented people, in my opinion, understand that you're shining the light of your artistic discipline through the prism of film, and that you can't be a diva about, well, I want it to be more like a stage play, or I want the music to be more up in the final sound mix and stuff. And it's like, no, you have to understand what the medium of film is. It's greater than the sum of its parts. It's not about you being featured. You can't write a film score as if it's just for you to jerk off on the film so you get your musical voice out there. You have to understand the film coming at you as an audience member, so you know how to create the music that it sounds similar to stuff that's come before, so the audience kind of knows what they're dealing with, but also get your voice weaved into it as well. I'm kind of rambling, I'm sorry, but I think that there's people that just don't have an appreciation for the history of film, that come to Hollywood and they think that they're going to shake things up or do it their own way, in a way that is not, it doesn't work in good faith with the other disciplines that you have to work with in order to make a successful product, you know? So
yeah, that definitely.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. I agree with every word. Right, Pellel, not to pile on the Stuttering John tedium.
Oh, I enjoy it. I'll do it.
No, well, you know what she's saying, right? I mean, Pellel's right. I don't want to.
Yeah. He's a writer of One Too Many and the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar roast. He was out at on the picket line.
No, Pellel's
the
right on
day.
the money, but John is the paradigm. He is the personification of bullshit writing, of how someone gets hired in the industry. His story is, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. Leno thought I was interesting, quirky guy. Now I'm a writer on his staff. He had absolutely zero business being in that business. And yet that's how that industry works. Shit, weird happenstance, cronyism, stuff like that. And that look at Jimmy Kimmel's staff. It's all his relatives. This is what you're defending. It's not merit-based. John is the greatest thing for the executives to use against them. Like, literally go, Stuttering John Melendez is considered a writer.
Yeah.
You know how replaceable, you're that replaceable. That I would literally use that as my defense. You're that replaceable.
Bring a DVD of One Too Many to the
just
picket line.
You know what I mean? Like, look at Jimmy Kimmel's writing staff. It's like his third cousin and aunt and uncle, and he's taking care of his family, but that's how that is. It's cronyism, it's nepotism, it's bullshit. And they're so replaceable, it's not even funny.
I also think that we just have way too much content. I mean, it is partly like a thing where it's like, I think I said this on the Seinfeld watch along, where the streaming services are to an extent like Sirius Radio in that they're making their money on subscribers, and they don't have to be upfront about the ratings of shows or how the viewership numbers, because I think if their shareholders saw the numbers, they would be appalled, you know.
Well, why did you take the job in the first place? You knew what the circumstances were as a writer. You know, I'm like, you got hired for this. Now all of a sudden, oh no, this is what you knew what you were doing. You're a hired gun. It's no different than a cement mixer making a sidewalk, and then he wants to get paid residuals every time someone walks on it because the neighborhood's now more successful. You know what I mean? You knew what you signed. You knew that. God, Kyla goes, have you ever read the article, The Minions Do the Actual Writing?
Yeah.
Johnny Bobby goes, we should call it, that's so brilliant.
I think I wrote that article.
Call David Maestro from now on. Can we call you Maestro from now on?
Oh, I should put, for the Seinfeld watch along, I should put the Maestro as my avatar.
Yes. Melvin says, the issue is not just basketball and film. We could have wonderful foods. We have mass-produced colors and preservatives. We could have beautiful houses, but the market demands cookie-cutter cul-de-sacs. He's right. That's a good comparison, Melvin. Yes, it's a public sidewalk, says Crazy Robin. They own most of it. I love your passion and could give and could give less folk.
Maybe that's Fox autocorrected.
Maybe.
Contract than the actors and are not affected by this strike. But to understand who is impacted here, we are joined by Barry Diller, a former movie studio head who's currently the chairman of IAC and Expedia. Welcome back to Face the Nation.
Thank you.
You know, we were trying to gauge the economic impact of this, and according to the Milken Institute, it could
Now, granted, he's 81. He gets going, but he's
cause $4 billion in economic damage. What do you think the impact will be, and how long will these strikes last?
Could you see Barry Diller playing a high school student on Jump Street? He goes, Stephen, Patrick, here's my deal. I will greenlight the show, but I have to play a high school student on it. I'm going to be in the first episode as a high school student.
It's like that Steve Buscemi meme, like, hello, fellow students.
Yeah, it's with the skateboard.
Yeah, exactly.
What was that for?
That's from 30 Rock.
Oh, okay. I've only seen the clip of it. I've never seen the actual.
Yeah.
Well, the problem with this, you look, all strikes get settled. The issue for this one is when, because you have almost a perfect storm here, which is you had COVID, which sent people home to watch streaming and television and killed theaters. You've had the results of huge investments in streaming, which have produced all these losses for all these companies who are now kind of retrenching. So at this moment, this kind of perfect storm, it's okay if it gets settled in the next month, but I'll posit what happens if it doesn't. And there doesn't seem to be enough trust and energy to get it settled soon. What will happen is, if in fact it doesn't get settled until Christmas or so, then next year, there's not going to be many programs for anybody to watch. So you're going to see subscriptions get pulled, which is going to reduce the revenue of all these movie companies, television companies, the result of which is that there will be no programs. And at just the time, strike is.
Thank you, G Canada. He's making my point right, is what I'm saying. My parents bought a house for $21,000 in 1970. It is now worth $1 million. That's the inflation real estate and rent gets away with, as opposed, you think your salaries rose with that? Not even close. Not even close. Maybe what, 1/20th?
Yeah.
Settled that you want to gear back up, there won't be enough money. So this actually will have devastating effects if it is not settled soon. And the problem with settlement in this case is there's no trust between the parties. There are existential issues, obviously AI.
See, I like this because we never hear from the executives during this. We only hear from the actors and writers and Fran Drescher going crazy and that mediocre nanny sitcom that she still rides on. And I like Fran Drescher. She had a great Howard spot where, did you hear the story? Well, really, I don't want to derail
I think
this.
You told me about it where she, like, Howard agreed to go in the nanny and he bailed and she lost her mind on him.
He bailed on her. They set the entire production up to cater to him. The entire, so you lose a week and she's like, all right, he's going to do it. She promised the executives and they probably like, oh, what the hell are you going to do with that fucking goblin on this? It's like, all right, Fran, you're the boss. We'll go along with it. And he bailed on it. And then she called in screaming at him. And then Ray Stern called in screaming at him too. Because I think it was just the ultimate fucking, just BBD, thinking he's bigger than her show. And he's not.
Right.
He's not. But it was horrible. Like it was, this network show, he fucked up the whole production.
Right. And she still agreed to go on the show.
She still agreed to do the show. Yeah. Right. And so it's great. I like to hear from the other side. You never get the other perspective.
Which I think is just overhyped to death in terms of the worries that actors and writers are going to be replaced rather than assisted, which is what I think will happen. So
he's talking about artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Let me just say this. I want the strike to happen for the writers and actors, but the one thing I think people aren't talking enough about is how, because we're in an era where the CEOs do not have any kind of arts background, it's the labor force is trying to cater to the fact that these CEOs set the standard so that it's almost like you have to write your movie, even if you're a human being, you have to write your movie as if AI wrote it, because we want it to be as successful as the movie that came out last year that we're ripping off.
Right.
And so I think we get into this weird cycle where the goalpost set up by the people who pay you is so horrible, but you think that as sort of an underling on at a writer's table on a TV show, that, all right, I'll put up with this and kind of write this kind of fill-in, almost Mad Libs script that will guarantee success for this movie, because maybe it'll mean that I have producerial support in the future to do something more as if I'm an individual human being getting to write the kind of script that I want to write. And I think that, I'm more on the side of, I want the writers and actors to be striking to make sure that they're treated humanely in how they're paid. But we need to have an internal discussion about how relevant are the artistic opinions of the people paying you. It's like, pay me to do my job, to be the artist, and stay out of it,
Right.
So that's where I think we need to have the conversations, because if the critique is that, John Melendez can be in the Writers Guild, that's an issue of the unions needing their dues, and and it's not really about the talent or the standard of and you can't really have auditions to be writers, I guess. But
I was told by my cousin who
Yeah.
is in the Writers Guild. He said that he has worked with showrunners that hire people simply based on that they just want to hang out with that person in a room for 14
Right.
hours, and they have absolutely no skill whatsoever.
Exactly. Right. And it's the same with composers too. I mean, there, as much as not having a union does make working conditions worse, the problem is, if there is an abusive composer that succeeded in setting up a sweatshop, they may have hired an intern or an underling who they are abusing, but that intern also wants to be an abusive head of a sweatshop,
Yeah.
So it's not even that the people that are being sort of mistreated want to make the world the business more ethical. It's that they're willing to put up with this in order to get into the position where they can continue to kick down.
Right.
So
Or trying to thin the herd.
Right. So I have a problem with where the money is going in terms of the labor force not getting their fair shot, but I think the labor force is being forced to do things that make them come off as untalented, because that's what the CEOs demand, because
Right.
they don't want to take chances. They want form letter scripts and production cycles so that they can imitate the success of a movie that came out last year. So that's my perspective on all this.
Josh Foster, Fran Drescher was great in Saturday Night Fever and Spinal Tap.
Spinal
I'm impressed
Tap,
you
yeah.
knew that. If she had a small role in Saturday Night Fever, she's dancing with Travolta. It's like it's like 5 minutes maybe, but people remember that for some reason. Wasn't she in Cadillac Man too with Robin Williams?
I don't remember that movie.
I swear to God, I think I remember that. Pello goes, AI will never work. You talk about Allen Iverson? I think he worked quite well for the 76ers and Nuggets. Humans can think outside the box. Allen Iverson is contained in the box, and it was invented by humans, not programmed by it. I think the thing that really, really lit a fuse, if anyone has seen The Flash, DC character, I just watched it, and the big kerfuffle is in the movie. I don't want to give anything away, but fuck you. At the end of the movie, you see AI versions of Nicolas Cage as Superman, that Tim Burton movie, speaking of Depp and Burton and Danny Elfman, that never got made. So they did a AI version of him George Clooney shows up as Bruce Wayne in the end. George Reeves's Superman shows up. There's an Adam West cameo it's very subtle to the right. And so it's a series of these, and it looks very good. And I think it frightened the shit out of the actors that thinking, oh, or like this is like, do you really, Christopher Reeve and Helen Slater, Superman and Supergirl were both in it. And I think the thing is, like, you can pay for our likenesses and replace us with art. It was pretty crazy when I watched it.
You know, another example is Nancy Marchand, who played Tony Soprano's mom. You know, she's CGI in the 3rd season.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because she died in 2000. So I'm pretty sure I remember that correctly. Maybe someone in the chat knows.
And that's where it's going. And it's like, well, you're like, well, we're allowed. It's like, where do you draw the line with that? Someone who kind of looks like Christopher Reeve, are you not allowed to? You know, they could find ways around it. They go, oh, we'll do something that kind of looks like him, but it's based on it. Like, you know,
I think it's super nefarious to use someone's likeness. I mean, it's one thing, like you mentioned, Michael Vendetti replaced Depp or something. And it's one thing to recast, but yeah.
And they kind of plugged him in. They superimposed him in the scene where he's drag racing. Depp is drag racing. They put Vendetti in that scene driving the car where it was. It's so cheesy. It's so bad. I remember my skin crawling when I saw it in 1990.
Yeah.
But flipping around, I thought the show was done. And this stupid syndication season 5 comes along. And I'm like, what the hell is this? And Vendetti literally jumped in Depp's grave. No, Depp left the show. It's not like he had the option to stay. He had a 6-year contract and he found a way out, but still it made my skin crawl. I couldn't take it. Junior Soprano goes, tell me what you need. Don't tell me how to get there. I remember that line. I forget what season that was. Yeah, Junior had a lot of underrated dialogue. Pellel writes, I found it kind of recently. Johnny Ola, Godfather, came out the year I was born. Crazy Robin goes, I miss Depp so much. Yeah, I was telling Sarah this before we went on, Crazy Robin, because of this strike and because of what we know about, again, one of the reasons I hate the Hollywood vampires and the Beck touring and stuff. I don't think we're going to see another good Depp movie. There's not even a hint of it. It is going to be years until we see another decent Depp film. From what I know,
it would be even without the strike.
Even without it, you're right. Modigliani doesn't even qualify as that Pacino thing. They're in pre-production, so they're not even close to even starting and doing anything significant with that. So I wouldn't even count that anyway. He's directing that. I don't consider Jane DuBarry anything. It is just everything I would have went against if I'm managing his career, and I know I'm right.
It's a glorified Chanel ad for him.
It is. It is. And how much do I hate those Dior commercials? So we're not going to see another. We're not going to see. There's not even a hint of a decent screenplay coming, a decent film, a decent performance, which is why we're all here. His acting prowess. It is going to be years. Tack on the SAG and AFTRA strike, and we're looking at least a half a decade until you're going to see another decent film by Depp. He'll be 65.
What do you consider his most recent decent film?
City of Lies. Thank you. What else, Sarah? Did you like Minamata?
I did like that. I cried because it was just good enough for me to be affected emotionally by it. But I'm thinking more like Waiting for the Barbarians garbage.
That's such a.
I don't consider that
snooze.
a Depp movie. I want to acknowledge.
I think it took him 2 weeks to film that. What do you think about that?
Well, the good thing about that movie is he shows up rather quickly, but I was so bored. I had to turn it off. I made it 20 minutes.
Deppenheimer is coming out this weekend, and it's the weirdest thing, and I'm sure you two will. Doesn't Hans Zimmer do all the score for Christopher Nolan movies?
Not anymore. Ludwig Göransson, who did The Mandalorian and Black Panther, does it now. Yeah.
So Christopher Nolan, like, amazingly successful career. I think he's kind of overrated. I think Dark Knight movies are highly overrated. And but anyway, he's an excellent filmmaker, and he's got a great career. And he's such an outlier in the way that this Oppenheimer is actually doing well and got this crazy. You just don't see movies getting a buzz like that anymore. It's insane what he's able to do. That, you know what I mean? Like movies, it's just huge movies are bombing over and over again. But somehow he managed to get a weird buzz out for Oppenheimer, and Avatar did this too, where it's really doing well, and it's got a huge cast, and it's almost like nominated for Academy Award before it came out. Right. That kind of thing. And everything Nolan does gets that kind of lionized thing. But where I'm going with this is Depp did a movie called Transcendence, and the director is basically the right-hand man to Christopher Nolan, Wally Pfister. Okay. It's the least successful thing. Nolan's an executive producer on it, so I don't know what decisions he made. It's the least successful thing anything Christopher Nolan's ever been attached to. And so I say this because Sarah brought up Waiting for the Barbarians. The laziest thing I've ever seen Depp do is Transcendence. I feel like he shot that in 1 week. It is just, you literally could zoom that in. Right.
Oh, is that the movie where he was like, it was almost like he was on Zoom?
It's AI. It's kind of what we're talking about here. So it's an artificial intelligence kind of commentary, and it's just kind of slow and lazy, and it doesn't make you think or move or anything like that. And it's just, according to Tracy Jacobs, it is a cash. He made $20 million in this movie. It didn't turn a profit. It bombed like I've never seen a Nolan thing do. And so it's the opposite almost of Black Mass, where it's like his performance in Black Mass is so strong, and it's all tied into this. It's a Christopher Nolan produced movie, and Wally Pfister is the director.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost like Spielberg didn't really, I mean, he had some flops for sure in the first 25 years of his career. And then I feel like after, Catch Me If You Can or something, none of his movies really hit with the audience anymore. And that was, that was like maybe right at the 25-year mark of his career. Christopher Nolan, if Memento is the year 2000, maybe we'll start to see cracks in that record of having a hit movie time after time.
About 4 or 5 Nolan movies in, I predicted this was going to be the case, and I'm right. It ended up being. I mean, I didn't take a huge, but you know who Cillian Murphy is?
Mm-hmm.
He played the Scarecrow in Batman Begins. He was too young he could play it now, but at the time he was too twinky and young to play a professor. It was just. Christopher Nolan does what maybe more than anybody does, what Scorsese does, what Burton does. He uses the same actors over and over and over and over again. And Cillian Murphy is now, it's his De Niro, his DiCaprio. He is in everything he does.
Right.
Look up Cillian Murphy. He goes to him. Oh my God, it's over and over again. It is crazy how often he uses him.
This slight Irish boy, Cillian Murphy.
Yeah. And he'd be a great Jonathan Crane now, but when he cast him in Batman Begins, he was way too young and way too twinky looking, and it was very crowbarred. All of his casting. I mean, this is the guy who cast Katie Holmes as a super district attorney in. It's ridiculous, and then he replaces with Maggie Gyllenhaal. Yeah. I think it was Richard Roper. He goes, Dark Knight. He's like, Dark Knight's overrated. He's like, we have the 2 most eligible bachelors in Chicago fighting over Maggie Gyllenhaal. That was his review of Dark Knight. And that's Christopher Nolan casting his favorite people where they don't belong.
Poor Maggie Gyllenhaal catching shrapnel from Richard Roper.
I know. He was trying to be like provocative, but he was right. It's not that she's a butterface or ugly. He's saying the 2 most eligible bachelors, Harvey Dent and Bruce
They're
Wayne,
not going after
are
Jessica
at
Alba.
each other's throats over Maggie Gyllenhaal. They can't find another woman in all Gotham City. And Christopher Nolan, and also to criticize him again, films the worst action sequences I've ever seen in my life. The worst fight choreography I've ever seen in my comic book cinema life. The worst.
Would you say worse than Michael Bay in the Transformers
movie? Yes. Command 4810. The onset of artificial intelligence screenwriting. Benji Bronk's gig would most certainly be up if it wasn't for his well-connected sis. Yes, Ben. Yeah. Yes.
Benji wasn't even a talented writer when there was no AI.
Right. everything wrong with the Stern
Yeah.
Show, and right.
There's no trust. You have the actors union saying, how dare these 10 people who run these companies earn all this money
Right.
and won't pay us. While if you look at it on the other side, the top 10 actors get paid more than the top 10 executives. I'm not saying either is right. Actually, everybody's probably overpaid at the top end. The one idea I had is to say, as a good faith measure,
To bring this back to Depp, which you can do in every situation, he is one of those actors. By and large, the last 20 years, he is one of, lest you think he's not, he may not be the next thing he demands, but over the last 15, 20 years, since Pirates, he is one of those actors. And he really just has no stake in this at all. He's not really, the only time I've seen him speak about it was the last one, when he had a great point about how it's the other people you worry about, the catering, the assistants, the camera people, the composers. They're the ones that suffer the most. And that's what he said. Go ahead,
I
Sarah.
can bring it back to Depp one other way. And this guy, I can bring this guy back to Depp. You ready? Okay.
Hello?
Yeah.
I'm
I guess
sorry.
Arm is gone.
What? I didn't say. I'm
Oh.
waiting for you to talk.
Oh, well, you usually never stop talking, so I thought you were gone.
I had no idea what that exchange was. Go ahead. What you say?
Oh, sorry. This man is married to Diane von Furstenberg, as it was noted in the chat. She is the creator of the wrap dress, which Depp has removed from plenty of female bodies in his life.
Barry Diller was married to super elite model Diane Furstenberg. Does she have like a? Isn't she kind of like iconic? How old is Diane Furstenberg?
Very old.
Like, is she 70?
At least.
I mean, even I know that name, and I shouldn't. It just comes up a lot as, you know.
She's
What's
76.
your favorite wrap dress?
My favorite wrap dress?
Yeah, you know her name. What's your favorite wrap dress that hangs in your closet?
Ed Wood's.
Oh, okay.
The one I wore on the set of Plan 9 of Outer Space.
I'm going to be quiet now, so you carry on with the.
Thank you for that.
With the strike.
She's 76, by the way.
Okay, that's
So
not
they're
that. He's not
5
robbing
years
the cradle.
apart.
Yeah, it's not bad. And they've been married for how long?
I don't know.
2001.
Okay.
So 22 years.
Yeah.
Okay. I wonder how many times has he been married? Are you looking at his Wikipedia or something?
Yes. Or I'm looking at hers.
Okay.
Barry Diller.
How many ex-wives?
He, according to Wikipedia, he has only been married once to Diane von Furstenberg. So.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
He got married at 60 at 59 or something for the first time.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that is a weird outlier. All of it. It's strange.
Yeah. Before you play, Ed O'Neill in his interview for the Television Academy, he was in the movie Dutch, that John Hughes movie.
I remember,
Do you remember that? And it was a total bomb of a movie, but Fox was producing it, and I'm sure Ed O'Neill already knew Barry Diller from just being on Married with Children.
Definitely, that's exactly how that works.
And so Ed O'Neill was telling the story about how the publicity department at Fox wanted them, in order to promote the movie Dutch, to do like a bus tour of like the Deep South, where like it was Ed O'Neill and whoever the kid in the movie was would just like meet and greet fans or something. And they were at the commissary at Fox, like just talking about it. And Barry Diller walked by, and Ed explained like what the publicity department wanted to do. And Barry Diller was like, "That's the worst fucking idea I've ever heard." And he walked away. And
about
it was
Dutch,
never
about
Dutch, right? Yeah, to do this publicity.
It bombed.
Stunt.
He was right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I bet you that Applegate movie, Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead, is also the same company.
It's a Warner Brothers movie, but it's a similar. I think HBO actually was kind of ankled to producing it, but it was theatrically released. That's a weird thing too. Yeah.
I mean, Ed O'Neill, they didn't quite know You know, he's not a movie star. He's just not.
Right.
He's a great television actor. He's great at what he does, but can't make that cross. It's very tough. I remember, you know, when Depp first became a certifiable movie star, there was just a handful of names that were able to pull it off. And I remember there was a list. It was like, let's go to about the early 2000s, late 90s. So it was, at the time, it was like, this is who was able to pull it off. It's Johnny Depp, it's Tom Hanks, bosom buddies, and many, many other guest stars.
Yeah.
George Clooney,
Right.
NER, even though he hadn't had, but he was, you know, well, they knew it was going to work, and it just got to, I think by the time Ocean's 11 came out, Michael J. Fox and Will Smith, those are the names. That was the only ones that were able to make the transition.
And Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah, right. I mean, I think they were looking at people who were leading. Like, if it were Kirk Cameron, it would work. But you're right, though. That definitely, he was on Growing Pains.
Did you say Michael J. Fox too?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did. Okay, yeah.
And some of them have fizzled, and most of them have, like Depp, Hanks, Will Smith. They're all on that list he's talking about. All those guys are on the list that Barry Diller is talking about. Clooney may or may not be. He's close. The Rock, Rock is up there too. It's right. Depp and The Rock are being synonymous now with stuff. The Rock has brought Depp up as, you know, for his inspiration in some ways. And there was some stupid thing I read the other day that they're going to team the two up in another Pirates movie to resuscitate Disney. Oh I swear to God, that was a dumb article I read.
Both the executives and the most paid actors should take a 25% pay cut to try and narrow the difference between those who get highly paid and those that don't.
Well,
but
I want to talk about what you just said in terms of. Go ahead.
I love that he cuts her off. That was such a perfect way for her to make another question. He's like, no, I'm not ever done. I'm not done. I'm the boss. He can't deal with anybody. He's always the boss.
In executive mode all the time. Yeah, right.
Pello goes, I'd watch. Yeah, you heard me, Pello. It's about, I think the greatest thing ever would be if Depp, they did a 21 Jump Street reboot on a streaming service and he played the captain. I said that 100 times. And Lily Rose and Jack play the cops. How great would that be?
Yeah.
The only other thing I would do, I would call for a September 1st deadline. Yeah. You know, there's a strike deadline. I think there should be a settlement deadline. Because unless it happens by September 1st, the actions, and, you know, of course, who cares about Hollywood? Who cares about it? But the truth is, this is a huge business, both domestically and for world export. And if these conditions, I'm like, don't sound like crying to the skies, but these conditions will potentially produce an absolute collapse of an entire industry.
Well, and also there are all the people who are, you know, paid by the hour who work on these sets who aren't receiving pay when things are shut down. It's not just people in front of the camera here. But on your point about AI and existential threats here, Fran Drescher, the head of the union, said, we're all going to be in jeopardy of being replaced by machines. That's not the only industry worried about that. If you were running a studio right now, what restrictions would you put on generative AI?
Right now, overly hyped, as all revolutions that are at the very beginning, you know, the downward consequences of the beginning of a revolution. You know, it can be the Romanovs getting shot and Marie Antoinette losing her head. But in this case, I think the 1 to 3 year period, not much is going to happen. But post that, there are, of course, all these issues. Now, by the way, these issues are not, I believe, relative to some of the worries about replacement. I do not think you're going to replace AI-generated actors. I don't think you're going to replace writers. Yes, you can ingest all this stuff and spit out something that sounds like Shakespeare, but guess what? It is not original Shakespeare. Mm-hmm. And writers will get assisted, not replaced. Most of these actual performing crafts, I don't think are in danger of artificial intelligence.
Well, the union wants some say in, I guess, crafting some guidelines on this. I know AI impacts the publishing industry because you have said that published content.
I think Barry Diller might be replaced by artificial intelligence. Imagine doing a version of him.
Yeah, someone did a thing the other day where they asked ChatGPT, like, who would be easier to replace with artificial intelligence, CEOs or the practical and creative artists of film? And ChatGPT said CEOs. And the other thing I want to say is every artistic discipline that makes a movie over the last 20, 25 years, and this is just how the world works, there is enabling technology that helps make that helps you expedite things, but it also eliminates your need to be trained. Right. So the enabling technology for composers has let in a bunch of hacks, a bunch of people who
just
never
like writers.
Right. And so again, I always go back to, let's be a little, this is maybe unpopular, but I think let's be a little more discerning about the meritocracy that being a creative or practical artist in film, you know, it should be centered more around that. And if we feel like there's, like, I'm involved in I start a bunch of music education initiatives in LA's public schools because they don't have access to that kind of training otherwise. They're often kids living in impoverished situations, and I feel like, you know, I want to do something about that because I want people to respect training, you know. And sometimes you don't have the access to it, and I don't want that to be the case. But I don't want it to be that the enabling technology made it easier for you to coast in your life, and for you to get jobs ahead of other people because, you know, you just knew how to rig the system best.
Yep. Sarah's doing the same thing in Salem, David. She's doing the same attempts you are. She's started her own. I can't. How about David in Drumline 3? Right. I can see him.
Mr. David's opus. Yeah.
You're the maestro now. You're the maestro, sir. Just last week, Jamie says Whoopi Goldberg said she has written in her will that nobody's allowed to use her likeness in any form.
Who would want to?
I knew you were going to say. Honey, your aorta is in your chest.
When they make a sequel to Jumpin' Jack Flash.
Or Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie.
My favorite Nick fan.
Somehow compensated for if it's plugged into AI to program it. Are you going to seek to sue?
That was the joke with the Knicks. They're so bad for so many years, for so long. That was like, oh, Eddie could coach it and go 18-64. We just bring in Whoopi Goldberg, which is true.
Actually, we are. A group of us, I think, are.
When?
And it's not that the group of us are. It's not that either Google or Microsoft are the two real leaders of this in terms of
pulling up the ladder.
Certainly Google with having a monopoly on advertising. They too want to find a solution for publishers. The problem is they also say that the fair use doctrine of the copyright law allows them to suck up all this stuff. We in the publishing side do not agree with that. Mm-hmm. It will be long-term catastrophic if there is not a business model that allows people professionally to produce content. That would be, I think everybody agrees, a catastrophe. The only way to get there is either legislation or litigation. I think litigation is not going to end up in some courtroom, but I think litigation will hopefully lead to sensible legislation here.
They were saying that the actors, I don't know if it was here, I saw this, where the strike will end up being where even if you got whatever raise they're going for, what you've missed in the time, you'll never make up for it by getting that raise.
Yeah, it's possible. I you know, again, I think there's just bigger philosophical questions about what is the role. Like, if you're a wide-eyed kid from the Midwest who has a dream of coming to Hollywood,
this just crushed it.
Well, not that. I think that if I would I'm curious, like, do you want, it's what you say all the time. Do you want to be famous, or do you actually like the craft of what you
Yes.
do? See, the problem is,
Do you want it
people,
enough, right? Do you love it? I think you're right. It'll almost thin the herd of. It'll stop the people who just want to be famous from flocking to your area and
right.
cluttering up all
And I
these
think that
audition.
the people that want to focus on craft, oftentimes I find, are less greedy too. Obviously, they want money. They want money to free them. They don't
Right.
want to hoard it. And famous people often want to hoard money.
Yes.
And so I do think that there would, I mean, I could be wrong. I could be just delusional about this, but I really do think that if you have an experience growing up in the performing arts, where it's not like Dance Moms, where it's all competition and you've got to stake your claim and be the best and all this
Right.
stuff, but it's more, you worked in ensembles and you collaborated and you know how to share the spotlight, and you value being a support system to someone else who has their moment in the spotlight, but knowing that you'll get yours. You will have a healthy relationship with how to capitalize on your passion. You will see money as a way to free yourself, and not as a thing that you create a prison by having to, like Howard did. Howard is imprisoned by money. He is not freed by it. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't want to spend anything. He's not living his life because he's just hoarding it,
Right.
afraid that it's going to go away. So anyway.
With no threat at 70 too, and it's the old, you
Right.
can't take it with you, or how much do you need? In the case of Depp, right, it's the opposite. He's just completely menschy and generous and magnanimous with everything around him, and has said, there's an actual quote by him, he looks at money as freedom, meaning I get to live on an island, I get to do what I want, it gives me the opportunity to not do things. I look at money as giving me freedom to give my friends and family freedom at the same time. I get to live outside, and you can't, as they say, FU money, right?
Yes.
Which has been going on. I don't know when the first thing that got coined. What do you say, early 2000s? I
Yeah.
have FU money. That means I don't get out of bed for any less than $10,000 a minute. That whole thing.
Right.
People know the day they know they have FU money is the day that you have freedom. You can like literally do whatever you want, and
Right.
your day is your own. And that's what capitalism does, bad and good. It's like it gives you the freedom, but at the same time, it imprisons you because you're a slave to it, and you lose your artistic edge because all you're doing is chasing green rectangles.
It took me a long time to understand that my passion for writing music, which is a very solitary pursuit. I'm by myself. It's isolated. I'm in a room doing it. It took me a long time to realize that the motivation, one of the big motivators, I would say 50%, if not more than 50%, is that I get to be with my friends in an orchestra recording it, or that I'm creating jobs for my friends, or that I'm setting the tone for everybody to feel like they're able to fulfill their passion as a performer. I'm creating an opportunity for other people to, I don't know, maybe that sounds grandiose of me, but that's how I view it. I'm not abusive to the musicians who play for me. I'm very, I try to make it a really good experience so that they feel like they didn't make a mistake following their dreams, and that's the job of a creative artist, is you set the table in an ethical, lovely way for the practical artists that help manifest your product,
No question about it. And I like to hear at least Barry Diller has the balls to speak from the other side. I've not heard an executive talk yet in any way. That's why I thought. And again, when obviously I connected him to Jump Street. I'm like, I'd like to hear this.
And Howard's failed Fox pilots too.
I know which was '87 when the start of the
Right.
Fox network. Arsenio Hall and Joan Rivers.
Right.
Has to happen is copyright has to be unless you protect copyright, all is lost.
Mm-hmm. So are you thinking of what, like the AP just came to an agreement with ChatGPT, where They have to license AP's archives of news stories in order to plug them into their model. Is that the future for all publishers?
It's probably, yes, but that's probably meaningless. I mean, that is not going to solve anything. And of course, it's, I understand AP and ChatGPT, what do they want? They want to continue.
He's 81. I'm impressed with him keeping up with the technology. He's
Right.
not usually you're a he knows how to use Zoom. Usually you're a Luddite by then, like he's sort of not rolling with the new. He's actually aware of all this stuff. He's 81.
It's also interesting that he would reveal that, he is in the investor class,
Yeah.
and part of what he's saying is that AI is overblown because it's in the same way that like crypto is overblown, because in the preliminary stages of any of these kind of things, they're trying to dazzle investors with what it can do, and then that gets into the water supply, and the public freaks out because they believe it too. So it's interesting.
That was the plot of Christopher Nolan's Batman Begins, the water supply.
Right.
Good callback, David.
Oh, okay. No, you're good.
A nice use of preliminary stages.
Oh. So it's interesting that he would reveal the scaffolding of like, I mean, clearly these people who are behind, there's to an extent, there's a lot of money to be made in dazzling investors initially, just like Howard, building up the stock at Sirius and then not delivering on the product,
Right.
So I do think there is kind of an element to that. I agree with him on that. I do think that what AI is capable of doing, even if they put it into, even if your worst nightmares came true about what they would do with AI to try to create content, I do think the public is smart enough to tell the difference and would hate it, and they'd have to revert back to humans.
Do you think Diane Furstenberg would date a Barry Diller in high school?
Well, it's funny because I imagine she must have been pretty wealthy herself by 2001.
She sounds like royalty, right, without even trying.
Right. So they just wanted to be a power couple, I guess. Yeah.
Can you, Pell writes, can you imagine the artificial intelligence crime? Someone takes your voice, buys houses, and then racks up card debt. I'm protected by my bad credit. So that's you, kid. That's definitely a potential of that. That's what the criminals are scheming as we speak. I guarantee that's what someone's thinking about right now. Kathy Scott says, LOL. Johnny Bobby goes, what do I know? For certain, it is that anytime something makes things easier and cheaper for humans, we will use it, so everybody needs to just relax. Well, that's what Diller's saying. He thinks it's overblown. They just want to be good at what they do, thinking of the money will be a secondary benefit of being good, as opposed to finding a way to make money, if I understand this correctly. Money says, F you to me. He reminds me of my ex-father-in-law before the Alzheimer's, just so you know, by hearing him. That's pretty good. But by him talking, he's that much smarter than you. Melvin writes, Diller is worth $4.1 billion. David said that before. I'd take what he says with a grain of salt. He's probably speaking out of both sides of his mouth. Yep. Yes.
I mean, the problem is this is all of this stuff is bigger picture concepts that it just would be too extensive to get into about the type of economic system we live in. And I'm not smart enough to really defend any of my points I might have about that topic.
And he won't be around for the
right. Well, that too. Yeah.
To suck all this stuff up. They want to, of course, say we're open to commercial agreements. But on the side of those people who are dependent upon advertising, Google, for instance, they say, yes, we'll give you a revenue share. Right now, the revenue share is 0. So what percent of 0 would you like today? I mean, that's rational, but it's not to the point. The only way you get to the point is protect fair use. In other words, protect the copyright.
Mm-hmm. Are you going to launch litigation soon? And who's this group you referenced you're with?
Well, it's not fair for me to actually specify the group other than it's leading publishers.
Okay.
And yes, we have to. it's not antagonistic. It's to stake a firm place in the ground to say that you cannot ingest our material
Yeah.
without figuring out a business model for the future. I'll just give you one quick reference point. 20 years ago, when the internet began, the internet was deemed free.
Right.
And so everybody, all publishers said, okay, let's put it all up for free. Everything's great. Take it. Okay, it almost
I've
killed
gotta
the
wrap you
publisher,
here.
right? It took 15 years to get back paywalls that protected publishers.
Yeah,
I don't think that same thing is going to happen.
See, I hate network TV with their little 9-minute segments or 7-minute segments.
Yeah.
This should easily carry. He's got a lot to say on this. This should easily carry over into a second segment. I don't understand how they plot these shows. I would have totally said, no, let him go. Let him go. We don't have to talk to fucking Adam Schiff for the 7,000th time.
Yeah.
Just let him go. And I like Adam Schiff, but I'm saying, there's a lot of redundant stuff. This is a rare speak with a major executive about this. Let this go. This is why network television is dead. People are not going to put up with this, where it's all going with podcasts and everything.
There are other CEOs who have come out before him and said, like the what Kylo's quote chat is like, one of the CEOs said, like, the plan is we need people to start losing their homes, and just like evil, gross, horrible, nefarious. Like Ron Perlman made.
Yeah, I saw the Ron Perlman thing
responding to that quote. So it just, I mean, the fact that they think that's acceptable to. I mean, if you're thinking it, we can't prove it, but once you admit it, it's like, I think you're fair game to go and savage publicly.
Was the person ever outed who made that quote?
I don't know. I didn't follow up on it. I haven't seen a name.
AC Earl. It's a backup Celtic center. It's such a strange ref. Oh, my Derek Strong over here. Josh Faust. Pellel goes, right, David. There's a critical thought process I could use. There are parts of this I'm just not aware of. Can't use. Jamie says Barry Diller is a young 81, and there's no decline in cognitive function. That's what it seems like. President Biden is 80 and is so out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, what is Barry Diller's motivation to still be in this fight at 81? He's talking about, he's got this is Sunday morning. He's got a suit and tie on,
right?
10 o'clock in the morning. Jesus, shouldn't he be in like George Costanza's sweatpants right now?
Is he still, he's not with Fox anymore, right? They mentioned he's
no,
with
it's
new
different.
media
Yeah,
group.
he's moved on to a different media. He was the original Fox executive that greenlit, and it could have been it could have been the mother company as well that greenlit all those original shows.
Yeah.
And he was the gatekeeper for launching that whole thing, and he's $4 billion. Is crazy.
Yeah.
Our next thing, this is Sarah's request. What has Tracy Jacobs been up to, Depp's agent? Well, ironically, she bought Rihanna's house.
Oh my
now,
God.
You know about this story with, was it Venti, Sarah? What's that company? The fashion company?
Venti?
Remember he did the Rihanna fucking.
Oh, I don't know what her fashion company's called.
God, it was just this. Now you talk about Depp just walks from one tree to a camera for this Rihanna fashion show.
He's walking toward me. Shut up.
Rihanna, come hither, Sarah. And Rihanna, the people, praising Rihanna. Fenty, thank you, Jamie. Rihanna for giving him a gig after the Fairfax trial, like she went to the astronaut's wife 15 times in Hell's Kitchen, like I did. Just nuts. She doesn't know Ed Wood from Ed Hardy. So anyway, Depp's agent, who you saw in the trial, goes on to live next door to Rihanna, and they are now mortal enemies, Depp and Tracy Jacobs. So this is Rihanna sells Beverly Hills house to Johnny Depp's longtime, they should say, ex-agent. The real estate market is sluggish. Just ask G Canada. But a handful of Hollywood types are out inking deals. It turns out the buyer who recently ponied up $10.3 million for Rihanna's Tudor-style house not John Tudor, the Cardinals pitcher, Josh Foster. The mountains above Beverly Hills is a longtime industry stalwart, Tracy Jacobs. Despite the 8-figure sale price, this deal actually represents a financial loss for Rihanna, who acquired the property 2 years ago for exactly $10 million. In addition to the standard realtor fees and closing costs worth hundreds and thousands, the Fenty Beauty bill. What is Fenty? Is it a fashion company? What the fuck is that? Who can afford this crap? Fenty.
Yeah,
Who's it for?
I know Fendi.
Yeah,
Fendi.
I know. I kind of knew that.
I don't know Fenty though. Yeah.
That's clothing, I think, or
yeah.
Fendi.
Mhm.
And so, right. So why would you call something just? It's almost like McDowell's and McDonald's,
right? Or
way,
like,
you know,
isn't there? There's keep going. There's another example of that. Like
Rihanna sucks. Her music sucks. Fenty Beauty billionaire is also the hook for nearly $570,000 in taxes payable to the city of Los Angeles, as per the terms of LA and the new mansion tax. The 1930s Tudor-style spread sits on a half-acre hillside lot and was recently updated. In addition to this two-story main house, there's a guest apartment tucked atop the detached two-car garage, which sits behind the house. That's where Isaac Baruch is going to stay. Towards the rear of the lot, the property's long driveway is gated and offers guest parking for up to 8 cars. Inside the 5,000 square foot house is a very white and bright throughout. The living room, which that offers a vaulted ceiling and a formal dining room that spills out and covered al fresco dining terrace, plus an eat-in kitchen equipped with premium appliances to open a spacious family room. The upstairs bedrooms include a lavish master retreat with a spa-style bathroom, fireplace, and private balcony overlooking the backyard. Speaking of the yard, it's worthy of the resort-style moniker. There's a brick patio, encircling swimming pool, poolside cabana, fire pit, lush gardens, and multiple patios for entertaining or lounging. Also on the property side is the half-size basketball court where Depp can be the first white Harlem Globetrotter, like he dreamt of being, in Owensboro, Kentucky. There's also one more big benefit to buying this house. Tracy Jacobs gets to be the next-door neighbor with Rihanna herself, even though the We Found Love singer has sold this property, which she still owns, and resides in a $14 million mansion immediately next door. Jacobs, a veteran talent agent and partner at the Big Four firm in UTA, repped Depp for nearly his entire career. We bring her up all the time on this show. I don't need to go into from the well, that's not true. We all know the Jennifer Grey story we just read. He represented her in the late 80s prior to now it's post 21 Jump Street. It's during Jump Street all the way until 2016 when Depp fired her. Reports cited the actor's highly publicized financial woes as a cause for the parting of ways with Jacobs. UTA and their agency fees during the 30 years with Jacobs, Depp raked in some $650 million. Jacobs has numerous other high-powered clients, including Harrison Ford and Gwyneth Paltrow among them, but remains best known for her work with Depp. Last year, she famously appeared in the Depp v. Heard defamation trial via videotape in her deposition. The Chicago native is now 65 and currently lives in a large Hollywood Hills estate she bought from Renee Zellweger more than 20 years ago. Here's her place. Jesus. Sarah loves this. There's a basketball court.
I'm sure she's going to be out there playing.
With an outdated three-point line, with a high school three-point line around the top of the circle. Not even 19. She's going to use that every day, Sarah. I want to pee in that pool.
With her 65-year-old knees.
I never knew. Sarah, you think she's a lesbian, right? That was your theory?
I have no idea. I never said that.
You said that numerous times in the trial.
God, you're weird.
You said she has a hairpiece. She has extensions.
It appears that it is a wig. I don't know whether it's health or what, so I'm not going to comment further.
Could be like a Real Housewives wig, you know.
One thing they're not mentioning in this article is that during the transcript we read, it was, Sarah, we did the math, right? According to Jacobs, Depp owed her and her agency $14 million.
Sounds about right.
And so what happened, David, was, and everybody in the chat, she represented him. She inked deals on many films that he went on to do. He then fired her, and then he went on to do these films after she was fired, and she inked those deals to the tune of what I think we came up with was $14 million that he owed her.
Okay.
When they broke off. So It's scorched earth mentality. That's why she testified. It's not just firing him, right? That's, I mean, him firing her. That's one thing. The other thing is them not paying her back fee, which I believe, in my opinion, triggered her to testify against him. Not that she's some, feminazi and fighting for all female rights and abuse. I think she probably could give a shit about that.
It was a personal thing.
It was personal.
Yeah.
If someone owed you $14 million, you'd testify against them too.
Right.
Like, what is in it? And she thought that he was done. She also, there's a great, that transcript is great. I'm going to Sarah, do you think I should cut the Tracy Jacobs thing we did, reenactment, put it all together and then release it as one thing?
Oh God, I'm just
Like,
thinking
cut
about
off the pregame stuff and then release it as one.
You could do that. It's up to you. How many
it'll take
hours do you have to sit there while it exports after your edits?
I don't think it's going to be that tough. No, because you just got to go to the beginning, right? And then you cut it out and then paste it together.
Okay.
And then put it as all in one.
I'll leave
I
that
think
to
it would be
you.
good. Yeah, I think that one and his it's great. So just staying one last thing on Jacobs. So I'm sure no one saw Mordecai. In Mordecai, I always thought it was weird that Gwyneth Paltrow is the female lead in that. She and Depp just had no history over the years. I didn't understand. I thought it was weird she got casted for that. Not that her film career is so airtight that it was just, and she claims, I wanted to work with Johnny Depp, which I kind of believe, but not in this. As it turns out, she was a Tracy Jacobs client. I didn't realize that until I read the transcript. And during the filming of Mordecai, Sarah, you remember this, right? Where she said that that Paltrow's people was livid at Depp in the production of Mordecai for not having a set schedule, and he was late all the time.
Mm-hmm.
His Infinite Nihil really was the shot caller on Mordecai. It was his thing. It's his screen. He didn't direct it. David Koepp directed, who directed Secret Window, but he was the boss. He was the producer. His company made all the money, and then they had Paltrow do it, and they said that she was livid that they couldn't adhere to a schedule, and she had to turn movies down because of what Mordecai did, and it was a huge bomb, and it was something she's probably not proud of. It's basically an Austin Powers Pink Panther knockoff.
Right.
She could have in that time created a second vagina candle on Goop.
Nice Goop reference, Sarah. So
Isn't that the most disgusting name
That's
when you're
awful.
talking about a vagina candle sold by Goop?
That's that Jacobs transcript is the gift that keeps on giving, and I'm going through the unsealed documents, and I'm still not able to find an extended version of the one she did for Fairfax. That was edited significantly, and I can't. Maybe I'm just looking in the wrong spot. I really got to dig harder into that. I found a lot of good ones. The Bruce Witkin one's really good, and I read a few, and the Whitney Hurd one's really good. The Tracy Jacobs one is what I really, really want to find, because I think we'll get a lot of stuff if it exists. And I'm not even positive. My Gary Templeton over here, Debbie. My Terry Pendleton over here. Next, you want to do the self-portrait thing, Sarah, with the video, or do you want to do
the self-portrait thing?
The fucking vampire tedium.
I say skip it. I don't care. I'm over the topic.
Well, I'll just summarize the vampire thing so we don't have to. Depp is walking around with a boot on his foot. I, for the life of me, don't know how a performer that sedentary. He doesn't move. He barely pivots on stage. He stares at the ground, and the most boring. I think the musical side of him is the least interesting thing about him.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I agree. Yeah.
I think psychologically, artistically, as an actor, he's more interesting. As a personality, I think the musical side to him is the least interesting thing about him. And
that's
I'm
a good
sick of
point. The motivation to do music is the least interesting thing about him.
Well, in the way that they're doing it too, he's basically there. It's a cover bit. I look at this. You guys know, like when they started this thing, and I think it was baseball that started this fantasy camp. You ever see this thing where they have like it's almost like Billy Crystal and City Slickers, where they went to like rodeo camp, like
Oh,
those,
right,
like,
yeah.
guys in their middle age go on vacation together, and there's this
They
thing.
they go to
baseball.
Guitar Hero camp or
Yeah,
something.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
right.
That's what it looks like. He is at rock and roll fantasy camp, and everyone,
Right.
the way he started, he was a rock star. This doesn't resemble anything he did with his original. I would way rather see, and this is for Lori Allison and Susan Whitkin, and I would way rather see the kids reunite his original band than this crap. This is just, it is glorified karaoke. It is covers. It is antiquated. I mean, is it any different than what Amber Heard described it? Old dudes playing guitar. Too many old dudes playing. The world's got enough guitarists. The least interesting thing about him is music. Is his musical side. It really, and the way that he's playing it, undynamic. It looks like he kind of doesn't even want to be there. He's staring at the ground. There's no eye contact. He's undynamic. He doesn't move around. He barely pivots. So how the fuck he injured his leg, I have no idea. So in this article, they claim certainly not the way he performs, right? How could you injure yourself doing like Ben Simmons and wouldn't find a way to get, and Zion Williamson couldn't get hurt that way,
Right.
and
Yeah, he's like catatonic playing almost too. Yeah.
Like staring at the core, staring at the guitar, like not. It's just, it doesn't even look like he wants to, as much as he claims that music is his first love and blah blah blah. I'm so tired of this shit. He doesn't look like he wants to be there on any level, and the band. 80% of the people there are there to see him, but they're pretending they're all on equal footing and we're a team and everything. It's really disingenuous, the whole thing. And it looks like rock star fantasy camp. He's like signed up for, and so they're making, the Hollywood vampires are putting out these cancellations. They're canceling these people are spending huge money to go to these gigs, and they're canceling these things, and he's injured. And the last time they claimed that there was like a set problem, that there was like lights that were going to fall, and it's just endless. It's no week goes by where a Hollywood vampire, it's like they're load managing their tour. It's the craziest thing. Is there any worse ticket, more unstable ticket than buying a Hollywood? They're very likely going to cancel the performance you're going to. Sarah, we've been reading about this since like 2020, canceling dates over and over again.
Mm-hmm. Well, you have an average age in that band that's higher than the regular touring band these days. So what's his name? Alice could break a hip. You never know. They're very fragile. Cancellations happen.
Alice
you get
is
the sniffles,
75.
you think you're dying of COVID.
Yep.
In that band.
Alice is 75. Joe Perry is 72, 71. And Depp is now 60, who is like the wonderkind baby of the group. He's 60. Can you believe when the Rolling Stones, I saw the Rolling Stones to see Living Color, and I left after Living Color played at Shea Stadium in the early 90s. The Rolling Stones were probably in their 40s at the time, or late 40s, and I thought they were like dinosaurs. Depp's 60 now, doing this.
Right, and even though he's the baby, all of them are going to get their Valtrex refilled at CVS. Like,
I just don't. I can't. And everyone pretends to be entertained by it too at the same, because you're just staring at him and riveted to his every move, and they know this.
I mean, is there any difference between Depp appearing as a surprise in the Pirates of the Caribbean ride and him doing a Hollywood Vampires concert? You're just going to look at Depp both. You're entertained in the same way.
I have a video of him making a surprise appearance on the ride. He is he's filled with 20 times more charisma just standing there.
Yeah.
As the boat goes by than he is on stage. So I actually get emotional when I watch that video of him, subbing in for the machinery on the ride.
Well, he had a great point about his likeness, right, Sarah? That was his retort to Disney. He was like, "Well, I'm canceled, but you have no problem using my likeness internationally in your parks and your action figures and your blah blah blah."
It's the only reason I stood in line for 2 hours 3 times to get on that ride in 2004, because the rumor that he was showing up randomly.
You're right, and you're not alone in that. There's a whole gaggle of broads just like you that did that do that all the time. That's, I mean, when you say Pirates of the Caribbean, the ride I'm talking about, now his likeness has taken over the entire ride and concept.
His voice plays over the speaker as you're going through the ride.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Lauren Marie just got back from Oppenheimer. I knew it. I knew he was saying that. The cinephile. We just talked about Oppenheimer, Lauren. I don't know if we talked about Cillian Murphy, how he's like Christopher Nolan's Depp to Burton, and now this is everything. And it's just there's nothing Nolan can do without using Cillian Murphy. He would cast him as Barry Diller in the Barry Diller story. They got injured. That's the alibi, Kathy. Got injured at Cannes. I don't believe anything anymore. I don't know how. I've never heard of anyone gets injured at Cannes, the Cannes Film Festival.
Walking that concrete red carpet.
Yes. I'd love to know. So that now they're kind of this article says that he was drunk, and that's why they're canceling these. It's this one piece. It's a European piece, and they're saying that they're not talking about that he's been having substance problems again, and they can't get him out, and they're canceling tour dates and making up excuses that it's a set and blah blah blah. So I don't know. I'm trying to think. Since some reports resurfaced that Depp was has fell ill in his hotel room. Everything was prepared. The stage was set. The background crew was also ready for the party. It didn't even occur to me that there could be a problem, especially since the band members who also did the sound setup scheduled for that afternoon. Nobody even thought about the fact that Johnny Depp didn't take part in that. A colleague also set up his microphone, but he was nowhere to be found. We heard that so much that Depp had partied too much around this, and we couldn't even get him to leave the hotel room. We also heard that, sure enough, a doctor was called in to see if there was anything more wrong than simply just pushing his rock stardom too far. And
Maybe
it shows
Kipper slipped him an opiate for the foot pain.
Dr. Feelgood. Twitter user shared a picture of Depp with a beer in his hand. It's one of those red cups. It could be anything. It could be MD Mepong for all we know.
Yeah.
It could be absinthe. Claiming that it was clicked just an hour before the concert, this picture. The person tweeted, "Here's Johnny Depp drinking just an hour before his canceling his gig in a concert due to unforeseen circumstances. He likely passed out again." If you want...
That's quite the jump there. I'm drinking tea. Oh my God. If I have to cancel my next thing I'm doing tonight, yeah, please put me in rehab.
So here's this video.
Wasn't that a thing like Amber in her opening testimony? She kept focusing on how much tea he was drinking.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. It was very strange.
She
never circled back to it either.
Right.
She thought it was such a gotcha moment at one point. She said something like, "He drinks a lot of tea,
Tons of tea."
And like winking at everybody.
Yeah, like what does that mean?
So this is Depp. So he's done this. So we've all, I guess, a lot. This made kind of the media. He's now
Depp
back
as
to the
Che Guevara.
I want this though. There is a version that would fit. It's almost the size of my entire living room wall. I would die if he somehow heard my podcast here. I mean, Arm's podcast, and sent it to me. That'd be great. Thank you, Johnny.
Wasn't this the actual cover of GQ or Vanity Fair? This exact picture.
It might have been.
So this is Depp now. He's circled back to this NFT. Now, in his defense, and people, and I was on Radio Gunk and I was looking at this thread. Monique actually posted it, and people just aren't, like, you talk about the lay people who aren't the super fans, even his own fans. People are just looking at him like he's a parody of himself. Right. And this is this painting shit is what everyone's doing now in Hollywood, and nobody takes it seriously. And in all fairness, this is going to mental health awareness, whatever this is. And
it's not an excuse for him to get into Dan's papers, is what you're saying.
I always love a great Dan's papers reference. See it here?
Yes.
Is it coming up? Okay. So Johnny Depp unveils his debut self-portrait titled 5. Now, Sarah, this caption underneath it, did we ever see this figure? Depp previously made $3.6 million when he released his debut. Did you ever see that number?
We talked about that.
3.6? I don't remember saying that.
It was over 3.
Friends and Heroes.
Instantly made over $3 million.
Yeah.
We covered that.
We all donate to a multimillionaire.
I still don't understand NFTs, so I didn't even think to get involved with this.
What was the original acronym? Non-fungible.
Never fear truth.
Never fear. So
That's what
turned
he called
into
it. That's
the-
not what NFT stands for, though. I
no,
couldn't
was
tell
it?
you.
It was fungible.
Yeah.
I forget what
Transaction?
Trent Navy.
I don't know. I don't care.
Johnny Depp is back with new artwork. On Thursday, Castle Fine debuted 60-year-old Depp. Like, him saying 60 years old to him is so crazy to me. Delph self-portrait titled 5, which is set to be sold starting today for 13 days only. The number that a press release described as significant to the artist. The portrait is painted in the style of Depp's previous Friends and Heroes art series, which is inspired. But now he'll only paint you if you're famous. You can't be.
Right.
You're only going to get the honor of being painted. It's only interested if you're famous.
All heroes are famous. You would, there's no such thing as an unfamous
You can't be
hero.
a school teacher hero.
Right,
You
exactly.
have to be. And was inspired by a photograph Depp took of Christian Dior Perfume's photo shoot in 2015. Photograph, I hate saying these goddamn names. Jean Guttas Mondino, as Depp explained in a video interview about his self-portrait. I did this at Ralph Steadman's in the studio around 2021. Depp explained in the video, this is a self-portrait that's created at a time that was, let's say, a bit dark and a bit confusing. I looked at it, I didn't know why, and I thought it needed something else.
I could probably tell you why he calls it 5.
Yeah, I think. Tell us why, because
we talked about that last time. Because he signed all of his artwork with those number etches, like you put on a prison wall. What do you call those?
Oh,
yeah.
Tally marks.
Yeah, there you go. But it's always 5. So the theory was he did this in 21, sorry. And from 2016 to 2021 was 5 years.
Right.
2016 is when the accusations from the Herdzilla came around.
Basically,
so,
the TMZ piece, right? That's the exact reason.
But that 5 years of absolute hell, apparently.
Yes, you're spot on. That's exactly right.
That came out when the NFTs came out a year ago.
When I felt the need to write basically the counting down of years, essentially, I wrote 5 on there because
never mind.
I was just entering the 5th year of the madness. No, you're right. That's spot on. Press release noted that Depp himself immersed himself in creating the artwork as Amin created in 2021 and returned to the project. Well done, Sarah. To the project earlier this year before deciding to share it publicly. So here it is. It's.
I have something very similar to that on my wall already.
Well, how about, see, having been a Depp historian, right? I've been hearing for years how he can't watch himself on screen, and saw 4 or 5 episodes of 21 Jump Street, so he claims. But this is okay. I mean, wouldn't this be a higher form of narcissism, or would it make you more uncomfortable than looking at a picture you painted of yourself than watching yourself in Donnie Brasco?
Why is he? Well, also that your series like has heroes in the title, like so you're calling yourself a hero. You're doing self-portraits. If he's doing, I agree with you. Yeah, it's a weird. And
I wonder if goof on Robin Quivers for having a huge picture of herself.
Right.
You walk into. Is this?
I thought of that the minute you said that. Yeah.
Right, Sarah. I mean, would you?
If he's hanging it up in his home, yes, there's an issue.
Did you see his Larry King interview?
Yeah, parts of it, yes.
Did you see his office?
Yes, he has a photo of himself half shirtless.
And a whole collage.
Yeah.
All throughout the office. Defend that.
I just emailed you the photo of what I have on my living room wall. If you get the time. If not, it's okay.
What email did you use?
3 Bs.
Oh, Squabble Lane?
Yes. We're speaking in code, folks. Sorry.
Okay.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't.
I see it. Yeah. That's great. That's the same thing he has.
Can you share that?
I'll try.
If not, no big deal.
Let me go ahead, Debbie. Go.
Yes, I wonder if, do you think it's something where like it's specifically the acting side of his life that he can't watch because he's too resentful he didn't make it as a musician, but he's fine with himself as a person? Like
could be. That's a solid theory. It could be.
I don't
know. It's as solid as anything.
Do you think he's resentful that he's an actor?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know why you would be, because thank you, Pelel. Non-fungible tokens. That's right. That's what it is. Pelel goes. They
I
can
don't even know
parallel.
what does fungible mean.
I hate fungible. I knew that word.
It sounds
for,
disgusting.
I think it's a financial word.
Mm.
Something about.
Nothing I knew about.
Look it up. See, I used to know. I used to use it, and I've since deleted it from my hard drive. Window. Come on. Okay. Tell me if you see this.
Yep.
This is Sarah's living room.
Yes, it's pitiful.
And you know it's real. Hey, where's that cartoon cat?
She is sleeping in the laundry basket about 4 feet away from the stove.
Take a picture of her.
All right. I will.
If you could.
Yeah.
I wish she was in this. I love that cartoon cat. Speaking of Tom and Jerry, right?
Yeah.
Camilla is the real life Tom and Jerry.
I got to
Sarah,
step away. I'll be right
that's
back to do
incredible. That picture. It's exactly what he's doing here.
I know. It's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
But this is an Amazon version.
Oh my God.
Be right back.
David, you got to see the Larry King interview, and he goes through his office, and it's beyond. Like, I mean, this is a guy who is using his own terminology and words against him. He is uncomfortable with himself. He can't watch himself on screen. He makes him physically ill to watch himself in Benny and June. But here you are in an office with a plunging neckline on the cover of Rolling Stone. I mean, over magazine covers blown up. So I don't understand where his mind goes with this narcissism or lack thereof or humility. I don't get it. I can't figure this guy out.
I can't either. It reminded me kind of Laurence Olivier did a movie with Marilyn Monroe, and he said to an interviewer once that Marilyn Monroe's problem is that she probably should have just been a model. But where, it's all about just like showing off her body in a wordless kind of fashion, she's just to be looked at,
Yep.
And somehow acting got involved, and then she kind of, she's a very smart woman. She had a very high IQ, and she was married to Arthur Miller, the playwright, and she got involved in like the actors, the method and trying to be really intelligent about how to be an actor, and it just was too much for her. And I wonder if Depp has a similar thing where it's like he wants to be seen, but if he's seen through the lens of a character that's not him, he gets like panicked about it because it's not him that they're appreciating, it's the character,
Yeah, but at the same time, he has a luxury, a very rare luxury, which is why I think this is where the Writers Guild is weird to me, that he should get, like, he deserves writing credit for much of what he does. He's crafting these characters on his own. He's not only is he talented enough to do it, but he's allowed to do it. So he's allowed to go off their script and create stuff and do it. So he's actually watching his own creation in a way. Because the formula he uses, I'm using, say, we all know the Pirates thing. I'll use something else. In Once Upon a Time in Mexico, he claims it was based off a sleazy agent that he had Tracy Jacobs, which I'm sure Lori Allison knows who this is. And so his agent Sands is based on that. So he's watching himself off a character he created, and yet he's not getting writing credit at the same time, and he's writing all his dialogue.
Well, in relationship to the narcissism thing, I that's a good question about actors, where it's like, is it enough that it's you embodying a character? Does that sort of soothe your narcissistic tendencies, or are you frustrated that it's not the real you? Like, you want to be worshipped for just being yourself, and not a character.
One of the problems he had in Jean du Barry was he's used to having autonomy, and he's used to having absolute creative control over his own character. So you're on a set now where you're not a shot caller, you're not your production company's not involved in the way that, and so Ma Wen is telling him to do it this way. He's not used to that. He's saying, I get to, on every other film I work on, my process is this. She's like, no, this is what's on the page. Do it this way. So he had a lot of trouble with that.
Right.
Because he's been used to creating his own characters for anything he's been on. He's allowed to, I think, Murder on the Orient Express had a similar problem, because I don't think Kenneth Branagh wanted him improvising or.
And I wonder if that's like you always talk about. He's just always going back to the same tribe of Gore Verbinski and people where
Burton, right?
Yeah, and or Tim Burton, and when he has to work with these kind of outlier people for him, it's like the first day of school again, and that can kind of be apoplectic.
Spot on. No, spot. And
yeah.
we're all victims. We're all guilty of wanting to be comfortable around our immediate circle, and he's no different. When you go to work in a film, you want people you're comfortable around, and you do it so much. And in this, it starts to get all too familiar with the audience, and you become redundant.
Yes. Right.
Sarah, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Did you send me? Oh, did you get a picture of her?
Yes, there's 2 pictures.
Awesome.
I mean, they're going to see my laundry. Oh,
She's gonna
in my laundry chair.
She's gonna steal the show. I know it. Tell me if this is coming up at all. Do you see it? Is it coming up?
No, nothing.
Okay, I gotta share it again. I'm still not deft at this. I'm still struggling. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you see that? Look at that cartoon cat.
That was
That's a
the
great
second
shot.
photo.
She just jumped
So
in the laundry
cute.
basket.
Yeah, when I'm doing the show, that's where she goes.
She really is a cartoon character. Look at this shot. Oh, look at this.
Oh.
Now that's I'm not even.
That was
a
the
huge-
first one.
That's such a good picture. Look at that
What a
cat.
cutie.
Like, bitch, leave me alone.
Why are you taking photos?
Charismatic cat too. Look at that. What a cartoon character. We were saying that she's like Tom and Jerry. She's like the original Tom.
Same
from Tom
color
and
color
Jerry.
scheme
Yeah,
as
exactly
Tom,
right.
Mm-hmm. She loves super chats too.
Yeah.
What's the food? What's the cat food she had? What's the style?
Science diet sensitive stomach.
Do they all use the same cat food?
Do they? Who's they? I have one.
Black people. They, Sarah. That's what you. Yes.
God.
Yes, black people eat science diet. Yes.
We should change the ARM fund to the Camilla fund.
Yeah, I
There's probably
agree.
no more super chats.
Somebody asked me a question. Alice, was it published during the court case? Ben asked. How much Disney resorts pay for the Depp image rights? They do not. I do not know that figure, Ben.
Yeah,
I
I
would
don't
like
think
to
we
look it
found
up.
out.
That's a great question. I would love to look that up.
You know, Carrie Fisher always talked about how George Lucas, like she would make jokes about how George Lucas owns her likeness. And, you know, she has to go to George to like do any kind of speaking event. I mean, she's kidding, obviously, but, you know, I do wonder about that when it's like a franchise thing like that, where Mark Hamill does not own his own likeness, you know. It's kind of crazy.
Didn't they say that Ralph Macchio cut some crazy deal with Karate Kid in the beginning, that he got paid a lot more? They got ahead of it or something, and he was able to cut some crazy deal. I know Nicholson did for Batman.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah.
And I swear to God, I heard it. Lauren Marie writes, "Hey Lauren, I hope you enjoyed Oppenheimer. We were talking about how it's amazing that any movie could get any traction anymore, and somehow this one did. It's there's been so many huge movies that have bombed, and somehow he has the right promotional thing. It's crazy. I'm talking about Christopher Nolan. It's nice they're doing something for charity, but it's kind of expensive for a print. You ain't kidding. I bought a real Picasso for $1,900.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna go my next therapy appointment. I'm gonna say I'm not gonna use benefits. I'm going to use the Johnny Depp mental health fund from his NFTs and see if he accepts it. I'm going to tap into it. I want to know where this money's going. I'm going to test it. I'm going to see, hey, can I use 85? I don't know what it costs, 85 or something, $100. Can I use that for my therapy appointment? It's for mental health, right? What else is it? That's what it's for. Sorry, I'm using it. I'm testing it.
You should claim that you're going to be the next Picasso and just like do a doodle on a cocktail napkin for your therapist. Like, here's my payment.
Crispin Glover sued because Back to the Future 2 because they used his likeness and they fired him. Glover was in What's Eating Gilbert Grape.
He also dated Amber Heard.
It's crazy. I didn't realize that.
A very young Amber Heard.
Do you remember he was the funeral director and what's he? Oh, you didn't see Gilbert Grape.
Nope.
Very creepy. He was hitting on Depp's underage sister in the movie.
Oh,
He goes, that's really you've really, he can't, he's so like awkward, he's got no game, and he's hitting on his like his daughter, his sister's like 15 or 14. She's like, he's like, you've really blossomed into a really beautiful, nice young woman. You really, this is so uncomfortable. It might be the most uncomfortable scene in the whole movie, even though nobody fixates on it.
He is an uncomfortable actor. I wonder if he and Mary Steenburgen bonded over. He gets fired from Back to the Future, but she's in Back to the Future 3. You know,
so, good call, David. Yeah. A lot of the pro wrestlers get screwed almost as much as David and his composer friends. I mean, the maestro. You are the maestro now, officially.
Right. Yeah.
Right, Sarah? We got to keep that going. He's the maestro.
I'll change my
Johnny
avatar.
said that?
Yeah.
That's up to you on the Seinfeld watch. I have nothing to do with that.
That's a Seinfeld episode. You remember, Sarah, the Twisted Sister video? I believe it was I Want to Rock.
Okay.
We're not going to take it is the one everybody knows, but I think so. The main actor in that goes, "What are you?" The father goes,
"Oh yeah.
What are you gonna do with your life?" That's the actor that plays the maestro in the Seinfeld episode.
Okay.
Which a lot of people may or may not know. And
I'm gonna say not know.
Okay, so let's play Depp, and it's 5.
I did this at Ralph Steadman's in his studio in around 2021. This self-portrait.
Ralph Steadman, for all who don't know, is Hunter S. Thompson's artist. He's almost like his Danny Elfman to Burton.
Right.
He does all the Rolling Stone piece, and they've had a relationship since Thompson. And there's a Ralph Steadman documentary, I think, on Netflix.
You know what depresses me about this shot?
What?
He's got that old man on stage too long, burned, tattooed chest.
You got to see his neck.
Oh yeah.
When you get a clear shot of it, I guess it's the Adam's apple shot where it's I don't know if it's a tracheal thing from the smoking or it's just age. But his dad has one. His dad looks like Jack Nicholson now.
That's where your age goes first, is your neck. Yep. But that shot of him, I guess he's just sketching on the print. But he's got his scarf on, and we played the whole video back when the NFTs came out. His scarf is dipping onto the print, and he still won't take it off. He has to move it with his hand.
Right.
And he just barrels forward.
Good call, Sarah. I forgot about that. He's right. The scarf actually hits the paint as he's like, it's the most impractical thing you would wear during painting. I can't think of a worse thing. Maybe welding would be worse to wear a scarf during.
And it's not even like a thin scarf. It's a winter scarf.
It's like he wants it to hit it too, right, Sarah?
Did they go back to that?
I don't think it's. No, we'll see.
Okay.
It was created at a time that was, let's say.
Like saying, yeah.
Yeah, a bit dark, a bit confusing.
You know where he got that from? That's a Thompsonism.
Oh, okay.
Ever hear an interview with Hunter S. Thompson? He does these random stops. He goes, "Oh yeah, it's kind of what we had in mind. Yeah, that's where he got it from."
I thought he got it from Jerry Seinfeld. Yeah.
And I don't know why. I thought it needed something else. It needed further information. When I felt the need to write basically
there it is, Sarah.
Counting down.
Good call.
Yeah.
Look at his scarf, David.
Yeah.
That's not even the worst shot of it. He's actually leaning over in another shot. He's leaning over the nose of the painting, and it's swiping along the canvas, and he just moves it instead of taking it off.
It's also white.
Yeah.
Right. So that's impractical. The last time I cooked, I realized I had a white shirt on, and so I took the thing off. I caught it in 5 minutes. Changed shirts because I knew what was going to happen. It didn't matter. I didn't do anything. I looked down and there's a fucking Roy G. Biv stain on my white shirt. David, I didn't do anything. I barely started the process. There's coffee stains and crushed tomato stain. I'm like, I didn't even open the can. I cannot wear. How is this motherfucker wearing a white scarf? You're so right, Sarah.
Next time
Yeah.
you'll learn to just cook naked.
Sound of the
Like Danny Elfman would.
I learned very early on in my 20s, like, don't eat cookies in bed because no matter what, the crumbs will end up by your toes at the end of the night. Like, you just, I don't know how it happens. I don't know how, but yeah, it is
I'm trying
impractical.
to figure that how that happens too. I've never heard that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I've had other people confirm that does happen to them. So,
Hey, you know what's the lowest? I've eaten probably cookies on the toilet. So let's not. I'm not pretending I'm better than anybody.
No, I know.
Lauren Marie says Oppenheimer was amazing from start to finish. Lauren, was it another 3-hour Nolan movie? I like long movies, so I'm not criticizing. I like that his movies are long. I like an event. I don't like an hour and 25-minute movie.
No kidding.
Right. Do
Look
not
how
like
long we've been on today.
Touche, sir.
We haven't even sniffed Polanski yet.
Josh, who wants? Oh, I can't believe you used that. Josh Foster goes, God, Depp is such a nut swinger.
I'll swing from.
Good call, Brendan. Maestro is also
gay.
in Animal House. When you brought up cookies in bed, I just reminded me of Steve Forbes hosted Saturday Night Live.
Okay.
And they did this juxtaposition of him as a construction worker. So it's him talking to just typical construction workers, but he's playing himself.
Right.
So he goes like, I don't know why this line just really made me laugh. In Steve Forbes' voice, he goes, she goes, the woman's got some body on her. I mean, I wouldn't kick her out of bed for eating crackers.
Yeah.
So he's trying to do like construction, body construction talk, but it's him doing it.
Right.
She's got some body on her. I mean, I wouldn't kick her out of bed for eating crackers.
That's a Cliffism on Cheers, and then Norm is like, why else would she be there?
years. Yeah. Essentially, I just wrote 5
Count the ads
on there because I was just about to enter into the 5th year of the madness.
I'd kiss him.
Now the madness.
See his lip? That's what his lip would look like when I was done.
The madness meaning the succubus, Depp, we heard, right? So if you don't want to, if you want to be done with this, then why are you bringing attention to it with this? He's bringing attention to the madness by doing this. If you want to extricate this from your life, if you want to completely have closure and eradicate it, you don't bring attention to the madness and play a victim with this stunt.
Right.
You would not bring it up. You were trying to get past it. He wants it to go. He wants to not. He's like, oh, I don't think about it. Bullshit. You're thinking about it now because you're doing this. You're bringing. I've always had this fear. I said this all throughout Fairfax. He's never going to get the stank of this thing off him. And he's now that because of the strike and has nothing lined up, you really won't. You're never going to not look at him and think of Amber Heard. She got her wish. Go ahead, Debbie. I'm sorry.
What year is this video from?
This is
a couple
new.
Weeks ago.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't.
July 20th, they released this video.
It could have been done like a month ago, for all we know, but
it could have been done when he recorded the what do we call those when he was asking the questions? What am I?
The riddles.
Yeah. It was. Oh God damn it! I forgot about that. So much stuff has gone on. That was on Discord. It was on Discord, for Christ's sake.
I feel, therefore I am. What am I?
Were we reenacting it as the actual Riddler at one point during those shows?
No, I made a visual of him being the Riddler.
Okay.
The artwork.
If a tree falls in the woods and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound?
That's from a photo shoot for Dior with Jean-Baptiste Mondino.
Oh,
no.
He's got a great eye. And the great thing about shooting with Jean-Baptiste Mondino is...
Hey, Tony Gwynn's got a great eye. I don't see you painting him. I'm painting
Just call
Tony
him
Gwynn.
JB. You said the name once. Just say JB from this point on.
Sarah's so right that he was so happy he had an opportunity to say the full name 2 times in a row.
Yes, with that European lilt from the Owensboro.
Right.
You'll never look at anything, any of his photographs, any of his work, where...
Nicotine.
I was thinking that too. So the smoke coming up, it's almost like the smoking is incidental to the actual optics of the smoke rising from the painting, as you could see it coming into that effect of like the brown cigarettes.
This flaming turd of a painting. Yeah. I'm
Don't
kidding. I'm
don't push
kidding.
play. Don't push play yet. I have to describe to you my fantasy right now. Looking at this still. Okay, we're in a studio, right? I'm in the bed, and this is him walking in to see me, waiting for him. In the
I think he's looking at Camilla in the laundry basket. Judy Tenino goes, he's wearing a scarf. Now, what is he going to do next? Wear a scarf on a roller coaster? It's probably.
Oh, God.
That's really funny.
The subject's eyes aren't somewhere else, or
yes, my love.
that there's
That looks
you see
very
something
staged, but it was
behind
very
the eyes,
attractive,
and
yes.
Mondino is.
This is him looking at my putrid naked body. This
Oh,
is
stop, Sarah.
I didn't listen to the whole thing. Is that what you two broads talked about on the Golden Girls show? Was it
we
like
talked about
this?
fashions, and I forced him to talk about antiques.
Okay.
We were both shocked. We were both breathless for a moment.
Sarah and I are
Blanche entered
basically
the
doing
room.
Antiques Roadshow on
Yes.
the Golden Girls commentary.
I don't want to talk over it. I
He's
don't
kind
know.
of
Okay,
a
there.
master of that kind of thing. That whole time, as much as it was painful, Dior stuck to their guns, and that was incredible. If you can read
And
in
$20
the
million.
eyes something that can affect you,
What did we ballpark his at the time? He was getting. We did the math over a certain number of years. He was getting $7 million a year from them.
Yeah,
It showed up on his line
like
items.
7 over 5 years, I think.
Yeah, and it's literally. I would say those commercials take them 4 hours to make.
Yeah.
If that.
Yeah, but if I'm him, I'm skipping into the desert to film with a wolf every other day.
It's stuck
For
by
that
your
money.
guns. It's not going to. Did it take anything to have you, the Colon? You've really stuck by their guns, and it's such a different game in Europe. I mean, I wish they hadn't stuck by the guns. Again, there's only one thing less appealing than the Hollywood vampires to me, and less interesting than his music career, and that's his relationship with Dior. There's nothing worse. There's nothing more a parody of yourself. There's nothing more embarrassing to me.
I think he looks,
hate every bit of it.
I think he looks so good in those commercials. I'll take it.
God. If you told me that he was going to be doing a cologne commercial in the mid to late 90s, we
just
would
wish it
have a
wasn't so
problem.
expensive.
We would
I
have
thought
had a huge argument. You would not have gotten out of that alive. I can't believe we're looking at that. I can't.
So is this whole thing promotion for Dior? Like this, the
I think they
fact
just
that-
did a mention. I don't know.
I bet you it's a backdoor. Yeah, I mean, I bet you like without saying it, that's a great promotion, but without doing it, like on the DL
because
product
it'll
placement.
get right. It'll sort of it'll get back to the Dior. Like, I really respect them for sticking by their guns. Like, hire me
Yeah,
again.
right. That's a great point. Like Drew Barrymore and what's the cheese?
Kraft.
I know Kraft. Yeah,
Kraft. It was was it actual
The
cheddar or
plastic
was
cheese.
It... Yes,
No,
yes,
the
yes.
plastic cheese.
it was like Kraft singles she was talking about. Yeah.
Josh Foster goes, Depp is the painting what Beetlejuice is to teeth.
Ugh.
Lauren says, it is. Of course it is. It's over 3 hours. Deppenheimer. Paint me. Ben 4810, Sarah to Johnny. Do it, Sarah. Read his dialogue you read here.
You ready?
Yeah.
Let me prepare. Let me get turned on for a second.
You're a great actress. Not
Paint
good.
me,
Great.
honey. Paint me. And when you're finished, send in, oh God, Jean-Baptiste Mondino.
Say that again.
I'm not even saying it right. Okay. Paint me, honey. Paint me. And when you finish, send in Jean-Baptiste Mondino.
Julie, if you're listening, please clip that.
I don't care.
The super chats are going crazy, Sarah, over your AMR. Melvin's going crazy over that. Such a Melvin
I know. I'm
move.
going to have to finally start that OnlyFans.
Johnny Meyer, welcome, sir. We was talking about you to Monique and the other day, and Electric Eel. You were talking about having him talk about the fucking man cow thing. Dior is. I gave her your prank call.
I agree with this.
Dior is not a shit brand. I don't know what shit and non-shit is with cologne. If it smells good, I mean, for Christ's sake, I think Pert Plus smells better than Dior.
Ugh.
I used Pert Plus a few weeks ago. I love the smell of that. It's all arbitrary too. It's such bullshit. All
The
of
worst
it's
smelling
bullshit.
shampoo is Head and Shoulders. I want to throw up every time I smell it.
Yes, there you are, Melvin. Fire, says Melvin. Fire. Kraft is not cheese, says G Canada. That's Lauren. That's okay. You don't have to explain. It's, our
If
chat
that
does
can
whatever. it
Hey,
wants.
keep
have
keep
some
copying and
effect.
pasting it. It's fine. It helps us.
Yes.
And
We like
if
copy
they
and
see
paste.
some sort of truth or whatever in there, then because it's not the most comfortable thing doing like a
Butterfly in the
self-portrait.
back.
Although, in a weird way, like I said, almost everything you do is a self-portrait in one way or another.
Smell that hat.
I would sit with a mirror and just sketch myself, and I would do that for a while, and different days, different.
What David says is pretty brilliant. What's to stop Christian Dior? By the way, I saw their last time I was in New York. They have a huge headquarters right on the lip of Central Park, where David, remember we were looking at the Seinfeld Columbus Circle thing and the exteriors they shot? It's to the right of that. It's like just east of that huge office. Like, couldn't believe that they could even sustain that there. And what you said is brilliant. Like it's like an on the DL promotion for Dior. So he's getting like paid under the table for them. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's like politicians who mention like zucchini because I'm blanking on the word, but they're trying to get like lobbyists that are like on the behalf of lobbyists mentioning different household products or foods or whatever.
Or lobby lists, as Bigfoot would call it.
Yeah, I see his guitar in the back. Out of focus.
That's Patrick Hasbrou's guitar from the Senate.
There's two. There's a green one too.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Yeah,
I showed you that text, right? Patrick Hasbrough said he stole a guitar from him on the set of Jump Street and never returned it.
Yes.
And it sounds like it's a pretty damn expensive one.
Yeah.
That was a crazy story. I can't wait for him to tell that in real life.
It was a gift.
Yes. What he says, Hasbrook said he was at the Viper Room opening, and he said he wanted to see if Depp would bring it up, and he didn't. It's so crazy. It's so uncomfortable. That's so crazy. That's such great dirt. Melvin says, Sarah, what kind of cookies do you eat in the toilet? Double stuffed Oreos? Get it? Call back?
Possibly. Double stuffed are fragile because I break them into 3 parts to enjoy them longer.
Right.
So when you get down to the imitation chocolate part, they're very fragile and they could crumble.
Pellel goes, hey, I was going to mention I get messy when I open up cans. I also crumbs get on the floor on your feet while you're walking, and you're like, how the hell did this happen? And then I know I'm the worst.
Yeah,
Depp got $20 million for the Dior commercial. That's kind of like the lump fee.
I think it's spread out over a couple years.
Yeah, it's literally must take him 5 minutes to do that.
It's fine.
It's total cash grab. How do you say no to it? I don't know. Aren't we supposed to be artists? Aren't we all supposed to, right, David? Aren't we supposed to be Johnny's hoodie is spectacular.
Well, especially at this point in his career, like, does he really need the money from the? I mean,
that's something you would have done in your 20s, right?
Right.
This is the opposite. You should be like, what do you think Nicholson is taking this?
Light, different angles.
But that
I appreciate
money he
portraits
lost
of people that
from
really
his managers
are
is
just
much bigger than we think.
as lifelike as a photograph.
You're always in recouping mode.
But unfortunately, we have been living in the times where may as well just take a photograph if that's what you're looking for. So to be able to kind of drag out whatever
It's like a
the
pencil
figure
sharpener.
represents.
Was that a Miramar Elementary School pencil sharpener he used there? Good God.
To you, that it shouldn't look, I don't know, real in a way. It should be.
He's leaning over me.
It should just be some expression. Spit it out as it
all
gets
right.
spit out. Here's the information. Meant to be released the 20th of July for a limited time. How limited? I don't know.
Mm.
And for every print,
Wasn't that a
200
Seinfeld bit? He's
Is
talking
this
about
how you
like
get? Is this how you receive it? In this box
Ooh.
like this, with some looks like tissue paper over it.
Yeah.
That's great.
quite honestly, I'd rather have Lori Allison's book. I mean,
mean,
Susan
we
Allison
do.
Witkin's book. I know.
I'd rather have both.
I'd rather have his foreword than this.
I want this
That he-
autographed though.
I'm not kidding. I would rather have his written foreword in Susan Witkin's book than this.
He did autograph it. He put 5 tally marks on it.
For the 5 orgasms he's going to give me.
Oh my God, Sarah! This is a family show. This
I
is on
think
the
people
Hallmark
are-
Network. They're syndicating this on the Hallmark channel right now with Peter Dillon.
People know better.
dollars will go directly to Mental Health America,
Now that I can get behind.
which is a wonderful facility, and it's an extremely deserving cause. They do a lot of great
I'm
work
gonna-
there. So yeah,
I'm gonna cash in
$200
on it.
bucks from every
Oh,
print
he's autographed.
will go
Oh,
to
there you
Well,
go.
let's hear that again. Ready?
print work there. So yeah, $200 from every.
$200 from every print. Now, what's the
Oh
actual
Jesus.
what's the actual cost of?
200 is too much for me. So
Well,
I'm out.
that's a therapy appointment.
yeah.
Well, wait a minute. Did he say the whole thing cost 200 or 200 from the?
From
So it's even
200
more
from
expensive.
each print.
Yeah, it
yes.
goes to mental health.
Ay, vey.
It's probably at least
Print
500.
will go to them.
Them. I think I'd like to know a little more about them, and I didn't get a fine point enough of what this You know what I mean? Like, how vague was that? How about individual people, right? How about this? Instead of an organization, 2,500, right? Thank you, Lauren. So 200 out of the 2,500 goes
my
to the mental
God.
health. So if I were him, I would
That's
say
not even 10%.
that's not even 10%. I would say let's have individual people who can't afford, who benefits do not cover it, like the composing guild for the maestro, gets to use it individual payment for therapy and or psychiatry. How about that?
All right.
Not to a general pool. I want to see where it's going. I want to track it. I'm going to track it to an individual user. How
Does
about
this smack of Howard's 9/11 fund that
Yeah.
Sarah donated?
Sarah donated to, yes, and she couldn't paper trail it.
The
It
bank
just
couldn't tell
vanished.
me where the money went.
And Howard never mentioned it again. And mysteriously, a Hampton's house all of a sudden appeared.
Right.
Johnny Bobby, the charity sounds like George Costanza's Human Fund. Remember the Susan Foundation? Boy, everything goes back to Seinfeld, doesn't it? Oh man! So as we end this with,
Are we getting to the?
yes,
Okay.
let me go. Let me read. Tell me if you see this. This is Roman Polanski's other accuser. So Roman Polanski is how we're going to confirm.
I don't see anything. I don't know if you.
No, I
shared
didn't. I
it.
didn't do it. I
Oh,
didn't share
sorry.
it.
Okay.
Tell me if you see this. Window. Sorry. Here.
Good.
How about that?
Yeah.
See that? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I copied and pasted this because you know how these things now, like Rolling Stone does this, and they're making you pay for the article at a
right.
certain point. So I quickly copied and pasted and emailed it to myself.
Good for you.
Because I thought it was going to block me if I went to read it.
Right.
You know how if you have the page up too long, it'll just go,
Mhm.
now you have to pay for it. So I copy and pasted it and emailed it to myself. So I'm reading this from a. So this is Roman. This is not the one you think of. Let me first read Roman Polanski's. So Johnny Depp and Roman Polanski have a relationship, and it's supposedly one of the ways he met his mate of 14 years, Vanessa. Roman Polanski, born in 1933, is French and Polish. He is Polish Jewish parents and moved from birthplace to parent. His Polanski's pregnant wife, Sharon Tate. Sarah, you know a lot about the story. The film Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Did you see that, David?
I did. Yeah.
Sarah, you really need to watch this, and David will confirm it. I think everyone in the chat. It's a phenomenal Quentin Tarantino film, who defends Roman Polanski. Surprise, surprise. And it's all covered. His shit's all covered in this movie, right, David? The Sharon Tate stuff. And
yeah, her murder and everything. Yeah.
his pregnant wife, Sharon Tate, was murdered by 4 friends and members of the Manson family. He made Macbeth, Chinatown, was arrested. In 1977, Polanski was arrested for drugging and raping a 13-year-old girl. As a result of plea bargain, he pleaded guilty to a lesser offense of unlawful sex with a minor. In 1978, upon learning that the judge planned to reject his plea deal and impose a prison term instead of probation, Polanski fled to Paris and has been living as a fugitive from the United States criminal justice system. After fleeing to Europe, Polanski continued directing, though. His other critically acclaimed films, Tess, The Pianist, The Ghost Rider, Venus and Fur. What we're not bringing up here is The Ninth Gate, An Officer and a Spy. Polanski is now married to the woman she's actually in The Ninth Gate, Emmanuel Signer. So, in addition to that, he has 4 accusations of either rape or sexual misconduct. He's been married to Emmanuel Signer. I've never seen it pronounced. I've only seen it written out.
Yeah.
Seigner since 1989. She's in The Ninth Gate. So this article I have up here. How come it's blank? You see that it's blank?
Yeah, it's blank. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Okay, good.
By the way, before you start, I have a she made a statement, this accuser.
Okay.
Oh, no, sorry. The first accuser. She made a statement in April. I'll read that. I don't know if you have it.
She's trying to back, like, oh, I've moved on, kind of thing.
Kind of, sort of, but throw it to me when you're ready for that and I'll read it.
Okay. Roman Polanski accused in 1975 of an additional rape. A French photographer said the director hit her and assaulted her when she was 18. She's the 6th woman to publicly accuse him of some kind of sexual abuse. A French photographer has accused Roman Polanski of violently raping her in 1975 in a ski chalet in Switzerland when she was just 18, adding to the list of several women who have publicly accused Mr. Polanski of sexually abusing them as teenagers. The director, who preparing to release a film on Wednesday dealing with the themes of injustice, firmly denied the latest accusation. His lawyer said in a letter published online Friday by the French newspaper Le Parisien. The photographer Valentine Monnier, 62, says she was breaking 44 years of silence after a recent interview by Mr. Polanski. In it, the director suggested that he was a victim of persecution, like the main subject of his new film, Alfred Dreyfus, a Jewish military officer wrongly convicted of treason in what remains France's most notorious miscarriage of justice. It is credible to hear somebody say, I accuse, when they have branded you and forbidden you, the victim, to accuse him, Ms. Monnier said in an interview published by the same newspaper. A lawyer for Mr. Polanski, Hervé Temamim, said on Saturday, for 45 years, these accusations have never been reported to the judicial authorities. I strongly deplore their publication a few days before the release of this film. Miss Monnier told the La Parisien, said that she went to Mr. Polanski's chalet in Gstaad, Switzerland in the winter of 1975 with friends, but had not known him personally when the group went skiing. She said he propositioned her in vulgar terms when they were seated together on a ski lift, and she declined. Later that evening, after returning to the chalet from dinner, Mr. Polanski called upstairs and she said, life had not been trained me to be that suspicious yet, she told the paper. When Miss Monnier, we'll call it, arrived on the top landing, she continued, Mr. Polanski emerged naked. It's always someone just emerging naked. Emerged naked and threw himself on her, striking her, tearing off her clothes, and then raping her. I was totally shocked, she told the newspaper. I weighed 50 kilos. Polanski was small, but he was muscular at 42 in his prime of his life. He got the upper hand in 2 minutes. You know, he's 5'3", supposedly, as I just read.
Yeah.
That's horrifying.
She said, he's the Muggsy Bogues of France. He's the sexual misconduct Muggsy Bogues of France. She said she remembered fearing that she would die in the moment. I said to myself, this is Roman Polanski. He can't take the risk that this would be known to anyone. She's going to have to kill me, I guess. Mr. Polanski later apologized to her in tears, she said. Ms. Monnier said she wanted to speak publicly in order to bring an end to the idolizing of these guilty ones. Mr. Polanski has lived in France since 1978 when he fled the United States before sentencing and pled guilty to having unlawful sex with a 13-year-old girl, but the statute of limitations for rape is 20 years in France. Her accusation cannot lead to an investigation for prosecution. I denounce this crime knowing that there can't be punishment in an attempt to end exceptions, impunity, she said, La Parisien. In an email to the New York Times on Saturday, Ms. Monnier declined to comment any further than that. Okay, Sarah, go to your...
Okay. So Samantha Geimer, who was raped by Roman Polanski when she was an underage teenager, has once again spoken out denying that she is a victim, this time in an interview with Polanski's wife. Okay. Geimer, who was 13 when she was given alcohol and pills and raped by the French-Polish film director, told Sagner, I'm not going to say that right, for an interview in La Pointe magazine that what happened had never been a problem for her. She said, "Let me be very clear. What happened with Polanski was never a big problem for me. I didn't even know it was illegal, that someone could be arrested for it. I was fine. I'm still fine. The fact that we've made this thing up weighs on me terribly. To have to constantly repeat that it wasn't a big deal, it's a terrible burden." So it goes on. Apparently, they were in a hot tub. Oh, okay. Let me apologize. I apologize. She goes, "Sex was recreational, sometimes transactional. I remember the time when I was starting to work. I became a model at 14 years old. All the girls, the models, slept with the photographers, and I was no exception. But sex was something normal, a natural aspect of life. There wasn't all this drama, all this darkness surrounding sex." She was 13. And apparently, his seduction was getting her into a hot tub, asking her, after he's basically roofied her with pills and alcohol, asking her if she's on birth control. She says no, so he goes a different route, around the back. That's all I'll say. But no big deal. Just 13.
Yeah. At Jack Nicholson's house, I think.
Yes.
with
Yes,
Angelica Houston.
right, and he
Mhm.
somehow is completely exonerated from any kind of enabling or provide. You don't think he knew every bit of this while that was going on?
Yeah.
He's so sacrosanct. He just manages to like cool himself out of every situation. You don't think Nicholson knew exactly what was going down in this? You got to be kidding me.
And Angelica Houston went on to have a pretty firm 20-year career of being somewhat relevant and hireable
Right.
in the 80s and 90s.
What was that Nicholson line? He's always looked upon to be. I'm going to spare you. Are we not sick of Jack Nicholson impressions? I'm not going to even do it. I'm so
Yeah.
I can't. I just don't want to. It's so hacky. There's a lot like Nicholson's like the sage of dinosaur bachelors of staying single and womanizing, and he gives all sage advice to that. What's the line from him? When you're trying to get over, the only way to get over a woman is to get under a woman. That's his big line, which came out of that.
Really classy.
Yeah. DiCaprio, Judy Tenuta. No, I'm praising Brad Pitt. DiCaprio is completely forgettable and boring in the movie. Brad Pitt, who I was never super like, Brad Pitt's made the most of the talent he has with the scripts he gets. I don't think he's like a super duper virtuoso talent like Depp is, but he does the most with the opportunities he gets.
Let's wipe the Devil's Own though out of our memories.
I'm gonna do that Irish accent. Brad Pitt is easily the best thing about that movie. DiCaprio is completely mediocre and forgettable, and I just don't think about him at all. But Brad Pitt is the best part about that movie. He basically plays like a Colt Seavers stuntman, a washed-up stuntman who's trying to make his way, and they navigate their way, Sarah, through all those 70s things with Sharon Tate. You would love this movie. I'm telling you, you would love this movie. And Brad, it's easily the best thing Brad Pitt has ever done or ever will do. That's awful. Poor girls.
Do you think the trauma of having his wife and son murdered in his home just like made him snap?
Perhaps. I don't want to give excuses, but
I don't either. That's absolutely no excuse.
Yeah, it doesn't excuse. Maybe it explains, though.
Kylo Sierra Alpha, she was paid millions to have that. I was thinking that too, some kind of payoff thing. Who knows, right? I was thinking that too.
Well, the interview was with his wife.
Yeah,
that's who she gave the statement to.
Emmanuel Senior.
Yeah,
she was in The Ninth Gate.
Oh, okay, that's right.
I've seen the Stephanie interviewed before, not by his wife, but she seems sad. I mean, she's being interviewed about a very sad topic, but you can tell that she has probably had a kind of sad life. She seems kind of low energy and just sort of trying to be inconspicuous. So,
I've never seen that Polanski documentary, if there is I'm sure there is. I can't. It's probably a few of them. I've never seen it, but I would like to watch it. Yeah, haha. Grieving Polanski tearing up as he's tearing up that ass. That's Johnny
Oh,
Ryan.
God.
Very, very
Jesus.
sensitive, Johnny.
Mr. Arm, you don't have to put every single one up on the screen.
I guess I don't.
Can you remove that
He's
one?
done so much for us that how do you?
I
know,
know,
right?
but come on.
Welcome, David C. You're a good artist, David. You're a good artist. Did you know that Polanski did a movie called Pirate? Oddly, in 1986.
I try to ignore what he does.
Yeah.
Rob Lowe was on Howard, and he said that it was supposed to be him and Nicholson, and they recast it with some French Rob Lowe doppelganger, and
Gerard Depardieu.
Walter Matthau. When you
Walter
can't get
Matthau.
Nicholson, you get Walter Matthau.
Yeah, right. That's what
I'd
I
rather.
think. Yeah.
So with that, the biggest Polanski, and I'll kind of wrap it up here with this right after this.
We have a part 2 of this, I'm assuming, right?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Quentin Tarantino goes on the Howard Stern show in 2003 and mightily defends Roman Polanski in his own special fanboy way. And you know Tarantino is a fanboy of every filmmaker. In fact, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is very much linked into the Polanski legend, Sarah, and you really need to see this movie. I wouldn't waste your time. It's long. It's 3 hours, much like a Nolan film, as Lauren will attest. But it is every bit, you know this better than I. You know that history better than I do. There's a scene in that where Brad Pitt's stuntman fights Bruce Lee on a set, which is like a scene that's bandied back and forth. This is Quentin Tarantino on the Howard Stern show in 2003, defending Roman Polanski like only Quentin can. Go ahead, David.
It's the Howard clip you're going to play?
Yeah.
Yeah, this clip infuriates me.
Yeah,
It's
it'll make
so
you
gross.
more angry listening to it here. It's worse.
Yeah.
It's actually worse than I remember.
That? When Gary Garver, our reporter out in Hollywood, interviewed you, here's what you said. I got to ask you about this.
Okay.
This I don't understand. Your movie, I understand. This I don't. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Hey, Quentin, how you doing, man?
Hey.
Picture's awesome.
Yeah.
Were you happy when Roman Polanski won the Oscar?
Yeah, that was pretty cool, actually, yeah.
What's so great about rapists being the recipient of Hollywood's highest honor?
I don't consider him a rapist.
That's the one. How can you defend? See, I don't understand this. How come Hollywood embraces this madman, this director who raped a 13-year-old?
He didn't rape a 13-year-old. It was statutory rape.
Yeah,
all right.
Well,
That's not quite the same thing. All right?
Come on.
You know, it's not statutory rape. You know, he had sex with a minor. All right, that's not rape. To me, when you use the word rape, all right, you're talking about violent, throwing them down. It's like one of the most violent crimes in the world. You can't throw, throwing the word rape around is like throwing the word racist around. All right, it just doesn't apply to everything that people use it for. All right,
Quentin likes to do this, like, all right, okay. I think he watched a lot of stand-up and, like, Dennis Leary thing. All right, okay, all right, okay, all right.
I would assume now, though, with woke Hollywood being extra woke these days, he is probably one of those that likes to throw that racist word around right now.
Well, I mean, in all fairness, Quentin Tarantino has cast a lot. Unlike Tim Burton, it's Samuel Jackson and Pam Grier, and he's been very good to the black acting community.
Yeah, but he's probably quick to accuse people of being racist.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, but
you got to give Howard credit. Back in those days, even as fake as the persona was, at least he said this kind of stuff.
Oh, this is when the show was great. He would take stuff on like this all the time. This is absolutely.
But he also, like, even as he delineates, like, statutory rape from whatever else he said, he doesn't acknowledge that it's still illegal. Like, what about that? Why
makes you
is
wonder
that
how
not
many 13-year-olds Quentin Tarantino has been.
Yeah.
And as Kylo kind of says here, I haven't really seen a single Polanski movie after this interview. He's an absolute disgusting man. Yeah, and are his movies even worth going to the wall for? Like, that they're okay, and when's the last one? People, are you that into Chinatown? Really? It's fine, for the time and these things. You shouldn't defend him anyway. But, like, people think, are these movies that precious to you that you're going to go to the wall for this? His body of work? Come on. He's going to cast you anyway. Like he could even cast Juno.
Was guilty of having sex with a minor. All right.
That she didn't want to have.
No, that was not the case at all. She wanted to have it.
Well,
dated the guy, and
they dated.
and found out. Well, and by the way, we're talking about America's morals. We're not talking about the morals in Europe and everything. All right.
Wait a second.
Morals in Europe, morals in China.
Okay, that opens up a whole thing with France and their morals. Now we talked about this with Lily Rose living in sin with her 24-year-old boyfriend at the Eastern Columbia building. People trying to rationalize, oh, in France, it's no big deal. Like Vanessa's every bit a part of that, as Depp letting her live in Amber Heard's next to it and that stuff. I can't wait to dig more into that in the unsealed documents. But yeah, that's there's this mentality there. And then Depp defending him, who he does as well. Not like this, but by working with him, he defends him, right? I mean, when you're signing on, forget him. Like you couldn't have gotten Vanessa on your own anyway, right? I mean, it's like, what on earth? Depp's well aware of old school legend Hollywood, knowing exactly who he's signing on with. Right, I agree, Judy. Rosemary's Baby's massively overrated.
The most memorable thing about Rosemary's Baby was Mia Farrow's iconic haircut and that she was getting Sinatra peen behind the scenes.
Right.
That's all I care about in terms of that movie.
Peen.
Oh,
Peen.
I would have taken that Sinatra peen back in those days.
Frank Sinatra Jr.?
No. Oh, God, no.
With a 13-year-old girl, and you're a grown man, you know that that's wrong because she has
giving her booze
and
and
pills.
I'm not. Look. Look. She was down with it.
Oh, you're
He's a sick asshole.
She's talked about it. Now she's an adult.
So crazy.
Not only that, Sarah, but he's so obsessed with Polanski. He's such a fanboy and idolatry, as David would say. He can do there was nothing he could do wrong in his eyes. This could have been worse than that. Tarantino would have defended him at the time.
Doesn't Tarantino have like a severe foot fetish as well?
Yes.
Yeah, supposedly.
This interview is really, this is him telling on himself too. You know, I mean, these are his standards of 2003 that he would talk to Howard's audience of millions of people. He would project this out there. It's like, what's to say he wouldn't sort of operate under this philosophy as well himself? You know,
I know. I think immediately you go, okay, you do the same thing. You're just enforcing the stereotype that.
Yeah. Why would you defend something if you didn't believe that you could get away with it yourself?
Yes.
I'm right. She's talked about it since he didn't really do anything to me. Though it was the technicality of her being 13.
Would you ever seduce a 13-year-old with pills and booze?
No.
You would.
Again, you're killing him with the pills and booze.
Why? But it's true.
But no more than if she was 18 or 19 or 20.
How old is she?
Yeah, please.
I'm going to read the transcript.
You then.
Oh, wait a minute. No, the transcript.
Maybe, and I'm not saying you can. Maybe you can justify, oh, right, she had a sip of champagne while she was at my house. What's the excuse for the pills? What other reason other than rape would you giving a 13-year-old pills?
Right.
There's no way to spin it. There's no way. He's already he copped a plea too, because they were going to extradite him, and the judge said, no, this guy's way. The judge who convicted him initially probably had a daughter, and he's like, whoa, this monster, I'm reneging on this. So they went to make it a harsher sentence, and that's when he fled. Lauren goes, she loves Rosemary's Baby is in your top 3 movies, huh?
Really interesting.
That's I know people like that. That's crazy praise. Is it worth going to the wall for? No. The Ninth Gate is.
The transcripts are like, now she's trying to take care of her mom who's pissed off at her. So now she's saying this, she's saying that. Now that she's an adult.
This is when it happened.
I know what I'm saying. Her mom is now on
yes,
her. Now
Quentin
she
has
has
a
to
kid
say
now,
he did
David.
this, he did that. Now she's an adult. She's got a whole different story.
What did Mr. Polanski say? He said, I'll take you home soon. What did you do? I told him, I said that I wanted to go home. What did Mr. Polanski say? He told me to go in the other room and lie down. I was going, no, I'd better go home because I was afraid. So I went and I sat down on the couch. And what were you afraid of him? Him? See?
What was the answer?
Then they just go him. I don't know. That's weird.
That's a very provocative question with no
What happened? Yeah. What happened when you sat down on the couch? He sat down beside.
Quentin's desperately trying to defend this by like finding little technicalities in the language and stuff.
None of whatever her attitude about whether she was down for this or not does not matter. She is not able to give consent as a 13-year-old.
Robin actually screams that at him.
Yeah.
Exactly what you just said. I think it's coming up soon.
He asked me if I was okay. I said no. What happened then? He reached over and he kissed me, and I was telling him no. You know, keep away. He said, I'll take you home soon. Then what happened? And then he went down and he started performing cuddliness.
He didn't know what cuddliness was.
13, cuddliness.
No, that's what she said.
Oh,
that's how she she's so young. That's what she called it in the police interview.
Oh, so she didn't. She didn't
she's
know
a
what to
kid.
spell. Okay, I
she
thought
said
he was,
cuddy. She called it cuddylingus.
I thought that was the early days when people didn't use cunnilingus in the
That's
vocabulary.
the sad. That's another reason that makes this sad. She's a child describing what he did, and she can't say. She doesn't know the word.
Johnny Meyer goes, the judge got tons and tons of mail urging him to sentence Roman more is what happened. I didn't realize. So he kowtowed. They should have. Ninth Gate is like a dark version of Indiana Jones National Treasure movies. Yeah, it's got that side.
I have to change the name of this episode.
You know Roman Polanski?
Oh, I've met him once. I've got to find her name. Now, if you were going to really do equal time, then you could have his book, Roman by Polanski, read his chapter about what he says happens. All right?
Of course he's going to say she was into it.
And, of course, she's going to say this because she knew she was in trouble with her mom.
So why do you side with him?
Because his version sounds more likely. All right? Sounds really, really more likely. She was.
You know how he could have avoided all this? Not being with a 13-year-old.
Well,
yeah, you're your own age.
He likes girls.
He likes babies.
Hold on. This is the way I always put it in perspective with guys.
I know what you're going to say.
What? I'm not doing it. I'm still.
If you had a daughter.
You had a 13-year-old daughter.
Right.
The most mature 13-year-old in the world. She looks 17. And your 13-year-old daughter, you leave her alone with a guy who's supposed to photograph her, who's 25 or 30. And you find out that he had cuddliness with her. You'd freak, wouldn't you?
No. Yes.
He had intercourse with her.
Yes.
There'd be a bullet in Polanski's head.
Yes.
I'd kill him.
I would.
Kill him.
Absolutely.
You would kill him.
I'd beat the hell out of him. All right.
Within an inch of his life.
Yeah, I'd beat the hell out of him. But the situation was not that she was against all this. She was down to party with Roman.
It's against the law. Let's get right down to it. It's against
the adult is supposed to know better.
Okay, but let's talk about it the way it is. She was down with the party. He was down with the party. But she was
13. She doesn't get to say she's down with the party. She can't sign a contract. She can't rent an apartment. She can't do anything. She has to get her parents' permission for everything she wants to do.
I know.
Not make the decision.
But now we're not talking about rape anymore. We're not talking about doing it against her will.
That's
right.
No, we're not.
Yes.
David, she said exactly what you just said. That's kind of eerie.
That's the best thing Robin has ever said.
I know. It doesn't seem like the same
was
person.
worth anything.
Yeah, right. That is exactly right. I mean, you know, it's more in the pop culture zeitgeist that people understand. I mean, especially in the last 6 years, that people understand. Like it does. Like I think about on the wrap-up show. Remember, Ronnie talked about how when he was like 15 or 16, a neighbor lady, like he had sex with a neighbor lady or something.
Yeah.
And the guys were saying like, she, you know, statutory raped you, and he was like, no, I was enjoying it, you know. And it's like, no, you don't get it. It's like, you cannot give consent. It's whether you enjoyed it or not is not the point in the eyes of the law, you know.
Still a child molester.
Right, still a child molester.
When you see what a 13-year-old looks like too, I mean, Chris Rock. There's a Chris Rock thing coming up. I don't know if we'll have time to play it. They play a clip of him on Leno, and he's going off on Polanski, and he's like, I could see maybe if 16 might look old, because but 13 is 13. It was the greatest commentary. He got this huge. It's the best take on it. Lauren Marie writes, I'm going to guess how many men in Hollywood recruit. This is verbatim what Lauren says. I'm going to guess how many men Hollywood are creeps and predators to some degree at some point in their career, but they haven't even been found out yet. It's a slimy business behind the scenes, of course. And then she says, my brother-in-law worked on a Netflix movie. He's a director, transportation, and said, you wouldn't believe what happens on these things. All the drugs and inappropriate behavior. It's just gross. And she says, I hate men at the end. Quentin is David C's Polanski. He could do no wrong except maybe death proof. Tarantino has no soul for this, says Josh Foster.
It's so foul for
It's
this.
so foul for
It
this.
goes on.
It's a minor
rape.
situation. It's a situation that she's a minor.
It's rape.
That is the situation.
He
Is
should have
it
done
against
jail
the
time.
law? You're right.
He should have done jail
Well, no,
time.
you know, in this book, though, do you know thing?
Wait a second. I have a daughter who should
Is
have
it
done
against
jail
the
time.
law? You're right.
He should have done jail
Well, no,
time.
you know, in this book, though, do you know what happened?
I will never let him come back into this country. I won't. He's not coming into the country.
I wish he wasn't joking.
In his book,
Yeah.
he talks about why he split.
Why do you like him so much? Why do you think? Because he's a director?
I've read the book.
You're
so
a
I
director,
actually-
he's a director. Is that what's going on here?
I have a little bit of information on this, all right, as opposed to just popping off on this and that and the other.
Anytime a person's 13.
You know, he's sitting there with his
Don't have sex
ADHD
with a
just
minor,
rocking
that's
back
rape.
and forth.
Look, okay,
Yeah.
I don't
He's
believe that's
talking.
rape. I believe it's against the law.
Right.
All right?
I believe it's rape.
What are we talking about?
I don't believe it's rape.
Mhm.
I mean, not at 13. Not for these 13-year-old party girls. That's
Oh, my
Oh,
13-year-old party girls. What is that?
Hey, let me ask you. All right, so you do.
Could he have found an 18-year-old party? Did you guys turn into Bill O...
You hear where it already slipped in at the end?
what did
No.
he?
Couldn't he have found an 18-year-old party girl? How hard
Yeah.
could that possibly
Mhm.
have been? He's right. When you put it in those...
Why? Like, he acknowledges that it's against the law, and therefore, like, case closed. Like, why?
Yeah.
Why would he?
Because he doesn't think the laws apply to iconic film directors. that
Right.
he's
No, I
inspired
mean,
by.
I know that. I'm
I know,
trying
no,
to-
I know, but that's how he's such a fanboy. He thinks none of this applies to his heroes.
But he read his book.
He read his book.
Right.
He's
As
more
if-
qualified.
Sorry, I don't mean to be shadowboxing with Quentin Tarantino from 2003. It
You will
just-
be boxing him for real in the Sir boxing ring behind Sir on
In the
West
alley.
Hollywood. In the alley. An alley
gonna
plated behind Sir.
And you, when you beat him up, David, throw him in the dumpster behind Sir.
with the leftover goat cheese balls. You know.
No, save those for me. I'll take them.
Goes, all right, David, I'll tell you what. All right. You can be the composer of my next movie. He's like, all right, deal's off, fight's off. You
Yeah,
got it,
right.
you got it.
Yeah, goodbye.
O'Reilly?
Bill O'Reilly, but
But
I wasn't looking, all right?
Wait a second. I have a daughter who is 11. She is such a little girl.
Mm-hmm.
And even I have a daughter 17 who, while she
guess
is
that.
old enough,
Only
certainly,
when Emily goes
you
on.
know, you still see that youthful innocence. I've had 3 daughters. I know what it is to have a 13-year-old daughter.
Mhm.
There is no way emotionally they're equipped to run off with a 40-year-old of Roman Polanski and have him say, come on, baby, let's drink, let's take some pills. And I say, it's up to Roman Polanski to go, you know what, you're really young. And you know what, maybe this is insane. I have an attraction for you, but you've got to go home.
Yeah, look, now, on this situation, I agree with you.
Right.
I agree with you.
No.
What I'm having, the only thing I'm having a problem with
Go ahead.
is using super big buzzwords that don't quite apply to the situation when you say that word and what you imagine.
You got to
That's
get
a deflection. That's so stupid.
Now, what? Tell me.
David C. writes, if you
Oh, he's so
lived in Hollywood
stupid.
and your daughter asked if she can go around and play with Tarantino's kids at their house, you'd be a very nervous parent.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Lauren Marie says, it's a shame too, because I love the final product and I've been a movie lover since the age of 5. Josh, that's Rosemary's Baby. Tarantino's low-key telling himself.
Yeah.
Tarantino's low-key telling on himself here. Yes.
Absolutely, he is.
Crazy Robin says, what will allow about rely on industrious. Third definition of Pellel writes R word other unlawful sexual intercourse or penetration with an unconscious person or person below the age of incapable of consent. He is so wrong. That's the actual rule. So this, after he's trying to sell a movie, I didn't even see this until I found it the other day. Tarantino circles back and apologizes for the same interview. I didn't even see this.
Is this because CBS unearthed those comments from Howard? Okay.
We played it on a gunk once.
Yeah.
And we didn't get enough into it. Probably should have just spent a whole show on it.
By the way, Howard and Robin were awesome there, but then go dig up his Olsen twins comments. You know.
Yes, yes. I was thinking that too. Like I could usurp that almost with a.
Yeah.
So this is
he apologized. When did he apologize?
around the time the movie Once Upon a Time in Hollywood came out.
What year was that? Sorry.
I want to say 17, 18, 19, somewhere in there.
Oh, okay.
He was promoting something. He was running around promoting something, and usually he has something to promote at all times. This is, tell me if you could see this.
Yep.
Almost.
Almost. Let me just,
Yes.
There it is.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, oh, do I have to reduce this because it's so damn? Okay.
Just read the important part. His statement.
I'm trying to because it formatted itself too small. Let me just go here. Okay, let me see if this fits.
There you go, right there.
Quentin Tarantino has been. Quentin Tarantino is really sorry for defending Roman Polanski. The director addressed in 2003 his Howard Stern interview, which disparaged a 13-year-old girl who was raped by Polanski in 1977. Quentin Tarantino has been out on a tour of contrition after Harvey Weinstein was ousted from Hollywood due to outpouring of sexual misconduct allegations against him. Tarantino apologized to women in the industry now for not doing more to stop Weinstein, even though he knew enough about the predator. Now, yeah, I mean, Weinstein is very important in Tarantino's films over the years. Make no mistake.
Yeah.
So he knew, and he just didn't say anything by his own admission.
The predatory rumors surrounding the disgraced producer. Just a few days ago, he publicly expressed his regret for getting Uma Thurman to do a car stunt for Kill Bill that ended up going dangerously awry, permanently damaging her knees and back. I didn't know that. Jeez. Now he's apologizing to Samantha Geimer, the woman who was rape-aided by Polanski in 1977 when she was 13. The apology arrives just a few days after the audio of Tarantino defending Polanski in a Howard Stern resurfaced interview from 2003 that drew backlash. And the audio was taken from the interview Tarantino did with radio host Howard Stern and Robin Quivers. The filmmaker claims that statutory rape is not rape at all, and that Geimer wanted to have it. She wanted it. Shortly after the quote resurfaced, Geimer responded in an interview with the New York Daily News saying Tarantino was wrong. I'm not upset, but I would probably feel better if he realized just how wrong he was. After 15 years, after hearing the facts, she added, in a statement with IndieWire, Tarantino has now apologized for his very cavalier remarks. Here's a statement. I want to publicly apologize to Samantha Geimer for my cavalier remarks on the Howard Stern show, speculating about her and the crime that was committed against her. 15 years later, I realized just how wrong I was. Miss Geimer was rape-aided by Roman Polanski. When Howard brought up Polanski, I incorrectly played devil's advocate. That's not what you're doing at all. Devil's advocate in the debate for the sake of being provocative. I didn't take Miss Geimer's feelings into consideration, and that I am truly sorry for. So Geimer,
when they issue these apologies and they explain to you how it happened, it's like they don't realize that there's a thing called the internet where you can, go to YouTube and hear actually what happened. So he's going to explain, he's going to, gaslight you before you, because you're not going to be able to hear this. This is what I did.
In 2003, would you have known this would come back? I mean, the internet was kind of up and going, but it wasn't fully realized yet.
Yeah. Well, also he's not trying to be provocative. His inner nerdy 7-year-old who loved Rosemary's Baby in Chinatown is being threatened with a reality check that this director hero of his is not who he thought he was.
Yeah,
and
don't
he
meet
can't
your
handle
heroes.
it.
Right, don't meet your heroes.
Right.
Over and over again, that comes up in your life.
His adult self is battling on behalf of the inner fanboy in that interview. It has nothing to do with him being provocative of his own accord.
We've all done it. We've all had our heroes fail us and make us, oh, Jesus, I can't believe we all have had that person who disappoints you in a way that there's no coming back.
Well, it's like for me, and you're not saying this, I realize this, I'm saying this, learning, having conversations with the people who used to be on the Stern show, who you admired and you liked, and realizing these people are not, in my opinion, this is such a disappointment.
I know what a big fan of Scott the Engineer you have been all through these years, and he's only disappointed you over and over again, Sarah. I'm sorry to hear that. And Brent
I'm in
Hatley.
therapy.
The apology arrives. The apology arrives also shortly after reports indicated that the act. I'm sorry. When Howard brought up Polanski, okay. So, Miss Geimer, I was ignorant and insensitive, and above all, incorrect. I am sorry, Samantha. Quentin Tarantino.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound like he's playing devil's advocate, like David said, or are you just defending your hero in every way that you know how in that moment? There's no devil's advocate there.
The time that interview took place, this is before, there's any. It's still that boys' club and like.
Yep.
Of directors and there's still he's still sort of this they think he's still this laudable influence in film history, and I understand why he felt comfortable enough to express his opinion in that way, because he only sees that he and other prominent film directors who probably were doing horrible things, including Harvey Weinstein, were in power.
Right.
You know?
All in his circle. I mean, all in his, like you said, good old boys club and circles. He knows all these people. It's there,
right.
And one goes down, the others go down, and he's maybe worried he's next, and who knows who's going to come out soon, and all the films
there's no movement to systematically punish these people in place, and so why wouldn't he feel comfortable expressing the idea that like, yeah, there's party girls that are underage, and that's just a fact of. I mean, that still goes on. I don't know if you've been reading about all the Jonah Hill stuff.
Yeah.
And not specifically with the girlfriend that revealed all these kind of controlling texts, but there was like a Nickelodeon former child actress who talked about being at parties when she was underage. I think she was 16 at Justin Long's house, and Jonah Hill's there, and all these other actors who were doing similar shit. You know?
Yeah, that Hollywood. You see them. There's that sort of Seth Rogen, James Franco.
James Franco's another one. Yeah.
Jonah Hill. They all know each other, and that's sort of Hollywood brats who have this huge sense of entitlement. This is my birthright to be in the industry, and they all ran it, and never had a regular job in their life, and they're all
right. And they were probably like they somehow feel like, well, I wasn't popular in high school, so I've got to go back in time as an adult to date a high school girl or do something with a high school girl in order to right that wrong or something.
They feel Hollywood with money, right? Is what they call it.
They feel justified in doing it. It's fucking sick.
The apology arrived shortly after reports indicated that an actor will play Polanski in Tarantino's upcoming film about this is Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Will play in the upcoming film about the Manson murders in 1969. Though the film isn't solely about the cult killings, it's not surprising that Polanski would have been part in the narrative. His wife at the time, actress Sharon Tate, was murdered by Manson's followers. Over the last few decades, Polanski's film career has frequently been overshadowed by the Rothbay trial. He pled. See, that's just like Depp with the Amber Heard stuff. Like, you can't think of who doesn't talk about Polanski, and this isn't the first thing, much like Woody Allen, where this comes up in your mind way before any of his movies do, lest you think he's gotten past it, right? Do you think about Polanski? Do you ever not think about this?
No.
Is it possible?
No. I only think of him as a Rothbayist.
That's right. He pled guilty in 1977 on unlawful intercourse with a minor, ultimately moved overseas to avoid imprisonment in the United States. Geimer, who now lives in Hawaii, said she has kind of since forgiven Polanski and moved on. And she's also moved on from Tarantino's remarks back then. Nobody has to be pissed off on my behalf. For me, she said, I'm okay. That's very nice of you.
Isn't it weird how Mia Farrow's like associated with both Roman Polanski and Woody Allen?
Yeah.
She took up against Depp. She's one of God, what was it, Sarah? Newsweek? Mia Farrow was anti-Depp with fucking Ed Norton.
Oh yeah, she was.
In the early days,
very disappointed
before Fairfax started.
Mm-hmm.
Me Too started around 2017. That's right, Johnny. That's about when I would. Yeah, about that, right? Nothing.
That sounds right.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Brendan goes, here, finally, Arm brags about how many times he's seen the Ninth Gate. Take another victory lap, Arm. I haven't even started, Brendan. I haven't even started. When I got into, I've seen Once Upon a Time in Mexico 12 times in the theater. Thank you, Josh Foster. Thank you, sir. This has been a great show. Three-man booth in the game. Yeah, speaking of three-man booth and the Mets, Josh Foster's a Mets fan. There's a couple of Mets. I think Hooper is too. Did and I could tie this into our Seinfeld thing. I want to get this maybe for next time, the next Seinfeld thing. Did you know Seinfeld is set in on a bunch of Met games? He basically did a Dennis Miller on the Mets games. So he was like a comedian, and he was very good. He wasn't trying to be over people's heads. He was making observations that normal announcers might be afraid to make or would think is
Sure.
too mundane for. He was very good, and about 5 to 10 times, he's very good friends with Keith Hernandez still. He'll sit in a Mets game and do the color commentating, and he's very good. And every Major League Baseball team should do this. It's too long, it's too many games. You should have someone mixing it up and being goofy in there. Absolutely, especially Major League Baseball. And I'm going to find a clip of him doing it for next time.
Well, and especially every town that has a team probably has a famous comedian or a comedic actor or something that, you know, could come back for, you know, Old Home Week and do something like that.
Especially your precious Cleveland.
Right.
Drew Carey, Steve Harvey,
Yeah.
Arsenio Hall. There's so many people from that town.
Yeah.
Thank you, Josh, by the way.
Thank you, Josh. Feelings? He got this. We got the wrong story. Saying he got the wrong story. FQT. Okay. If you play Devil's Advocate, you announce it so people know exactly what you're doing. I agree, Pellel. People should put a caveat. What do they call it? A disclaimer before their Devil's Advocate. I am playing Devil's Advocate here, and I do that often. I'll say, if I were to play Devil's Advocate, Bob Costas does this. If one were to play Devil's Advocate, one might say, and then you do that. Costas loves to do that. That's a great point, Pellel. And so with that, I'm going to play Depp defending Roman Polanski. This is a clip that's been going around for a while, and you'll never ever convince me that Depp doesn't know every bit of this, and especially by 1997, 98 when he signed on and he did The Ninth Gate. There's just never.
Sorry, the audio is horrible in the beginning. It gets better.
Yeah, we were talking about how they never mic the media during press conferences. They're always muffled, and you hear, and then he's very mic'd, and you hear his response. People have seen this, but maybe you need to see it again. And he goes on Letterman it's not like he's defending him on Letterman, but he kind of brings him up, and and Letterman actually says to him, of all people to defend Letterman's not much better on antics I've heard about him. But anyway, everyone's a creep. Here we go.
Came all the way from Switzerland, which unfortunately got famous for arresting Polanski. What do you think about it, and do you know anything else about it?
Why now? Why now? What's going? I mean, obviously there's something going on somewhere, and somebody had to make a deal with someone for something, and maybe there's a little money involved. I don't know, but why now? He's been going there for 30 years. No, I'm not saying that to you. I'm asking the question in general. For 30 years he's been going there. He has a place, he has a house there, you know.
Especially the way they did it.
Especially the way they
called
did it.
him to give him a lifetime achievement.
Boo-hoo.
And then it was in the end it was a trap to arrest him.
And also the thing is very clearly, and he's proven this, Roman Polanski is not a predator.
Yes, he is.
I mean, he's 75 years old or 76. He's got two beautiful kids. He's got a wife that he's been with for a long, long time. He's not out in the street, you know,
Such
doing
a bad take.
horrible things.
Yeah.
So I'm confused by it.
So the first thing I noticed, the guy sitting next to Depp is saying that pranks are meaner than robbing someone.
Yeah.
The fact that they pranked Roman Polanski to catch him.
I think it was genius. They played to his ego, saying, "Hey, we got a lifetime achievement award for you.
Very
Just
much
waiting.
so.
Come
Very
and get
much
it."
so, Sarah. I
It's
agree.
mean to play tricks.
Yeah.
God.
Ashton Kutcher's just going to jump out of the bushes going, Roman, you've been Romaned.
I've said this every time we've played that, and I think I said it last time on the Deppies. That's the one thing I cannot back him on. Try hard as I may, and there are some things it's difficult to defend him on. Most of the time I can find a way to do it. I cannot do it there.
He doesn't get called out on it, really. I mean, like, he's just like, he claims he takes credit for, along with Lenny Kravitz, hooking him up with Vanessa, but he doesn't really get called out. You don't do the Ninth Gate and not know everything what's going on. And exactly like David described with Tarantino, this is idolatry of the highest order. He can do no wrong to him. I mean, there's so many. Look at Manson. I mean, he hangs out with so many creeps.
He's
maybe
attracted to the outlaw.
Yeah, so you're an outlaw. So Beachy Cold Key
Yeah.
is every bit the Predator Polanski is.
And that's tattoo guy. Yeah.
Yes, right.
The
Jonathan
arms
Shaw.
dealing tattoo
Yes,
guy. Yeah.
yes. It's just one creep after the next. He has the worst fucking friends on the face of Stanhope aside.
And you know what? The attraction to the outlaw thing, we said this a couple episodes ago, but it's not even like he's attracted to Robin Hood type of things where they steal from the
not
rich and give
noble,
to the
right,
poor.
right.
They're self-centered, self-obsessed, navel-gazing creeps who want everything for them. They're just petulant babies, all of them. And when they see that another petulant baby is being held to, you know, the crimes that they committed, they start going on the defensive. Quentin Tarantino is not playing devil's advocate. He's defending another petulant baby that's facing consequences for his actions.
For himself.
For himself.
His own self-indulgence.
Right.
Right. There's nothing noble you're exporting out of this.
Right.
And none of the people that hangs with have any noble intentions whatsoever.
Right. And
it's
you
all
would
self-aggrandizing, self-indulgent shit.
And you would think that because Depp does go to visit sick kids in hospitals and he does sign every autograph and all this stuff that, there must be a generous side to these outlaws that he's attracted to. And then you dig into it and you see, no, there isn't. You know,
they're not.
What's the deal?
Right. There's nothing to admire other than like he's holding on to something that's not there or creating some false. And we had that show we talked about doing like where he manages to be friends with all these cranky cantankerous assholes or whatever, and only his charisma can pull that off. And go ahead, Elizabeth.
Well, I was going to say, you know, being able to ingratiate yourself with assholes is one thing. Actively seeking them out to be part of your social circle is another. You know? And I don't understand his need to surround himself with that type of person, you know.
And because he likes them, and he does not make them a good guy for all seasons. It does not make them by proxy a good guy. It doesn't give them some street cred. It's just he has a real long list of absolute pieces of shit he spends his time with.
And I wonder, you know, another layer to the Depp being able to be liked by difficult people is that it's not just that his charisma won them over, but I wonder if there's like a sinister plot on Marlon Brando that if I'm friends with Depp, I'll come off as more likable because I know that there's this reputation out there in the world about me that I'm difficult or unlikable. So I'll cozy up to Johnny Depp, and by association, I'll have a better public image, you know?
Yeah, I mean, not only that, but there's so many creeps out there that are using the Depp Heard trial as a way to, you know, every woman's lying now because we found Amber Heard in a bunch of lies. That means I'm innocent, and that person you know is the biggest creep on the face of it. You know that Beachy Cold Key looked at him like, okay, well, I'm innocent. No, they had all their receipts from that thing. These women have like, you know, therapy receipts and. He absolutely is good, but he's like, because Depp is innocent, I'm innocent as well by proxy.
Yeah. As if as a society we're stupid enough to not take things on a case-by-case basis.
Right.
You know.
Exactly.
So fucking
and
annoying.
Manson's going through that. He's there. All these weird goth, washed-up Manson fans are trying to use Depp as the kind of, you know, the gold standard of no, they're not the same person. They're not the same person. Stop lumping them in the same. It's not the same at all. Horatio Sands, that's an interesting one. You know about that story? Jimmy Fallon and Horatio inviting underage girls to
that kind of blew over. I feel like
I know that should get way more, definitely way more. Maybe we'll talk about it next week. If
somebody's publicists earn their money.
Yes, Sarah. Yes. Melvin says, once upon a time, next was Tarantino's film about his love obsession with fame in Hollywood. His next film is rumored to be about the hatred he has towards Hollywood. It'll be interesting to see if this works out. I didn't even know what that was, Melvin. If there was. I wonder how Hollywood guys like Quentin were friends with Epstein. You know, I know that everyone's in Epstein's book. So this is just, thank you, Hooper. Thank you, sir. You have a great weekend yourself, sir.
Bathwater's on the way.
Way too early. Josh Foster goes, I don't know that he was in the booth a few times. It seems like a couple times a year, Josh, he's in the booth. I think it's like somewhere between like 2 and 5 times. He'll pop in with Hernandez, who's this good friend. I never should have referred to Matt LeBlanc, who's at the end of the Into the Great Wide Open video, by the way, Johnny Meyer. So this is Depp on Letterman. And Letterman asks him about Roman Polanski. It's not that he's kind of defending him, I feel. Wait, just listen to this tone.
What year is this?
1999, on the hardcore promotion of Sleepy Hollow when he went into New York, and he was doing a lot of press he'd never done before. This is his first appearance on Letterman too.
I'm all right. I'm good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Congratulations. Have you just had a child, a baby, a son, or have you had how long?
A little girl.
A little girl.
6 months ago.
Congratulations. Well, that's great.
Thank you.
Do you like that?
That tells you how time flies. Like, it makes me crazy. He just has Lily Rose here, and I'm watching her in The Idol do every type of sexual act askant 2 weeks ago.
That's why you felt dirty watching it.
I did, and I readily admitted that, and I'm still saying it. And it even makes me feel worse watching that here. She's just born, and this doesn't seem that I remember watching this in Park Slope, Brooklyn, live as it happened with a VCR recording it, and people calling me crazy for not going out Friday night. And it was on a Friday. It was when all the talk shows had their big guest on Friday night back then.
Right.
That was him on Letterman, and everyone was yelling at me, calling me a nerd, just like a mental patient or a nerd, or for staying in to watch this on Letterman and recording it.
You showed them. Now we have a hit podcast.
I showed them.
Do you like that?
Do I like it?
Yeah. Did you always want kids? Did you want to?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. Did you come from a big family, small family?
Yeah, 4 kids. I guess it's sort of normal sized family.
And when now that you're a parent, do you remember? Does it immediately connect you to what your parents were trying to do when they were raising you?
No.
Really?
It's said, much like Eddie Vedder, Sarah, that Depp was a huge Letterman fan, kind of growing up, especially like in his late teens and 20s. You know, when nothing was on and you watched the late night stuff, was an oasis for everybody. You know, everybody watched, and so like Eddie Vedder was Sarah, was he an overnight security guard? And he would watch Letterman.
I think that was one of the.
That's kind of what Depp's thing is. So when he went to New York. The only time he's ever promoted 21 Jump Street with Peter DeLuise on Brian Gumbel's morning show, he stayed around and they invited him backstage on Letterman. He wasn't a guest, unfortunately. That would have been great, but he was backstage just watching, invited.
He's a Joseph Gordon-Levitt look here a little bit.
Yeah. Joseph Gordon-Levitt's in a good. You ever see Don John?
Yeah,
where
he's
Johansson. That's a pretty good movie.
Yeah, right.
I thought that was a good attempt by him. He directed it, right?
He did, yeah.
Okay. I guess there's something, Pello writes, intriguing about people who you don't know can never be liked. That's why people sometimes root for bad guys in movies. Yeah, that's well said. Do I remember the details about what, Johnny?
How do you remember these details?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I guess I guess it was just eats my brain. It's like the very definition of OCD, right? You're just encyclopedic, like a sports fan would.
I was reading about Mary Lou Henner has like total recall of, like, if you say a date, she can tell you exactly what happened that day in her life.
Yeah.
I was reading an article that psychologists have determined that is a form of OCD. It's like a trauma response, that like if something happens to you traumatic early in your life, you're trying to organize the events in your life by like what happened in all the Septembers in my life and it's just it's almost like a control response.
Look at the length of this podcast. Is there any more evidence than that?
Tell me about it.
Are you comparing me to Mary Lou Henner? That'd be
the
nicest thing I've ever had.
And that you were married to Frederick Forrest.
Thank you, Maestro. And thank you for tying in Frederick Forrest. Rest in peace, Captain Jenko.
Yes.
I just know I turned my air conditioner off to record this today, and I'm still waiting to turn it back on.
Jamie goes, "Hey, Arm, why the hell did you just program your VCR and go out? Because this is how crazy I am. I didn't trust it to get it. You know how you have to, you have a program of VCR, you have to turn the power off.
Right.
And if you really want something, you don't trust it's going to work, or someone's going to come home and change it. Or so I was so crazy about getting this and everything he was in. And I still am, but it's different time now with digital that everything seems to be available. You don't have to be as precious. My roommates, I was guarding the TV. So if someone came home, they would change the channel. And at the way this was, it only recorded what the channel was on. It wouldn't go into off. That's how the cable boxes had you, that you had to buy extra cable boxes. So if someone came home and took the remote, they would change a channel off of what it was, and I couldn't risk that. So I had to guard the TV that it was going to work, to keep them away from it, and then the fact that it would pop on. Because if it didn't go on, then I would manually do it. So there was no way I was risking that. That's why I didn't do that, Jamie. Which I've done. I know exactly what you're saying. I've done it before, but not this time. Judy Tanuna goes, Eddie Vedder worked at a gas station in San Diego. So that's what it was, Sarah? It was a gas station?
He had many a job.
Okay.
So
I thought I heard
he did work at a gas station.
Yep. Yeah, that's the story. And that's how, he was, Letterman introduced them at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
Like Letterman's a huge Pearl Jam fan.
Letterman inducted them.
Like he saw with Brendan Lang at Albany watching Pearl Jam in 1991. They really opened the door for Brendan to wear shorts all year round. They really did. I know that's why he does. I know that's when it happened. When is the next? When was Depp in it? I don't know, Judy. Maybe next time.
We got to do part 2.
We got to do part 3. I think we're on 3.
No, I know of this.
Oh, this. Yeah. I'm looking forward to get back to that too. If Depp wasn't in it, I'm looking forward to getting back to that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good. I love that concept because it comes up all the time. I'm always doing that. I would never see this shit if he wasn't in it. I was going to mention Mary Lou, chose Johnny Meyer. Okay, back to so this is they ask about Roman Polanski.
Okay. No, not remotely. No.
Are you good at being a father?
I am, in fact. Yeah. I do all the stuff. Diapers, vomit.
Really?
All the stuff. Burping.
Yeah. Where do you live now?
I kind of put this in because he's very much with Vanessa, and they're in France, and this is that period of. You couldn't bring him up without bringing it. They're not married. He just has Lily Rhodes. And this is the story, Sarah, with where the paparazzi got all over him, celebrating the birth of Lily Rose, and he marches them back with the plank of wood. And
I'm still pretty transient. I'm all over the place, between Europe, France, and Los Angeles.
Yeah. How did you end up living part of the time in France? That sounds very exotique. Exotique.
Good book, French. Judy. You're on.
Slide a little French in on you.
Starting to sweat. I went over there, in fact, about 2 years ago to do a film with Roman Polanski. And,
what was the film?
It's called The Ninth Gate.
Yeah.
So right now, Letterman's like, what? Roman Polanski is he's trying to think.
I think he threw in the, what's it called?
Yeah.
Did you hear a murmur in the crowd?
It was weird. Let's hear that again.
What was the film?
It's called The Ninth Gate.
Yeah.
About 2 years ago.
A little French in on you.
Starting to sweat. I went over there, in fact, about 2 years ago to do a film with Roman Polanski. And,
what was the film?
It's called The Ninth Gate.
Yeah, but he can't come to make films in the United States anymore.
So they say.
Yeah, he had to run because there was trouble. There was some trouble.
That's what I've heard.
Sorry.
That's what I've heard.
So you went over there and you fell in love. I bet you met a woman and fell in love.
Yes, I did.
A scant 10 years ago, Letterman's getting something not unlike that, but with a much more multiplicity of, not that they're underage, but they almost were, and almost as creepy. But it's weird the way Letterman's kind of trying to be. It's the first time they've ever had him on. They want him to come back, and he does come back. But it is very, very awkward. The way Letterman does the laugh through it, uncomfortable laugh.
Right.
And Depp's trying to go,
I will give him credit for one thing. He mentioned it.
Yeah, definitely. It's ballsy to just mention it.
Yeah.
If you watch, I'm sorry. If you watch Julia Roberts' interview on Howard, Howard brings up, like, he says to Julia Roberts, "I'm shocked. Like, you know, I had Mia Farrow on the show, and she was talking all about the Woody Allen stuff, and I'm shocked that you, Julia Roberts, worked with Woody Allen, and and her defense was something, you know, very meek and like that, like, well, I only know what I'm told, or I only know what you know, it was some sort of like ignorance is bliss, celebrity, you know, defenses. I'm sorry.
The Woody Allen thing is one of the most baffling. There's so many actors that you could rake against the coals over that. And the worst thing is his movies aren't that great. I don't know what you're so great. You watch the movies like, yeah, you're gonna go to the wall for this shit. It's so he's so antiquated. He's so out of touch with what real dialogue even is. Go ahead, Sarah.
I'm sure Julia Roberts will let Woody Allen babysit Phineas and Hazel at any point and feel totally comfortable.
Right.
And what is the last thing you're proud of that he did? You really can't go all the options Julia Roberts has. You need to do that. You can't pass on this shit.
And that was at her peak.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
She didn't have to work with it.
Why do you need they need this cachet, it's amazing. They can't think for themselves. It is the most disturbingly corrupt, out of touch, just morally bankrupt group of people, all especially in regards to Woody Allen and all the people that are willing to compromise everything that you have.
But then these are the people that get up on a stage at an award show 15 years later and call Middle America deplorables, and they will chide you for driving a car that's not electric, and, you know, so on and so on. They will tell you how to live your life. I know that I've never worked with a pedophile that I know of. If I knew it, I would call the cops, first of all, and I would want nothing to do with the person ever again after I testified.
Agreed.
So, you know, and it's another reason. It's reason 1032 why award shows are crap and nobody's watching them anymore. They don't want to be preached to by these deviants.
That's probably right. And they just get a little more, the ratings drop more and more and more. You don't even know they exist. You barely even hear that they're on or out. They don't even know how to promote them anymore. I never miss those shows. And now I'm not even, it gets by me. That was crazy. I never thought I would, like, oh, what? The Golden Globes are on this week? When, what? Like, you have no idea. Hear no, see no evil, hear no evil. That's right, Pell. Pell writes, Woody Allen, don't get it, never understood. He's the most overrated filmmaker in the history of cinema, Pell. My cousin and I have been saying this since the 90s. Two gay cousins watching Celebrity together. We proclaim that in unison, watching this stupid Celebrity where DiCaprio plays Depp in that movie. I met it. Not a lot of people know that. Winona Ryder's in that movie, and what's his name? Kenneth Branagh essentially plays Woody Allen in that movie. It's horrible. It's such a stupid. It's in black and white. And Rodney goes, "Welcome, Rodney. Why are they pretending actors aren't automatons that need directors? Well, often they are, Rodney, and writers to animate them. That's why they cavort with scum like Roman Polanski. For the most part, you're right. And they need a cool factor. They think that name gets them somewhere. He's right on. Woody Allen makes okay films structurally, says Johnny, but they're not my cup. And not my cup of anything. Again, the most overrated filmmaker in the history of motion pictures. It's not even close. If Mia Farrow went against Depp, I wonder if it's because he was duped by Polanski and Allen. They wouldn't be duped again. It could be. Pellel. Wait, am I firmly deplorable because I've been driving a hybrid? No, G Canada. We love you for that. We love you for that. We love that you can drive from Toronto to Fort Lauderdale on one tank of gas. We love that. Let's finish this up.
Yes, please. I'm sweating.
In love again.
Yeah. And are you comfortable? That's sweet.
Fell in love all over again, like Stuttering John on Celebrity Get Me Out of Here.
With the French, with the culture, with the people?
Yeah, they're terrific. The French are amazing. The language is not real easy.
It's different than English.
It is different than English. I'm glad you picked up on that too.
Here's all I know in French. I just learned this the other day. Grande vitesse. Grande vitesse. Grande vitesse.
Letterman's speeding tickets.
Water? What is it?
No, it's supposed to be high speed, is it?
And exotique, of course.
Did Matthew Broderick use Grand Vitesse in Ireland when he killed you?
Très exotique.
Very nice.
And do you speak French?
I have learned a bit. I can understand more than I can speak.
Right. You know what we hear in this country, and people who travel sometimes they come back and they say, well, the French, they're aloof, they're snotty, we're uncomfortable around the French. Have you had that experience?
I have not. In fact, the
Depp's
stories that you get
experience
are
is just like everybody else.
The Parisians.
You're right. Yeah.
They don't treat him any
have a
better.
tendency to be a little bit rough. But however, I mean, if you were, you know, a waiter in a restaurant in Paris, and you know, some guy in mouse ears with a Polaroid camera and Bermuda shorts, you know, wanted to take your photograph because, hey, let's take a picture of the French guy. You know, you get mad too.
Yeah.
How often does that happen?
I'll tell you something. Just between you and me, it would be lights out.
This is great. This is my favorite. Letterman actually does a fake punch here. Sarah asks, how often does that happen? So, what rube goes to France in that way
and takes a picture of a waiter?
Never. You're probably somewhat sophisticated and have a little bit of an internal cool factor yourself if you're even qualified to go to France.
Well, again, though, and being from Kentucky, he's mocking Middle America, you know,
Yes.
the South. He's got the
Yes.
accent to boot. They're just, Hollywood just views 95% of this country as just idiots, dumb, and not worthy to breathe the same air they do.
It's like Kate Hudson. You're quoting that, right?
Oh God, she's
like,
another.
where's the ketchup? Remember that audio they had her? Yeah, if Letterman had his shit together, he would say back to him, so Johnny, you're describing your own family then?
Mhm.
In the Bermuda shorts and the mouse ears? You're from Kentucky and Florida. Wasn't that a mock Southern accent, you know? That's your family, I guess, right? Your sister who lives on a horse farm with William Rassel.
Yeah. I'll tell you something. Just between you and me, it would be lights out.
Watch this fake punch.
Lights out.
You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
Adios.
I understand.
I would stamp their passports. You know what I mean?
That fake punch is great. I love a fake punch.
I love a good fake punch.
As much as the towel snap, I love a good fake punch.
Oh, God.
Photographers now, is there's trouble with you and photographers? Is that right or not right?
At times.
Yeah. Well, how do you handle that? Because you're besieged as an international superstar. They're always after you.
I wouldn't call it that. Well, I had an incident in London last year while I was making Sleepy Hollow, in fact.
London.
I was in a restaurant with my girl, Vanessa, and we were celebrating, you know,
My girl.
You know, we were going to have a...
He doesn't know, you know, he's been living in sin. What do you say? He doesn't know. So the nomenclature is you say my girl when you're not married.
Just say partner.
Live-in partner. And no, it's just, there's no good way to frame. So he says my girl a lot.
I mean, believe me, I'd love if he called me his girl, but hey, just say partner.
He's a Southern gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
My lady.
Kid and all that. And it was
Very private, very intimate moment.
Just got off a riverboat.
Night, and as we were leaving the restaurant, there was a gaggle of...
Gaggle.
Love
a good gaggle.
There's an
I
armed
bet you do.
origin story
Love
moment.
a good gaggle.
You got me. That's where I really became acquainted with gaggle. And from that point on, I use it a few times a week, at least. What was the David word at the beginning, Sarah? Did you write it down?
I forgot.
Glissando.
Say again?
Glissando. You mean the word I said 12 hours ago?
Yes.
Glissando.
Yes.
12 hours ago.
That's a hint. Let's go.
I'm kidding.
Hector Ella Glissando. There's my new Saturday Night Live character.
I'm gonna have to pay David if you don't hurry this up.
Who worked with Depp in Private Resort.
As
Forming a
gentlemanly
Deppening
fashion as I
union.
could, and I said, listen, I don't want to be novelty boy tonight. I'd rather skip all that. So let's just say we'll take this photograph some other day.
Well, see, now that seems fair enough. To me, it seems like they would have to respect you.
Just
on,
like you,
on a
Letterman,
gentlemanly
respecting
basis.
I had hopes that they would, but in fact they didn't. They were pretty aggressive, and I was speaking to them through an opening in a doorway about like this, and just to my right, there happened to be a large chunk of wood, about yay big, kind of a 4x4, almost like a bedpost.
Right.
In
Debris from a hotel room?
very possible.
That's a great callback.
Laying around.
I might have slipped out of my pocket or something. Yeah. Just dropped out of my jacket. Yeah, just you know, coincidentally was there, kind of a kismet thing, and they were pretty aggressive, as I said, so I smacked a guy on the hand.
Just tapped him on the hand, just like, yeah,
you know, just to, you know, kind of like that. Sort of woke him up, you know, got his attention, and then I went outside with my plank of wood, and I said, okay, now let's have our photo session. Take the photo.
Yeah.
You know, go ahead. And amazingly, when you're holding a plank of wood, they don't want to take your photograph. So I marched them down the street backwards, made them walk backwards, which was really nice. And yeah, I like those little touches.
Yeah.
And yeah, I had them for about 10 minutes until the police arrived. So they didn't take a photograph.
And the police arrived to help you or to help them? Who needed the police in this case? Was it you or them?
Yeah, I think that they called the police. I have a sneaking suspicion that they called the police, and yeah, they took me to what is called a custody suite.
By the way, this is fair use.
Yeah, I own CBS and all Worldwide Pants Productions.
I just realized, yeah.
Everybody
I'm gonna
loves
get-
Raymond and everything, and Letterman's son.
I'm gonna get a friendly little
Harry.
email in about an hour.
That's what they call it. And yeah, I spent about 5 or 6 hours there.
You know, Johnny, Paul and I have been doing this show for a long time, almost 20 years. I think I'm safe in saying, without a doubt, you were the coolest guy we've ever had on this program. How cool this guy is, huh?
You know, Sarah, Eddie Vedder is stewing at home watching this, thinking, I was told that. And now this asshole has... And Depp and Vedder have the same speech cadence and everything. If I could do Depp, I could probably do Vedder if I really just adjust it ever so slightly.
Yeah.
Vedder's even deeper.
Little deeper, right. Sarah, how's the temperature there? They want to know.
It is almost 100, and I am sweating to death.
Pellel wants to know. Your book, Judy Tanunu, when we do the that show, without a question, Brendan says, the She Wanted It defense has aged pretty poorly, I would have to say. Depp getting along with
Child
French
wanted
locals,
it.
befriending the difficult fetish. Yes, Josh, that's good, Josh. Getting along in France is right. Getting along with only he could pull that off. That's a great country comparison to like Brando and Mickey Rourke. Hence, and again, anything to promote, guys, before we send off? Sarah, you want to promote the Patreon?
I'm going to promote my air conditioner. It is Medea floor model, and it is blinking, so I need to turn it on. Hint,
Patreon,
hint.
I have I got to put some Stern red meat on there. Coming up, Seinfeld episode 3, Jump Street episode. It's Big Disease Little Name, right? The AIDS time fun.
Yes, and
Is
I
the
think we
next
have
one?
a guest that wants to join us.
Yes, I
will be
think
in
it's
touch.
Kathy Scott.
Yes.
I will
Correct me if I'm wrong.
And David.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Who doesn't love AIDS more than David? And Golden Girls, great job on that, guys.
Thank you.
90210. I don't know when we're doing that next.
It's the baseball episode, so you're on. So it's up to you when we do it.
Anyway, thank you everyone for hanging with us. This was
This was a hot topic episode of the Deppening.
very controversial, but not even close to done. 4 hours, 46 minutes when it's all said. That's some timestamp. But this is what to give. This is for your day at work. If you deduct lunch from it, if you get a 2-hour lunch break like Sarah does, this is your entire day. If you're listening to this at lunch, I want to thank everyone for listening and hanging with us. And this is just part 1. Sarah, David, thank you so much for all your insight. Better than me. You're thank you, Camilla, for the cameo. Right? Where's that cartoon cat of yours right now?
Still
Sarah?
in the laundry basket.
She's still in the same spot.
Melted.
Yep. Yeah.
This is arm for David and Sarah saying.
Thank you, Lauren Marie. Last minute.
Okay, wait.
Gotta
Thank
super
you,
chat,
Lauren.
sorry.
Thank you, Lauren. And Lauren advises everybody, see Oppenheimer on her request, or Deppenheimer as you call it here, on her request. Thank you. Good night, everyone. Take it, Jack.
I'm letting you see Joe. Papa man with the
down. Stay where you are. For the first time, I choose to walk out on you.
Jump.